Chapter 25, Fight with Tools. Sai vs. Datara. Datara watched Sai come ever closer atop his ink bird construct. He's much faster and more reflexive this time. The last time it was like he was fighting in slow motion. Sai had been flying circles around Datara for the longest time. Having expected to blast Sai out of the sky much like the first go around, Datara had pumped a lot of exploding clay into the attack on Sai's ink mist feint. He even had to sacrifice one of his birds and an entire clay clone in an effort to defeat the boy, but he was still hanging around. Sai on the other hand felt that he needed to invest in bringing more ink in case of emergencies. He had been using ink since he first found Naruto on Nami no Kuni. He never thought he would be fighting a member of Akatsuki, and he couldn't borrow any ink from Naruto due to Naruto losing all of his as well as his seal paper to the whirlpool. He was running out as well, but unlike Datara, once he ran out of his long-range specialty, he still had a weapon on his back to use up close. At this point it was a matter of outlasting him and getting close again. From there Sai had to be able to finish. Getting sick of fighting in the air, as he felt that it left Sai with something of an advantage due to his lighter airborne creation, Datara started directing the height of the fight lower and lower. A mid-air dogfight was looking less and less appealing when Sai pulled up right on his tail. Meanwhile, Sai was wondering how he should go about attacking Datara from his current position. Ideally he would be able to draw something to shoot him down, but Datara apparently had a propensity to counter his attacks in a rather explosive manner, and if he did it from this range, Sai would be caught in the explosion. Attacking with his blade in close was also not very appealing. Datara was slippery and he could detonate the bird he was flying on at any time. They were too close to the ground and moving too fast for Sai to bail out and freefall to escape again. When Datara looked back at Sai with a knowing smirk, it put him on high alert, and that feeling was well founded when Datara proceeded to jump off of his bird's back before tucking and rolling along the ground. Sai's eyes widened as the bird came to a dead stop and began to glow. Crossing his arms in front of his face as some method of defense, Sai ended up being thrown off of his ride violently by the force of the explosion, taking nasty burn wounds across his arms and torso as well as the sheer impact damage of falling along the ground. Sai rolled onto his belly and crawled along the ground as the blood from a gash on his head soaked into his hideate and down his face. This really isn't good. XXX. Naruto vs. Sasori. Naruto looked back as Sasori emerged from the wreckage of Hiruko, his puppet armor. He was still picking the pieces of the formidable tool off of himself and grumbling. Naruto was surprised at hearing a youthful voice doing the griping. This guy had to be way over 30. He looked down at the blades on his forearms and outside legs. It really sucks that this is the only way that I can channel elemental chakra to the blade, but I have to say, after that first attack I can't complain too much. Sai's message to him was taken verbatim from Hamiko about his weapon. The sword was a special construct for whoever was the leader of the village at the time. The final ceremony towards finding a new leader was finding someone that could find their way to exert their will over the blade and bend it to their will. Throughout the existence of the sword, the Senenki no Ken was never the same thing twice, therefore the gauntlets were Naruto's own creation and the physical manifestation of his spirit. Hamiko didn't know any techniques with the weapon since every listed user had their own attacks to fit their specialized release form, so Naruto was coming up with his own on the fly. The one thing he could say though, was that he found it far easier to sharpen his chakra and run it through the blades, as if they were just an extension of his body and his chakra was still flowing through him. Even using the Kyuubi's chakra with the Sennen Kugake felt easier. He felt no heightened bloodlust at all, and it was clear that the Kyuubi's chakra was circulating through the blades as well due to the fact that they had a red sheen to them. Oh well, he would get used to them on the fly, because right now he still had a fight to win. Sasori quickly freed himself from Hiruko and looked at Naruto. The man looked like a teenager. He had red hair and a lazy expression. He also had the usual Akatsuki cloak that Naruto figured he would have to get used to seeing on everyone that came for his head after this. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. You sounded way older inside that stupid puppet. Sasori gave Naruto a cool glance. So I've been told. A puff of smoke surrounded him, so I guess that it's time for me to get serious. When it cleared there was a puppet with spiky, long, black hair and a black cloak. Allow me to introduce you to my favorite puppet. The Sandaime Kazekage. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So you made a puppet in the image of the Sandaime Kazekage? Why? Sasori laughed. No, this is the Sandaime Kazekage. I defeated him in battle and claimed his body as my puppet. It took a moment for Naruto to really understand what he had just been told and it hit him like a sack of bricks. So you killed a cage and turned him into a puppet? I know a puppeteer, those things he has are elaborate. And not made of people. You made a human being into a puppet. I'm not even going to ask you to go into detail about how you managed to do that. Sasori nodded. Good, because sitting here and explaining it to someone that won't be conscious for too much longer would be a waste of everyone's time. With that, he sent the Kazekage at Naruto. Let's do this then. Naruto rushed out at the puppet. I'll break this one too. Naruto went through the motions for his buzzsaw-esque attack that he had used to destroy Hiruko, Hyukin and Sukakaru, Century Rush. A motion of Sasori's fingers opened the mouth of the Kazekage as an iron powder began to file out. It then took the form of a solid iron wall directly in front of them both. Naruto's attack hit the iron barrier and the two metal forces made a horrible grinding noise before bouncing off. Naruto adjusted to his dizziness and stared at the wall, growling at the barrier. Well, that's just fantastic. Naruto made a cross seal and formed a dozen cage bunshine. Make that doll playing freak pay. The clones rushed in while Naruto crouched and observed from a distance. They all went around or jumped over the iron wall to attack Sasori. His body twitched as the memories of how they were violently dispelled came to him. He simply stood still and crouched on all fours on the ground, priming himself for an opening to attack. The wall of iron collapsed back into powder before shooting at Naruto rapidly. Satetsu Shigure, Iron Sand Drizzle. Fuck. Naruto generated his one-tail cloak of chakra and cut out in a hasty retreat away from the almost microscopic iron projectiles. He was shocked to see that they had such a wide range of spread. How the hell is that even happening? He cut back to avoid getting overtaken by the small iron pellets and rushed Sasori and his Kazekage puppet as he generated a Rasengan in his right hand and drew it back to attack. Looking closely at Sasori and the Sandaime Kazekage puppet, Naruto saw that his clones were able to get close enough to force a short conflict, as the cloak of the Kazekage was somewhat shredded, revealing a shut chest compartment. As he bared closer to the puppet user and his prize tool, his senses of danger went off due to the fact that Sasori wasn't moving. He wasn't even making an effort to get the Kazekage in his way to run interference. Naruto aborted his attack just in time to see the mass amounts of iron particles stop in front of Sasori and his puppet. The chest compartment was wide open as a strange glow emitted from it. It had to be some kind of strange control thing for the sand, as it wasn't visible until it came close enough to almost hit Sasori. That needed to go if he was ever going to get any misdirection on Sasori. He had to put yet another thought aside for later as Sasori pressed his advantage. Senju Subu, Thousand Hands Manipulation Military Art. A series of compartments opened up in the left hand of the Kazekage puppet with a series of summoning seals in them. From the seals came an obscene amount of puppet arms that expanded out at Naruto. They crashed directly in front of him as he dodged the move. Naruto prepared his body to cut right through them before he got another nasty surprise from Sasori. After detaching from the Kazekage, the arms shot poison gas that Naruto was caught off guard by. He quickly emerged from the cloud and went through with his plan to utterly eradicate the puppet arms with extreme prejudice, using his modified taijutsu to dice them up almost effortlessly, turning them into useless chunks of wood. His vision started to swim as he set himself back into a stance to battle with Sasori. He stopped and glared at Sasori, who took the time to speak to him. Do you feel it yet? The paralyzing effects of my poison? Naruto frowned. So that's what that was? Kyuubi, systems purge please. Naruto cringed at the feeling of Kyuubi running his chakra through his organs and nerves to clean his system before smirking at Sasori. Yep. Felt it. It's not really that bad. It's like a mixture of tons of stuff I've already had before. You deal with it once, you can deal with it all at once. Your poison is useless. For not showing it, this significantly caught Sasori off guard. He had somewhat been banking on his poison to subdue Naruto. It was meant to paralyze Naruto and slowly kill him over the length of 3 days. How else was he going to capture and transport Naruto all the way to a point where he could have his bijou extracted without paralyzing him? He would wake up and break away. But now that his poison proved to be ineffective, he had to come up with a new way to keep Naruto down without killing him. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't have such restrictions, and immediately proved that to Sasori with his next move. Naruto pulled out a handful of shuriken and layered them with wind chakra before throwing it at Sasori. The puppeteer called forth another iron wall to block for him, but Naruto ran through a series of hand seals, Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The sheer raw amount of shuriken made by the replication technique stuck into as well as went over the iron wall, where Naruto then made his next move, flying through more hand seals, Raiten, Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Release, Lightning Shuriken. The shuriken above Sasori's head began to rain down a torrent of electricity that forced him to flee alongside his puppet. A few jolts actually hit the Kazekage puppet and gave Sasori a significant shock himself as the electricity coursed through his body. The smell of the burnt hair and flesh from the Kazekage wafted through the air. Sasori's eyes narrowed as he saw that the attack had disrupted his puppet's magnetic apparatus. It was slowly losing its power and would soon be useless and deactivated. Naruto grinned at Sasori. "You aren't going to beat me with a lucky scratch, Sasori. You need to actually finish me to claim victory. I wonder if you actually have anything capable of doing that. How did you even take this village down anyway?" This village became too dependent on its Fuin jutsu. Sasori started. Everything that made this village unique and powerful was based on its sealing techniques. From the genjutsu seal they had at the perimeter of the forest surrounding it that would force people to wander about, to the defenses set up around major choke points in the village. After being able to negate that advantage and engage them personally, I found that they weren't as skilled as many believe they were. Naruto didn't accept that answer. There were still too many things to consider on that front. You're just one man, no matter how you cut it. To take on the bulk of an entire military force seems beyond you in a straight fight. I suppose I'll get the answer from you before I finish you off for good. Sasori simply smirked. Finish me off for good? Just try it. The red-haired puppeteer had the Kazekage make use of its still active magnetic part and launch two masses of iron sand at Naruto. As he made to dodge, Sasori simply spoke the name of his attack calmly and coolly. Satetsu Kaihu, Iron Sand World Order. XXX. Sai vs. Deidara. Sai eventually picked himself up off of the ground, his head swimming due to the concussive force of the blast and the impact of his hitting the ground. He idly wondered why Deidara hadn't arrived to finish him off. Not to look a gift horse in the mouth in this case, he pulled out his tipless tanto and began slowly stalking the ruins for a sign of Deidara. He fell off of his ride as well. Even if it was intentional, there was no way that he was at 100% himself after that. He limped along the area looking for Deidara. Why was that bastard so good at covering his tracks? He and Naruto never even saw him every time he attacked until it was too. Boom. Late. Sai found himself rocked by an explosion that came from under him when he placed a foot on the rubble that made up the bulk of Uzushio-gakur. Sai's sandal and pant leg on his right leg were destroyed. Stepping on a landmine, so that's what Deidara had been doing for so long. Looking at the burns on his leg, Sai was extremely grateful that Deidara explosives didn't have any shrapnel in them. Walking was now a chore, and running? He didn't even want to think about how he would run for the time being. At this point, his best bet was holding out until he could get some assistance in the form of Naruto, but seeing as how Naruto had his own opponent, he needed to figure out his own way to win or at the very least survive. For the time being all he could do was take a rest and hide. He was next to worthless the way he was, and trying to move now would probably make things worse than they already were. Sai ran through his supplies and checked his stuff. He still had his tanto that he had placed onto his back once more, he had his scroll, he had enough ink to hopefully carry him through the rest of the fight, still had a holster full of kunai and a pouch of shuriken, no explosive notes, much like Naruto, all of his were ruined when they went into the whirlpool, he also had gauze. That was what he needed right now. Something to cover his wounds to keep them from getting infected while he was running around the battlefield. Wrapping his torso, his now exposed arms, and his wounded leg, he let himself settle for a moment. He pulled up his scroll and drew up some ink mice to search for Deidara in the meantime so he could at least perhaps get the drop on him once he felt well enough to move before a subtle clicking noise alerted him to his left. Turning his head, he saw a clay insect sculpture with its eyes glowing red. Sai immediately propelled himself out of his area of hiding before he found himself caught in another explosion. As he looked around he saw a dozen of the insect sculptures crawling his way. Suicide sentries sent out by Deidara, but where was the man himself? That was what Sai needed to know right now. In the meantime he drew out his shuriken and tried hitting the explosives before they could get any closer. As they connected with them, the blast signified that he had finished them off, but now it was abundantly clear where he was and he could be picked off at any time by Deidara. This was made abundantly clear when Sai looked up and saw clay birds circling overhead. As they came careening down at him to finish him in a suicide dive bomb, he heard explosions come from behind him before a massive shadow covered him with its stone frame, covering him from damage as the blasts rocked his apparently mobile cover. That was close, Sai-san. Sai turned to see Hamiko right next to him with a small smile on her face at being able to reach him to assist. Hamiko-san, what are you doing? Senpai gave me orders to make sure you were out of harm's way. Hamiko frowned as even more explosions sounded out around them. Well, that's not fair to you two, is it? Doing all of the fighting alone like that. And even more so to me, What am I supposed to do if you two are killed here? I don't know anything or anyone in this time, how am I supposed to get along? If that's the way things are going to go, I might as well fight too and risk myself as well. Sai winced somewhat as he was beginning to feel his injuries, the adrenaline from the hiding and searching finally wearing off. You aren't a shinobi, Hamiko-san. You couldn't help either myself or Naruto-senpai in combat. Hamiko gave him a deadpan look. Really? Because what do you think is shielding you right now? Your iron will to live? Sai sweat dropped with an expressionless face. Random misplaced and sturdy debris? Hamiko kept her look as the explosion stopped. Koma Inu-kun, let's get Sai-san moving again. He's no good to us if he can't even dodge, we have to be the ones to move for him. The statue? Was what Sai was thinking. How is a statue going to move for me? I'd be better off moving on my own feet than relying on that massive thing to get me around safely. He didn't have time to dispute with her, however, as the stone cover that had been his saving grace just moments ago had picked up both him and Hamiko and set them on adjacent shoulders before stomping along the battlefield. Sai looked at Hamiko, who was smiling at being able to seemingly help. This is going to hurt me more than help me. I can't use chakra on this statue, remember? It absorbs any that come into contact with it. Hamiko grinned and patted the side of Koma Inu's head. Oh, that. I turned that off. Sai raised an eyebrow. You can do that? Hamiko scoffed. How many times do I have to tell you and Naruto-sama? I was the one that animated Koma Inu-kun. I can control his seal array. I just turned that part off so that you could fight from here. I can't do it myself, so you have to fight for me, Sai-san. Sai nodded and watched as Koma Inu stomped over the battlefield like a minesweeper, triggering Datara hidden bombs and disposing of them safely from the two on his shoulders. Two black mice scuttled up Koma Inu and stopped on Sai's legs before turning to words for him. Hamiko-san, we need to head northwest towards the central towers. Datara is somewhere in that area. Hamiko nodded. You heard him, Koma Inu. Take us to the citadel. XXX. Naruto vs. Sasori. This is total bullshit, Naruto yelled as he dodged ever-expanding branches of metal from running him through. Sasori's last jutsu, Satetsu Kaihu, had forced an ever-expanding forest of deadly iron branches that could keep branching off at any time, making it one massive pain for Naruto to dodge, as the increasing numbers of branches also meant more potential for him to be impaled by even more iron branches. Naruto couldn't even anticipate the attacks due to the sporadic habit of the attack to break off and expand randomly. It quickly trapped him deeply inside. His entire reason for keeping in one piece thus far was the fact that he had extreme reflexes and senses from the Kyuubi's chakra, in addition to the chakra cloak that the Kyuubi used as an early warning radar for danger, early warning as in a quarter of a second. Naruto now stood in the middle of a forest of iron spikes that stretched out over a massive amount of space. For some reason, all of that evading took it out of him. And the blades on his arms and legs began to feel heavier and heavier, like such weapons should feel, as opposed to the light as air feeling that they had when he first activated them. Naruto began panting. Kyuubi, what's happening? You are not very attentive towards your reserves, are you? You couldn't feel the blades siphoning off your chakra? The demon in question asked in a disbelieving fashion. You didn't think that natural feeling of feeling your chakra flow through the gauntlets like another part of you was just a perk, did you? It was steadily siphoning off your chakra to power the transformation. No, I didn't feel it. I've never really run out of chakra before, not like this. The gauntlets fell off of Naruto and turned back into his ninjato before he fell to his knees, his hand on the handle of the weapon. This is not the time for this. Give me more chakra. Sai, if you use my chakra as a glorified soldier pill, you're going to be the walking dead after this fight is over, you know that, right? Especially since you're using it as a replacement for your own instead of just as a bolster? Duh. Naruto mentally rolled his eyes, as if Kyuubi could see it. Do I have a choice right now? Just keep the juice coming until I finish off this clown and link back up with Sai Kouhai and Hamiko-chan. You're going to be puking blood and pissing fire tonight, boy. I'll be sure to laugh at that when it occurs. Kyuubi began to increase the flow of chakra to Naruto to get him to move. Naruto sheathed the Senenki no Ken on his back, not wanting to touch the blade for the time being after getting drained dry by it not a moment ago. Sasori, Sasori, Sasori. You missed your chance to finish me off, you tentative bastard. The Kazekage puppet began flying through the iron forest as Naruto felt his strength return to him. The left arm of the puppet was now a buzzsaw and the right had a blade extending from it. Naruto began springing through the branches, playing a very dangerous game of cat and mouse with the puppet. With it trying to rip into him with its bladed weapons and Naruto trying to get a chance to destroy it and move along to Sasori himself. Naruto wasn't really worried about getting cut or stabbed, he was really trying to lure it in. He figured that since he could probably survive a stab wound from the puppet, especially now since he knew Sasori's poison couldn't beat him, once he destroyed this one, Sasori would have nothing left to fight him with. After all, Kankuro only had 2 puppets, so maybe it was a Suna puppeteer thing. Feeling more and more spry and loose as more of the Kyuubi's chakra circulated through his body, Naruto took advantage of his boost and lashed out at the puppet with his chakra shroud tail. Naruto wrapped around it and pulled it in with a Rasengan forming in his hand. The red of the Kyuubi's chakra bled into the Rasengan, giving it a warped color. He proceeded to slam the jutsu into the body of the puppet, ripping it asunder and scattering its body along the ground. Naruto walked up to the remains of the puppet and stomped on the head for good measure, crushing it under his foot. Whoops. Sorry, I'm so clumsy with other people's tools. I guess that's why Kankuro never let me mess with his puppets when I was staying in his family's place. Naruto saw a flash of red hair in the forest of twisted metal and immediately took off in pursuit. After a decent chase that eventually led them out of the iron jungle, Naruto closed the distance swiftly with his speed boosted and smirked as he bared down on Sasori. Too slow. Naruto shot out a claw of chakra that cut right through Sasori's arm as he passed him by. Standing away with a bloodthirsty grin on his face at finally getting the chance to pick apart the puppet user himself, he looked down at his hands to find that there was not a drop of blood on them. Looking back at Sasori, he saw that he had torn off a good portion of his cloak and saw Sasori's arm coming back to his body. Well, that was potentially barbaric. Like I said earlier, it's a good thing I'm not exactly normal. Now that he had a good look, he could see that Sasori's arm was segmented, like a puppet. Naruto sighed and pointed at him. Okay, I was willing to accept the fact that you turned a cage into a puppet, because after watching it fight it seemed like a damn good idea, despite the fact that it's a human being and the idea seems utterly ludicrous and morbid, but this? How the hell can you even do that? Is that even physically possible? The body of Sasori was that of a puppet. He pulled off the rest of his cloak and showed his inhuman body. There were clear segments and compartments on his chest, stomach, and back. Even his eyes didn't look human anymore, open and wide like a puppet. It's very possible seeing as how I did it. And there's nothing ludicrous about it. Why would I want my human body that has weakness, can feel pain, and would have eventually grown old and weak no matter what I would have done? I can have a body that I can upgrade at will never feel sickness, and is all around stronger than my human body could ever be. I have turned myself into the ultimate eternal art. The right compartment of his chest opened as Sasori pulled a scroll from his back. Now let me show you exactly what my superior body is capable of. Opening the scroll in a puff of smoke, many figures rose out, hovering above Sasori, aka Higi, Hyaki no Soen, Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets. Over 100 puppets kept Naruto from Sasori as they all wore red cloaks and had their own weapons. You wanted to know what took down the majority of this village's forces? This was the technique that did most of the work. Naruto grit his teeth as he felt an influx of Kyuubi's chakra. His lips started to blacken as a second tail of chakra began forming behind him. As he spoke, his voice sounded gruffer and more serious. 1 against 100, I have to say, Sasori, I'm disappointed. You do know what Jinchuriki like me are meant to be, don't you? 2 bubbling tails of red chakra swished behind him. Army killers. Always go with quality over quantity. Naruto launched himself at the force of puppets. Sasori's puppets came at Naruto to put this fight to rest once and for all. But as the boy drew close, he vanished from immediate sight and began ripping through the puppets savagely with his bare hands. Blood flying through the air was a sign that Naruto was being cut by the weaponry wielded by the puppets, but the fact that he refrained from slowing down at the very least signified that these were shallow, and with him not being susceptible to Sasori's poison, this wasn't nearly good enough to beat him. All Sasori could do was maneuver the puppets around Naruto's path of destruction and cut him off from free range of movement. Eventually he was able to do just this, surrounding Naruto with a circle of puppets a dozen thick. Naruto had the top half of one of Sasori's puppets in his hand as he stared around himself, noting that he was surrounded with an amused smirk, and with his feral features this made it somewhat chilling, especially as his body was now clearly visible due to him having his shirt utterly torn asunder by the puppets with only the strap of his sheath being intact, his substantial amount of shallow wound sizzling shut right in front of Sasori's eyes. So this was your big plan when you came after me? Mob me with puppets and hope your poison stops me? Let me show you something that just might get the point across to you. Naruto took the sword in the hand of the puppet he was holding and stabbed himself in the torso. Naruto pulled the blade out and watched his blood slide down the metal as it mixed with the poison that began running off of the weapon. He tossed them all aside as he looked at Sasori, That was the best attack that your puppets were going to get with those weapons, and it's not even going to make me stumble. You were the wrong person to come and fight me. Naruto fell on all fours and began to build up air in his lungs. Sasori sent the puppets in to stab him all at once. No matter who he was, there was no way that he could shake off that kind of damage. As they began to gather around him with their blades drawn to skewer him, Naruto let out a massive concussive roar that sent all of the remaining puppets flying away from him. All of those that were closest were broken apart by the raw power that Naruto's roar had pumped out at ground zero. The others were tossed aside haphazardly all over the place. Some flew off into the distance, others flew somewhere within the mass of iron sand and were shattered upon high-speed contact with the branches. Naruto picked the pieces of what was once his shirt off of his shoulders and chest as he faced down what was his last obstacle, Sasori himself. The puppet-bodied man showed no intimidation at facing down the demonically charged teen. I'm not done yet. Though I have to say, for a Chunin you happen to be a tougher rundown than previously perceived. Itachi said that you were able to survive against him the first time based off of pure misdirection and unconventional tactics. Naruto chuckled in his gravelly voice, his vocal cords manipulated by the chakra running through him. I've had almost an entire year to prepare since then. Itachi and Kisame actually matched up with me. You don't. Why you were sent to deal with me, I'll never know. And neither will you, since I'll just have to rip you apart just like I did with every other puppet you've thrown at me today. It won't be nearly as easy as you believe it will be. Sasori lifted his palms and revealed pipes that spewed intense flames from them at Naruto, who moved aside and started working angles to get at Sasori properly. As he approached from the back left, poles emerged from the back of Sasori's hips with 5 blades attached that began spinning rapidly. Naruto diverted his attack to avoid getting pureed by the blades as Sasori took off at blinding speed to get some mobility going. Naruto smirked, so now he wanted to move? He had been fighting the entire battle as stationary as he could, and now he decides on dynamic movement once Naruto had it in him to see how many chunks he could tear Sasori into before he stopped functioning. He didn't know whether to be pissed off that Sasori could now move so quickly, or ecstatic that it wouldn't be that easy to pin him down and rip his head off. Banking on the Kyuubi's ever-growing presence in his person giving him these thoughts, Naruto began tearing across the ruined landscape in pursuit of his barely human foe. XXX. Sai and Hamiko vs. Deidara. The rising, towering metal structure off in the distance earlier didn't ease Hamiko's worries about how Naruto was doing in his fight, but seeing as how they weren't currently being engaged by the man Naruto had been fighting, they figured that he was still alive and kicking. Hamiko had to admit, after seeing that, if she had remained with Naruto she would have been a liability. At least now he had a chance to only have to worry about himself. Besides, Sai seemed to require the aid after seeing how heavily he was bandaged, and knowing that he didn't look like that when he dropped her off, he must have been injured pretty badly to require that. They had themselves to worry about for the time being. As they neared closer and closer to the triumvirate of towers that Naruto and Sai had found so much misery in on their first day in Uzu, they noticed that there were no more mines. Since they were getting closer to Deidara position, didn't that mean there should have been more of them? And yet Koma Inu hadn't run over any in quite a while. The pale boy looked over at the silver-haired girl who didn't seem frightened at all about heading off to fight. Aren't you at least a little unnerved about fighting this person? He's been giving me and Naruto-senpai fits ever since he first showed up. She turned to Sai. Are you scared? Sai frowned. I don't have feelings like that. Hamiko shook her head and started looking out at the path as they neared closer to the towers. I'm not scared. I'm not even supposed to exist in this time apparently. I should have died with everyone else, but I didn't, and now I'm here. Why would I be afraid of dying in a battle that I'm not even supposed to be alive to fight in the first place? As long as I can help you and Naruto-sama, then I'm okay with this. Sai's eyes narrowed as they now stood between 2 of the towers, with the other destroyed, one on the other side of the clashing rivers that made the whirlpool that gave the village its name. He was around here somewhere. There was no reason for him to leave, he had the complete advantage here. Deidara watched from his cover of rubble from across the river. Sai and some white-haired girl were riding a statue, a giant walking statue. He couldn't have grinned any wider if Sai had painted a multicolored bullseye on his chest. He stuck out on that thing's shoulder like a sore thumb, and while he could see how it would have been useful when avoiding his sentries and landmines, now that he was here to actually take shots at Sai himself, it was naught but a hindrance. If that's how this is going to go, then I can finish him without going through the rest of my clay, or even moving. He rubbed his broken leg. Jumping from a speeding bird in flight was not one of his most capital ideas. However, the plus side, from the look of Sai, it certainly worked for him, as he didn't really look much better off whatsoever. His hand spit out a wad of clay that he manipulated into 3 bird sculptures that he sent flying out at Sai and his newfound ally's pet statue. Hamiko saw the first one coming and pointed out at it, "Koma Inu-kun." The statue swatted it out of the sky. In response, it exploded on the arm of the golem. It was so close that Hamiko could feel the heat from the blast on her entire body. Sai saw that there were 2 more coming in from both sides of Koma Inu. Thinking fast, he moved over to the other shoulder and pulled Hamiko off along with him just in time for the 2 birds to collide with its head, taking it out. Hamiko gasped as she saw her favorite creation collapse, its head crumbling and falling off as it fell backwards. She turned to Sai anxiously, "Where is he? Those last 2 came from nowhere and Koma Inu is gone. It took me so long to make him." Sai kept her head down and kept her from looking back as they crawled along the ground. Hamiko was the most mobile of the 2 of them, and that was not a good thing by any stretch of the imagination. "Hamiko-san, what can you do to help us here?" Hamiko turned to him and pulled out a small stack of blank seal notes and the minuscule amount of ink that Sai had given her back in the catacombs. "I may not be a shinobi, but if I can get close to him I can finish him myself." Sai was skeptical of her chances to actually defeat Datara. "You believe that you can win?" Hamiko grinned. "Do not underestimate the power of Fuuinjutsu, Sai-san." The sound of whirring drifted through the air, confusing both Sai and Hamiko. "What on earth is that?" Sai looked up, thinking that they had somehow been found, and saw a man with red hair flying through the air with the use of some strange appendage on his hips. He then saw a mass shrouded in red plow into the figure, sending it careening into the side of one of the towers, blasting a massive hole in the side of it. Due to the shape of the shroud surrounding the second one, Sai knew exactly who it was. "Hamiko-san, we need to get out of here." Hamiko was confused. "What was that? And why do we need to leave?" Sai crawled along the ground again while covering her with his body. "That was Naruto-senpai fighting his opponent. And we need to leave because being anywhere near senpai when he uses his special chakra is a horrible idea." "Special chakra?" Hamiko asked innocently, now crawling on her own so that Sai didn't have to strain himself any further than he already had today. "Naruto-sama has special chakra? What does it do?" Sai didn't even turn back around to answer her. "It destroys." XXX. Naruto vs. Sasori. Sasori wasn't fool enough to believe that he would just lose Naruto by simply taking off on a low flight dash away from the battlefield. Not likely. He was simply doing this so he could find an easier area to fight Naruto than in the wide open area that would grant the agile Jinchuriki the advantage, or better yet, Datara, who he hadn't seen since they split off earlier, which was why he wasn't really surprised when he found himself body checked into the side of a building by said Jinchuriki. Naruto followed Sasori to the ground, landing on him and proceeding to pound away on his face as he heard cracking noises start with every punch he landed. Naruto almost got incinerated, however, when Sasori tried to burn him off like a tick with one of the flamethrowers in his palm. Naruto quickly rolled off of him and out of the range of the flames that threatened to lick at his body. Taking this moment to attack, Sasori again used his propellers to speed at Naruto and catch him flat-footed, moving just fast enough to surprise Naruto with the weapon he had been storing in his stomach compartment. Sasori stabbed Naruto right through the belly with a long stinger-like cable that widened Naruto's eyes in pain and surprise. Sasori kept moving in to kill. Capturing Naruto was now no longer on his mind. This boy destroyed everything. All of his hard work, his favorite and most powerful puppets, the things that were supposed to last for all eternity, just like him. Looking down on Naruto's lifeless face was his only desire now. He idly wondered what a Jinchuriki puppet would be like. He couldn't wait to find out. Naruto grit his teeth in pain as blood flowed from his mouth and stomach. The pain of having the cable in him was amplified by the feeling of repeatedly having the wound heal around it before being yanked back open by Sasori moving towards him. Naruto planted both hands on the cable and pulled tightly before beginning to whip around and drag Sasori in a swinging circular motion. Sasori subconsciously forced himself to loosen up more cable and ended up getting swung into a pillar, utterly destroying it with the force that Naruto had thrown him into it with. Sasori's body lay broken on the ground as he tried to eject one of the makeshift puppets in a scroll on his back to shift bodies. Naruto had utterly destroyed his limbs, breaking them where they weren't already intentionally segmented. Even his torso, the hardest part of his puppet body, and his head were cracked from the impact. He could survive this. This was nothing at all. As long as only one all-important piece of him survived, it would all work out. His plan wasn't to be, however, as Naruto yanked hard on the cable, pulling him back in towards the enraged boy fast. Fear actually ended up eating at Sasori's heart as he saw that in one hand Naruto still held the bloody cable that was still sticking out of his chest, and in the other, a burning red Rasengan. Naruto drew his arm back, choking down the bile that was rising from his pesky wound and locking onto the body of Sasori. What the hell was that thing on the left side of his chest? Hopefully an off button because Naruto was about to press it. You should never have come here. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Naruto obliterated the body of Sasori, as the little cylinder sticking out that Naruto had targeted burst, showering the boy in blood, the only time in the entire battle that he had actually drawn blood from Sasori. The force behind the Rasengan carried out behind the point that he had hit Sasori at and destroyed the wall behind it. Naruto collapsed and sat down, wiping the blood from his face. Sighing to himself, he steeled his nerves as he pulled the long cable out of himself at great pains and tossed it aside as pieces of building began to fall around him. I should probably get myself out of here before I decide to pass out, huh? XXX. Sai and Hamiko vs. Deidara. Deidara had to admit, seeing Sasori get drilled out of midair into the side of a building was not something he really expected to see happen, especially while he was fighting a kid, a Jinchuriki kid, but still a kid nonetheless. And the sounds from inside that followed were mighty impressive, and a telltale sign that Sasori wasn't really winning, since if Sasori had been winning he wouldn't be able to hear it from inside a building across a whirlpool. And that flash of red light that came from the holes inside didn't really scream victory for Sasori no Dana either if he had to guess. Deidara chuckled as the noises of the battle died down and the only noise left was the sound of the whirlpool only 50 feet at the farthest away from him. He shook his head, knowing that Sasori most certainly didn't win that fight, not the way things had looked when he had seen them clash. He says all of that crap about art being long-lasting and then he goes and gets himself wasted 1 second later. A sound of growls surrounding him alerted him to his current predicament. Deidara found himself surrounded by lions constructed of ink as Sai limped towards him with his tanto drawn. You shouldn't have been paying so much attention to Naruto-senpai's battle while you were in the midst of your own, or did you forget about me? Deidara chuckled at the sight of Sai and his lion slowly moving towards his down form. I guess I should rethink my views on you, shouldn't I, He revealed one of his clay figures sitting on his shoulder, putting Sai on guard. You have art that can both be here for long periods of time, or be gone in a flash. However, I think that wishy-washy way of thinking is cheating and makes me sick. At least Sasori no Dana had the decency to choose one side of the fence while you balance in between. With that he picked up the figurine and placed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it, much to Sai's surprise. Deidara smirked as his body began to rapidly expand. I'll turn your little pencil drawings into art for you, because true art is an explosion. Sai turned to run, but with his leg he had no way to escape no matter how big the blast was. Sai-san, Hamiko shouted as she ran up to the bulging Deidara. Fuuinjutsu, Jikan Bunkatsu, sealing technique, time splitter. Hamiko slapped the seal on Deidara's head and ran back towards Sai, Fuuin. She then leaned down and placed Sai over her shoulder as she began to run away with him leaning on her. Come on, we have to go now. Sai blinked at her as she moved as fast as she possibly could to get them away from the bulging Deidara. However, something seemed off. He was bulging far more slowly than he had been a moment ago. He looked at her as she determinedly assisted him. What did you do? Hamiko looked back. That seal I just used slows things to 1/5 of their maximum speed. I don't know how potent it will be though, since I'm not used to using anyone else's ink for my seals. Sai looked back to see Deidara slowly approaching critical mass. So what are you saying? Hamiko gave him a nervous smile. Due to a disconnection between me and the seal it might break. By break you mean? Sai fished nervously. Hamiko looked back, utterly backfire and fail in about 5 seconds, and that's being very generous to my seal making. Sai said nothing and simply pulled the rest of the ink he lent Hamiko from her as he started drawing on his scroll, Kuju Giga, Super Beast's imitation picture. Sai quickly summoned up an ink bird that swept him and Hamiko up and flew off. The seal on Deidara's head slipped off as he returned to regular speed. Art is an explosion. Before detonating himself and taking out a good chunk of riverside land. Hamiko looked down at the explosion left by Deidara. Well, that's certainly an interesting way to go out, don't you think, Sai-san? Sai didn't look with her. He's not dead. The expression on Hamiko's face showed skepticism towards believing that Deidara was still alive. He blew himself up. Now if there's any way that you yourself have personally seen anyone live through that, I think it would be common knowledge even to someone like me. Sai shook his head. This isn't the first time that he made a false figure of his explode. He probably switched himself out with it before we were able to reach him once he realized his partner was dead. Even if he could have defeated us, he wouldn't be able to beat Naruto-senpai afterwards, making his staying here any longer a null point. Hamiko nodded before her eyes widened. Naruto-sama. What happened to him? Is he alright? Sai turned the bird around to head back towards Naruto's last known whereabouts. XXX. Datara limped out of the vicinity of the village, using the trees for support. I guess I'll have to wait until next time, little pale drawing boy, he said to himself as he walked along. With Sasori no Dana gone, it seems that you're the only one I can test my own art against now. He looked down at the mouths on his hand. I wonder. Will it be my art of a single moment, or your ink constructs that trumps the other in the end? A smile slowly made its way onto his face. For some reason I can't wait to find out. XXX. Sai landed his bird in the midst of the tower that Naruto plowed Sasori into and let Hamiko off while he stayed on it with his wounded leg. Hamiko ran to the collapsed building and sifted through the rubble. How did the building even fall? Sai yelled back from his place on the bird. Datara blast must have been strong enough to take out what was left of the tower. Naruto-senpai probably did a number on it from the inside to weaken it as well. Hamiko picked through significant pieces of fallen building. Naruto-sama. Are you alright? Say something if you're still alive. Ow. Naruto pushed a chunk of roof off of himself as Hamiko ran over to check his injuries. Please tell me you killed that bastard Sai Kouhai. Sai's bird walked over with him on its back. Sorry to say I couldn't, senpai. He escaped after you killed your opponent. Sasori, Naruto said, I killed Akasuna no Sasori. That's who that was. Hamiko stared at Naruto in disbelief. They had told her that he was the one who had destroyed her village, and here he just beat him immediately. Naruto wriggled his body free and stood up shakily. He walked past Hamiko and set a hand on her shoulder before moving along to Sai. You look beat the hell up, Kouhai. Sai gave him his smile, as do you, senpai. I would venture to say that you probably got it worse than I did. Naruto scoffed, yeah, but I can walk. Sai shook his head, that's because you have the Kyuubi inside of you. Normal people like me actually have to deal with their injuries. If chunks of building fell on you and you can just pick the pieces off and walk up to me, that kind of tells me you aren't normal, doesn't it? He took a moment to think, how did the tower fall on you anyway? By the time Datara's suicide clone exploded you should have been long gone. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, you see, I was kind of picking up a few things after I was done, and then the entire place comes down around me. Sai raised an eyebrow. What were you picking up that got your attention like that? Naruto opened his mouth to answer before he was glomped by Hamiko. Naruto-sama. You're alright. Naruto buckled under her weight. Apparently his body was giving out sooner than he thought it would. Yeah, Hamiko-chan, I'm fine, just let go of me please. Hamiko pulled away from him. Hamiko-chan, master? Naruto grinned at her. Well, yeah. If you're coming with me, that means I'm going to have to be your first friend in your new life, won't I? He then gestured to Sai, and Sai Kouhai here will be your second. Sai simply stared at them both blankly, forcing Naruto to sweat drop. He's not got much to say. Naruto's knees buckled, forcing him to lean on the side of the ink bird. Alright, Sai, I can't go back to Kiri or Konoha like this. There will be too many questions that I don't feel like answering, so just drop me somewhere nearby where I can heal, okay? I have a safe place in mind. XXX. Later that night. Knock knock knock. I'll get it, father. A door opened to reveal a beautiful, dark-haired woman in a pink shirt staring in a surprised fashion at her guests. Naruto-kun? Is that you? Naruto gave her his best grin while being supported by Hamiko on her shoulder, body wrapped in bandages. Hi there, Tsunami-san. It's good to see you again. He rubbed the back of his neck. I hope it wouldn't be too much to ask of you for a place to stay for the night, would it? Tsunami gave him a smile. Of course not, Naruto-kun. You and your guest are welcome here always after what you did for this country. Hamiko returned her smile. We saw the bridge. He almost fell out when we did. Naruto chuckled. Yeah. I didn't really see that one coming at all. Tsunami giggled. Yes, Kakashi-san said the same thing too when he arrived. Naruto blinked at her. Wait, you said when Kakashi arrived? He came back here before without our team? Tsunami shook her head. No. He's here right now with 2 other kids. As a matter of fact, he was the one that said that you would probably be showing up here in the next day or 2. With that, a familiar masked visage came into Naruto's clear view. With his ever-present I smile in place. Oh, hey Naruto. Funny running into you here, huh? Kakashi began laughing humorlessly, which led to Naruto laughing uncomfortably, making the 2 females between them stare confusedly. Shithead is back? Where the hell is he? Naruto paled at the sound of that voice as Kakashi slid to his side. Oh, and just so you know, Tuya's been very upset since you left in Kirigakure. Good luck with that. Thanks Kakashi-sensei. Thanks so much. Chapter 26, Snap your fingers snap your neck. As if having demonic chakra flooding your coils for hours in the middle of a battle with 2S ranked missing ninja, having a sentient sword with superpowers suck out all of your regular chakra, getting run clean through by a steel cable, and flying on a bumpy bird while your new servant that apparently wouldn't take no for an answer valiantly attempted to patch your belly wound wasn't enough excitement/torment for one day, Naruto found himself caught in the shakeout from hell by Tuya upon being spotted at the front door. Now normally he would have either tried reasoning with her and explaining himself after listening to what was bothering her, or he would have kawarimi'd with the nearest hapless fool, i.e. Shikamaru Nara, who had just entered the vicinity to see what all of the fuss was about. But today, after all of the things that had transpired over the last 3 to 5 day period, upon being snatched up and shaken like a ragdoll by the girl for approximately 30 seconds he blacked out. Master, Hamiko yelled as she showed surprising speed and strength by yanking Naruto away from Tuya as soon as his eyes rolled back in his head and he started foaming at the mouth. Why would you do that to him? Do you have any idea what he did to himself today? He was barely able to stand even with my help. Master? Was the questioning statement that went up unanimously after Hamiko spoke. One tone was in curiosity, one tone was in annoyance and anger, and the last was in raw unbridled amusement, accompanied by a short perverted giggle. Hamiko looked at the unresponsive Naruto in her arms before sighing and looking towards Tsunami. Do you have anywhere I can keep him for the night? I'm afraid with the grievous injuries he had inflicted on his person he will need a few days before he can move safely. Tsunami nodded. Yes, we have extra rooms upstairs. It was where we were planning to place everyone else for the night. Hamiko gave a short bow before dragging Naruto up the steps. Thank you very much. Kakashi gave her an eye smile. He'll be up and about, running amok by tomorrow. Don't worry. Hamiko looked over at him while she was dragging Naruto up the stairs and almost dropped him when she saw him. White Fang? She shook her head and continued lugging Naruto up the stairs. Kakashi raised his one visible eyebrow in surprise. What did she call me? How would a girl like that even know that name, let alone had an inkling of how to associate me with it? By the way, where did he even find her, and why would she call him master? And why the hell is he so hurt? Just what have you been doing while you were gone, Naruto? Shikamaru had musings of his own as he watched Naruto get dragged up the stairs but decided to save that for later. Alright. The troublesome blonde is back, so can we go home soon? Tuya just stared at them going upstairs. Who the hell is this? And master? What the fuck is going on here? Kakashi sighed and put a hand on her shoulder. There's not much you're going to be getting out of Naruto tonight, so you might as well wait for him to wake up before asking anything. However, if he refuses to answer, that's his business. To you all. There are things that I simply have to know about. That wasn't the same sword that he left with either. XXX. The next day. Getting to him, however, proved very difficult when Tuya decided to forego Kakashi's advice to just let the matter sit until the next morning, deciding to wake him up and talk to him right then. As when she reached for the shut door leading to the room that Hamiko had taken Naruto into, she found herself unable to make contact without taking a significant jolt before seeing the seal slapped on the front of the door. Tuya growled to herself and yelled at Kakashi to get shithead stupid seal off of the door. However, when Kakashi walked upstairs and looked at the seal on the door, all he could say was that Naruto was getting really good with his Fuin jutsu and walked away without even attempting to touch it. This didn't, however, stop him from walking away and giggling at the thought of what exactly that girl was doing in the room all alone with Naruto. Inari was absolutely ecstatic at the news of Naruto being in the house and ended up foregoing any warning towards staying away from his room, giving him a nasty little shock when he tried to barge in and see his hero. Needless to say, after that one, no one else tried getting into that room for the rest of the night. Naruto awoke to the feeling of being snugly placed in a futon, a good sign of everything being cool. He then remembered what had transpired last night. Maybe he should have said that his body was more brittle than a piece of chalk the second he walked in the door. Actually no, that wouldn't have stopped what had happened to him. Feeling it hard to move, he sighed. Hamiko-chan? Yawn. Yes, Naruto-sama? Why are you in the futon with me? He asked blankly, looking down at the mop of white hair with her arms wrapped around him. Hamiko looked up at him, opening one amber eye. You were going into shock due to your injuries and exhaustion again, master, and I assumed that without your shirt and with you just in those bandages you were cold. I simply decided to comfort you using my body heat. Naruto nodded. I see. However, is there any particular reason that you're naked? Hamiko shrugged. I felt it would be better if there were no articles of clothing to divert my heat, master. Thinking that he somehow took offense to this, she frowned at him. Are you angry with me? I'm sorry if you don't find me attractive enough. Naruto made to sit up as Hamiko allowed him up and covered her chest. What? No. Hell no, are you kidding me? By the way, what cup size are you for reference's sake? You can't be anything under a C. Never mind. But you don't have to do this stuff for me. You don't owe me anything, I'm taking you with me because I want you with me. I was never going to just leave you there by yourself, you deserve better after everything that has happened, and seeing as how you're all that's left of my ancestral village and you seem to have a connection with my family, I decided on bringing you to Konoha. Hamiko smiled at him as she stood still covering herself, and that is why I'm willing to do these things for you so easily, Naruto-sama. I feel that at some point I must tell you about myself in order for you to understand why I feel this way on the subject. Naruto shook his head at the sound of someone coming towards the door as he smiled at Hamiko. I think that's something that needs to happen at some point. I'd be glad to listen to you when you decide to do so. Naruto. Whenever you feel like taking your seal off of the door, breakfast is ready for you and your friend. Giggles. Naruto turned his head from the door where he saw the seal Kakashi was talking about. You put a seal on the door? Hamiko shrugged in response. I didn't want anyone trying to disturb you last night, so I put it up. Well, I guess that's our cue to head on down and grab some chow, Hamiko-chan. He then raised an eyebrow as he noticed that she was still covering her modesty with not the least bit of embarrassment or anxiety. We need to get you some damn clothes to wear. He then had another thought. Why are you not the least bit concerned with the fact that you're sitting in front of me naked? Hamiko looked at him in a cute, clueless manner. Well, I assumed that upon awakening you would feel tempted to take advantage of me in this state, so considering what I had initially anticipated to happen, I'm not really bothered in the least if you just look. Naruto gave her a deadpan look. So you fully expected me to see you all snuggled up on my chest, both of us in a less than fully clothed state to say the least, and decide to more or less ravage you? He got a nod in response. Do I really give off that kind of vibe? Hamiko smiled. Not at all, master, but you are a teenager that is growing up, and you are my age. It would only be natural of you to see a reason to take advantage of that. Oh yeah. This girl is going to be a lot of fun, I can just sense it, boy. Good luck with that. Quipped the Kyuubi amusedly from within Naruto's head. Naruto kept up his look, and you seem to be just A-okay with that. I would ask you why, but I'm kind of afraid to know the answer. Naruto groaned as he stood up, not exactly throbbing in pain like he had been not an entire 24 hours prior, but still very stiff. Okay, change into what I gave you to wear and I'll see if I can't get you any clothes of your own today. Naruto rolled his eyes as Hamiko immediately stood up, shedding her only shield to her modesty to acquiesce to his request with not a second thought. Yeah kid, I can see it already. Kyuubi spoke up as Hamiko moved to change. That little girl is going to have you wrapped around her finger without even knowing she has it, mark my words. Naruto felt like disputing, but just could not find it in himself to do so as he found himself staring at Hamiko squeeze one of his muscle shirts over her chest. You know. The part of me that enjoys the fact that I'm watching this right now has to agree with you. Kami, Uro Kyofu and Kakashi-sensei messed me up good, didn't they? Naruto smirked as he watched Hamiko attempt to smooth out the shirt, making her assets move in a very noticeable manner, and I simply just don't care. XXX. After amusing himself by watching Hamiko get dressed, Naruto decided to forego a shirt and simply walk downstairs in just his bandages and a dark red pair of pants. Hamiko had re-bandaged him despite his insistence that he was fine, and the end result ended up with his upper body up to his neck and even his arms looking like he had escaped an attempt at living mummification. Naruto sat at the table and gave everyone a big, healthy grin as they watched Hamiko grab a seat next to him. Hey there everybody. I can see you all have something to say, so go ahead and say it. Inari quickly jumped in before anyone could speak or question what he had been doing for the better part of a week. It's good to see you again, Naruto. How have you been? Naruto smiled at the ecstatic young boy. Well, I'm glad someone here wants to know how I've been doing just because they missed me. Inari grinned at the praise from the scar-faced blonde as everyone else currently in possession of a Konoha headband sweat dropped. Kakashi cleared his throat. Well, be that as it may, Naruto, you said you wouldn't be gone any longer than 2 days. Naruto gave him a dry stare. I severely underestimated the lengths that creepy people were willing to go to in order to find me. Kakashi immediately knew what he meant. So how did it go? Naruto gestured to himself. I'm still in one piece, so that's always good. And I will say that the trip was extremely productive. Kakashi, I smiled to him. I noticed. Now who is this mysterious girl you came here with? Naruto looked over at Hamiko who bowed to Kakashi. I'm sorry, Hatake-san. My name is Hamiko Kiyomizu. I was unaware that Naruto-sama knew Konoha's White Fang. It certainly is a pleasure to meet you. Kakashi laughed uncomfortably. Sorry, you've got the wrong guy. I'm his son actually, Kakashi Hatake at your service. Hamiko blushed at the mistake. I'm so sorry, but you look so much like him even with your face covered the way it is. I couldn't believe that I was in the presence of such a legendary ninja for a moment. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Did you just call Naruto, Sama? Hamiko looked over at the pineapple-haired boy. That's right. I did. How else am I supposed to show respect for Master? Naruto face faulted out of his chair. How did he not remember to tell Hamiko to keep all of that Sama stuff and Master talk under wraps for the time being? Oh, that's right, he was dealing with chakra exhaustion and wounds brought about from battle. Master? Tuya let out. Shithead, what did you do to get this girl to call you Master? Actually, why the hell do you even have a girl following you anyway? You sure didn't leave Kiri with her. Naruto pulled himself off of the floor and returned to his seat next to Hamiko. It is a long story filled with lots and lots of personal things that are inconsequential to all of you with the exception of Kakashi, and that's because he was the one to let me go in the first place, therefore he's the only one getting the scoop on that. I'll tell you later, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi nodded in acceptance. There were just some things that most people didn't need to know, he understood that much. Shikamaru groaned. So you disappear at the random for a week, show back up in Nami no Kuni for Kami knows what reason, you come back all bandaged like it's normal, and you're not even going to tell us why? Yep, Naruto said without a trace of guilt or shame in the matter. It's not like you guys lost a pound of flesh following me or something. The only one I owe an explanation to is Kakashi, because he was the one that put himself on the firing line and let me go. If I hadn't come back, do you realize how screwed he would be? That walk back to Konoha would be like him heading to the gallows. Kakashi flinched and nodded. He might as well have gone missing nin if he didn't come back with Naruto, especially after explaining to Tsunade and Jiraiya when he disappeared and how. Suicidal to say the very least. Why? Shikamaru asked. It was strange that Kakashi would flinch like that at the thought of him losing Naruto. Naruto was strong, very strong, but he was just a chunin. Kakashi was a jounin of perhaps the highest feasible caliber with the most vaunted Dujutsu Kekkei Genkai in Konoha's history. For Naruto to say something like that and for Kakashi to actually make a motion that supported his words was something that registered looking into, but he wasn't going to be getting anything from Naruto since the boy wasn't very vocal on a lot of the things he was doing professionally these days. Hell, these days no one other than the Hokage herself even knew how to find him other than leaving him messages at home for the longest time until it was discovered that he trained by tearing the forest of death asunder. Naruto leveled his gaze coolly at Shikamaru. You really don't want to know that right now, Shikamaru. I can guarantee that you would find it troublesome to say the very least. Tuya scoffed. Well fine then, Mr. Secret. At least tell us where you got her, she said, pointing at Hamiko. Why did you bring her here? Does she live around here or something? Naruto looked at Hamiko who nodded. Well, no. I found here while I was off doing what it was that Kakashi let me leave to go do. He gave a meaningful look to Kakashi. I found her. She was the only one left, Kakashi-sensei, and if not for my certain bad luck with a few red clouds I wouldn't have even found her, or anything, so that's a good thing at least. He locked his eyes with Tuya, and she's coming back to Konoha. With me, he said in a low growl, as if daring anyone to even attempt to call him on it. Kakashi nodded. Of course, Naruto, but how are you going to support yourself and her on a chunin's regular salary for missions? Naruto smirked. You wouldn't happen to have a copy of the bingo book on you, would you? Kakashi nodded and passed it to Naruto, who had his eyes widened to a comical margin when he found what he was looking for. Yeah. I'm absolutely sure that I can support myself and Hamiko-chan on my current wages. Don't worry about that. Why? Kakashi asked. He knew that Naruto was well aware of what it took to feed himself and keep himself comfortable. Now he had to multiply that by at least 2 now. Naruto passed the book back to Kakashi. You'll find out that later too. He looked at his commander. So when do you think we'll be heading back to Konoha, since I'm positive that I've pretty much missed the entire mission in Kiri? Kakashi placed the book back into one of his vest pockets. Well, since you're back to full, or as full as you need to be, health, we can head back today if you want. Naruto nodded. That sounds alright. I need to go get Hamiko-chan some clothes first, because she cannot keep wearing my clothes up and down the road. No matter how good she makes them look. He added mentally. Tuya stared at Naruto and spoke far too calmly for his tastes, and why on earth would she be needing to wear your clothes in the first place? Before Naruto could think of a brilliant and believable way out of this situation, Hamiko chose to answer, because when Master found me I had no clothing of my own. Naruto's eyes bulged in horror as he saw the calm expression on Tuya's face as an ill omen. It didn't help that he could see tick marks starting to form. Looking at Shikamaru, he was trying to avert his gaze from Hamiko, who was still wearing Naruto's much too tight shirt. Kakashi simply gave Naruto a thumbs up complete with an eye smile. "You work fast, Naruto." Naruto simply turned and looked at Hamiko before grabbing her and disappearing in a sunshine behind Inari, snatching him up also. "Well, it looks like Inari needs to help me find somewhere to get stuff for Hamiko-chan. Later, you guys." He then vanished in another sunshine, leaving all of the others sitting there in silence. Tazuna, who had stumbled downstairs sometime during Naruto's explanation, looked at everyone else in confusion. Why is everyone just sitting there? Kakashi shrugged and pulled out his icha. "He's already going to tell me everything I want to know later. I'm good as far as that's concerned." He felt the glare of Tsunami on him and sighed. "Inari's not here right now, can I at least read it until Naruto brings him back?" Shikamaru stood up and walked off. Chasing him now would be too much work to deal with. "I'll worry about things later." He headed out the front door. "I'll be on the roof getting some sleep." All eyes panned over to Tuya, who still had her uncharacteristically calm face on, getting even Kakashi to look at her in concern. She simply stood up and walked upstairs. "There's no reason for me to try chasing him now just to yell at him when I live right next door to him in the first place. I've already waited a week, I'm sure I can wait another day or two to tear him apart. And the more time that passes until then, the more ammunition he's building up for me." XXX. 2 days later, Konohagakure no Sato. The group had set out from Nami no Kuni and moved at an incredibly brisk pace even by shinobi standards to reach Konoha, mostly because they were being headed by a Jounin Kakashi and the everlasting stamina lunatic that answered to the name of Naruto. Naruto carried Hamiko the entire way due to the fact that she wasn't nearly as fast as the rest of them were, with her not being a ninja and all, and was still cutting a pace that kept him in step with Kakashi. Speaking of Hamiko, Naruto had enlisted the services of Inari to find a suitable clothing store for his new female attachment. She still had her hair up in her twin pigtails that went down her back past her shoulders with the bangs that shaded part of her eyes from clear view, but she now wore tight black shorts that came to her thigh, a white, long-sleeved kimono top that stopped at her waistline, the belt of which was white as well, and a white pair of high-heeled sandals. The kimono top had light blue ornate designs of waves all over it. Naruto had instructed her to pick out whatever she liked, as he assured her that he would have absolutely no problem footing the bill. He then rubbed his hands together and chuckled conspiratorially, making Inari back away slightly. Hamiko had mostly spoken only to Naruto throughout the entire trip, with him trying to get her used to what to expect upon arrival in Konoha, and asking her about what he could do to make her comfortable once she started living with him, since letting a girl that had never lived alone live in a foreign village at least 20 years after her time by herself was an absolutely horrible idea. That and Hamiko insisted on staying close to him anyway. Upon reaching the village, they all headed straight to the Hokage Tower to debrief. They all stood at attention while Kakashi gave the official mission parameters, and upon being excused by Tsunade, the two other Chunin walked out of the office while Naruto left in a sunshine. After a few moments to make sure that Shikamaru and Tuya had left the building, Tsunade slid the window open where she found quite an amusing sight: Naruto and Jiraiya standing on the same ledge under the window glaring at each other. Both were crouched with Jiraiya still towering over him. "What do you think you're doing, Gaki, at my entrance?" Naruto glared up at him, about to head back inside of Tsunade Baken's office the fun way. "What does it matter to you, Uro-senin?" Jiraiya humphed and turned his nose up. "Tsunade Haim would only let me enter her office this way. Why would she let a brat like you do it?" He looked back at Naruto to see he was no longer standing there. Where did he go? "She lets me do it because she loves me. That and the fact that I hit Gamabunta up on a regular basis to get sake for her," Naruto said, standing in front of Tsunade as they both looked down at Jiraiya from inside the office. Tsunade ruffled Naruto's hair. "Such a good little Chunin, aren't you?" "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Naruto chirped happily. "You still got the shipment when I was gone, didn't you?" Tsunade nodded. "And Shizune Nichin didn't take it from you?" Another nod. "Excellent." Jiraiya stared with his mouth agape while Tsunade and Naruto both had looks of amusement on their faces. "And since you have such a problem with the brat using what you like to call your entrance, you can take the long way around," she said happily before slamming the window shut as he leapt for it in an attempt to enter the way he had gotten accustomed to doing. Jiraiya pawed at the window like a puppy before frowning and jumping off the ledge. Roughly 1 minute later he entered the office through the door, glaring at Naruto and Tsunade, who were both grinning next to one another. He took his usual spot, leaning on the wall by Tsunade's desk as he noticed the extra person in the room, sitting patiently with a small, pleasant smile on her face. Hey, who's the girl? Tsunade looked to Naruto, as did Kakashi, as Naruto hadn't really told him anything yet, asking to wait until they all got home so that he didn't have to repeat himself. Naruto motioned for her to come over to him, which she did, and he showed her off to everyone in the room. This is Hamiko Kiyomizu. And seal the room off and get your Anbu out of here before I go any further. Tsunade looked at Hamiko curiously. Is this that big of a deal? Naruto shrugged. It could be, it's all a matter of your personal opinion, but do you really want to risk it? Tsunade frowned, but nodded and made a motion as the aura of the room changed, signifying that her guards had left. Naruto felt comfortable with continuing at this point. I found her in Uzushiogakuren. Jiraiya gave him an odd look. Why did you go there? How did you even know about that place? How did you even get there? Naruto gave Jiraiya a straightforward look. I know a lot of things I shouldn't. You should know this by now, Kyofu. By the way, speaking of knowing things, I think Kakashi-sensei should know everything at this point, but that's neither here nor there. Kakashi-sensei let me go once we got to Kiri, seeing as how it was just a reconnaissance mission and I had asked to go to Uzu to see if there was anything there for me. And there was. There was a lot of stuff there actually. Naruto pulled a scroll from his pocket and placed it on the table. I found quite a few things there. Mostly things about Fuinjutsu that I hope to put into practice soon, as well as the sword strapped to my back. It's a good thing I found it too, since my other one was broken during my fight with Akatsuki. Jiraiya's eyes widened. You fought Akatsuki? Was it Itachi and Kisame again? Naruto shook his head. No, thank Kemi then. Because I was about to ask you how the hell you survived that on your own if that were the case. Naruto sighed, feeling some phantom pains thinking of the entire situation again. It wasn't them, but damn if it wasn't still a violent fight. Naruto wanted to give Sai some credit since he was the one that chased off Deidara, but he couldn't really do so without blowing both of their cover. I ended up getting beaten the first time they found me after a day of dealing with the traps and other obstacles left all over the place. I was forced into a whirlpool that thankfully led to a series of underground passages where I found her. He ended, pointing to Hamiko. She was frozen in some kind of sealed off room in the vault I found. How long was she frozen? Kakashi asked as he was interested in the story at hand. She doesn't look any older than you, Naruto. Naruto nodded. I know, she was frozen when she was 14. That was during the fall of Uzushiogakuren. She's the only one left. It's been at least 20 years since she was placed there. Apparently she's a level 9 seal master. Better than you, Kyofu. Actually, Hamiko cut in, I was ranked level 9, but I was never able to take my promotional test, so I don't know what level I'm really at now. Jiraiya looked at Hamiko in disbelief. You're seriously saying that this little girl is better than me at Fuinjutsu? You need to come up with better stories for your girlfriend Gaki. Naruto rolled his eyes. First of all, she's not my girlfriend, you ass. Second of all, she is that good. She made a seal that animated a statue and made it a chakra-blocking killing machine that almost took me out twice. In addition to that, she basically ran down my seal-making skills to the letter, pointed out every flaw in one of my best creations, and did other things that Kyofu could have never come up with on the spot. She doesn't even need any guide points, she can just scratch something up just like that. She's faster than he is making them too. Hamiko blushed when all eyes turned to her. You don't have to put me over like that, Naruto-sama. She then straightened up and regained her composure. But Master is right. I did say that I would work with him on his Fuinjutsu. I cannot allow a known Uzumaki to exist that is any less than my equal at the art. Kakashi interjected, so enlighten me, Naruto, because I seem to have missed the reason that she calls you Sama and Master with no trouble whatsoever. Hamiko shrugged, because Naruto-sama is my master, she said as if that answered his question. Tsunade sighed, brat, there had better be a damn good reason that you've got this girl calling you master as if she were obligated to do so. Naruto backed up a few steps as he saw her hand twitch as if it were going to creep towards the bane of Naruto's office existence, the paperweight. I tried to get her to stop ever since she first started doing it. I tried telling her that she didn't need to call me that stuff, but she insists on it, and all she ever says is that how else is she to show her respect to me. I just got tired of trying to get her to stop and decided to flow with it. Hamiko frowned. Naruto-sama is the only Uzumaki left alive apparently. I pledged my life to the service of the Uzumaki clan after they rescued me and gave me a purpose, therefore he is my master and I will do whatever he commands of me. Jiraiya's eyes widened and he slowly pulled out a pad and pen. Go on. He clicked his pen open. Hamiko was oblivious to Jiraiya's current actions, therefore she did as asked. I am there for whatever master requires of me. Anything that he desires that is in my power to provide for him he should consider done. I am his to command for his every whim. While she spoke, Jiraiya was scribbling rapidly in his pad. Jiraiya was perusing over his notes with a lecherous grin on his face. Well, I see absolutely no problems with this setup as long as the Gaki knows what he's doing. A roll of the eyes from his apprentice was the reaction received. You wouldn't, would you? I'm not going to make Hamiko-chan do anything she doesn't want to do, but she will be living with me. I think I can get her assimilated quicker to the way things are if she was with me. Tsunade agreed with him. Very well. I'll have her entered as a citizen of Konoha when I get the chance. Does she wish to be a ninja? Naruto shook his head. Hamiko-chan isn't a ninja, she's just damnably good at Fuuinjutsu. Hamiko nodded in agreement. Naruto-sama is correct. I was instructed from the earliest time I was able in Fuuinjutsu. I was unable to become a shinobi of Uzushio Gakure, but I still found ways to be useful. I hope for the same here as well. Tsunade gave the girl a smile before turning her attention to the scroll Naruto dropped on her desk. So I assume that this is full of the other things that you found on your excursion. Naruto smirked. Not really, I still have those things with me since no one but an Uzumaki can even open or read them. This is something else though. You might really like what it is. It might make one of our treaties even stronger after all of the tumultuous stuff that it went through over the last year. Tsunade opened the scroll only to widen her eyes as a pile of broken pieces of something fell out. She saw a head and turned it towards her before hearing Jiraiya gasp. He had a discarded piece with the emblem of a scorpion on it. This is the insignia of Akasuna no Sasori. Kid, are you telling me you were able to capture one of his puppets? Naruto shook his head. No, this is Sasori himself, or what's left of Sasori. He turned his body into a puppet. I think I destroyed his heart or something when I finished him off because that was the only time he bled during the entire fight, and man did he bleed when I hit it. His eyes turned to Tsunade with a shine. So when can I expect my money for the kill? Tsunade smiled at Naruto. I'll dispatch a hawk to Suna when we're done here telling them that you've defeated Sasori. Good going, brat. How did you pull it off? Kakashi walked up to Naruto and planted a hand on his shoulder. Yeah, I'm actually very interested in that too. Naruto shrugged. Well, most of the things he had were intended to poison me. I'm immune to pretty much everything ever conceived in that department, so he couldn't finish me. He only had one thing with the potential to really finish me off, and when I disabled that, it turned into a battle of attrition, and I never lose when it factors down to that. He adjusted the sword on his back. Another member of Akatsuki is some guy named Datara. I wasn't able to finish him, he got away, but at least you know another one of them now, so you have 4 confirmed members and one of them is dead. Jiraiya planted a hand on Naruto's shoulder. That's some good work, Naruto. You're really coming along these days, aren't you? Naruto grinned up at the man. Yep, and after what Kakashi told me, I know what I'm doing next. Kakashi blinked. What would that be, Naruto? Naruto channeled some wind chakra into his hand. I'm going to learn how to mix elemental chakra with the Rasengan and see what I can do from there, and the best part is. He lifted his other hand as lightning began to crackle around it. I have 2 to work with now. Kakashi's eyes widened. How did you get another affinity, Naruto? Naruto let the chakra around his hands drop. I use a lot of lightning ninjutsu to go along with my wind. You would think that I would suck at lightning stuff because it's weak against my main affinity, but I use it so much I developed a second affinity. That's always fun, isn't it? Now I have to do the exercises for this too. I hope nothing as serious splitting a waterfall is necessary for it. Naruto-sama may not be very good at Fuuinjutsu, but he is very strong. Hamiko mumbled with a smile on her face. I have a question that I hope I am permitted to ask you, master. Naruto gave the white-haired girl a smile. Sure thing, Hamiko-chan, you can ask me anything that you want. Hamiko nodded and walked over to Naruto, placing her hands on his belly and pulling up his shirt. I was under the impression that you weren't very adept at sealing, so why is there such a powerful one on you? How did you come up with it, and why is it there? It looks like it was meant to hold something back. Does it hold back a bulk of your chakra or something? She said as she forced Naruto's seal to appear by channeling her own chakra around it. All of the adults in the room had their faces darken at the thought of Hamiko finding out about the QB, but Naruto just kept smiling. Tell me. If you found out what was inside me wasn't exactly normal, would you think any lesser of me, Hamiko-chan? Hamiko looked up at him inquisitively. No, I can't say that I would, master. I know full well what Fuuinjutsu is capable of holding back and the power of seals. If there is something this strong on you, there is no way that what it holds back is normal by any stretch of the imagination. Naruto nodded and looked at Jiraiya. I told you she was good. He looked back down at Hamiko, who was poking at his stomach and staring intently at the seal. When did you find out about it? because you seem like you wanted to ask about it for a while. Hamiko looked up at him and stood back up. I saw it when I was bandaging you up on the way to your meeting place with Kakashi-san. There was some kind of red glow coming from it, but you were slipping in and out of consciousness, so I couldn't ask you about it. Naruto kept smiling to her. So Hamiko-chan, I just have to say, what do you know about the word Jinchuriki? Hamiko blinked. You mean like Mito-sama? Naruto sighed, again with that name. Mito-sama, and you say that I'm related to her or something, and what does she have to do with being a Jinchuriki? You don't know this either? Do you know anything about your clan master? Naruto shook his head. Nope, no one ever told me anything about them. I just figured it was a simple family name or something that I was stuck with in the orphanage at first. I didn't even know I had a clan. Mito was my grandmother, Tsunade said while looking at Naruto. She was the wife of the Shodaime Hokage. Hamiko looked around the room and realized that Jiraiya and Tsunade were there. You sure do know some powerful people, master. Tell me about it, he said, but what about Mito? How does she fit in with the term Jinchuriki? Hamiko lifted Naruto's shirt once more to look at his seal. That's easy. She was one. The container of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Naruto palmed his face. So I not only am related to the Yondaime Hokage, had a clan of my own that more or less ran an entire hidden village, and am the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I'm related to the first Kyuubi Jinchuriki who just so happened to be the Shodaime's wife. And I'm sure at least one of you knew it too. Man, Danzo Gigi has no idea how right his idea was to make me go after Hokage. This pedigree of mine is ridiculous. Naruto then looked at Tsunade and pointed at her. Wait. So that technically does make you my actual Ba-chan on some level, doesn't it? So I can really call you Tsunade Bakken now and you can't say jack about it. Tsunade looked at Naruto with a tick mark on her head. You're so lucky we're supposed to be family, brat. Love you too, Tsunade Bakken. Naruto ducked a paperweight. Ha. You've got to do something better than that. Naruto got drilled in the side of the head with one of Tsunade's heels. Gah. Who throws a shoe? Honestly. He rubbed his head and looked back at Hamiko. Well, I asked you all of this because I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki now. His eyes met hers as she looked at him in shock. I know it's a lot to take in, but if you have any problems with it you don't have to live with me. Naruto then blinked in surprise. Hamiko-chan? Hamiko's eyes shined as she prodded and poked at the seal on Naruto's belly. You're a walking example of the most powerful Fuin jutsu known to man. That is so amazing, master. Jiraiya looked at the girl in amazement. So you're not concerned by this in any way? Hamiko didn't even look up. Of course not. Master is just master, he just has a demon sealed inside of him, and pretty well too if this is any indicator. It makes sense though, that power that you were supposed to be using when you fought those ninja that attacked us felt malevolent. Naruto smiled at how easily his new guest was taking his secret. He looked up at everyone else. Anyway, I've been thinking. Maybe you should just come out with it and tell everyone about the Kyuubi. Tsunade gave him a strange look. Why on earth would you want that? Naruto smirked and let out a small laugh as Hamiko kept poking at him. Because it's getting obnoxious to keep a secret, and it's a bad secret at that. Everybody knows except for the kids, and if there's one thing I hate it's badly kept secrets. You might as well just let people talk about it at this point. Jiraiya looked at Naruto somewhat proudly. He was taking his burden head on and just pressing the issue on it instead of trying to sweep it away. It was common knowledge that for those that didn't know Naruto but knew of him that the Kyuubi would always be the proverbial elephant in the room. What about the hater's kid? Naruto scoffed. If anyone has any problems with it I can keep myself safe at this point. If any of the people my age have a problem with it they obviously don't care or know me enough to tell the difference between me and a demon, and anyone that has enough of a problem to actually try something should have done it when I could barely fight back. I just killed an S-ranked missing ninja by myself. Let that little bit of info fly when you tell the village and see if anyone is still stupid enough to try anything on me. They couldn't get into my house anyway after Hamiko-chan helps me set up the security seals. Kakashi looked over the blonde who had a confident look on his face and a white-haired girl still messing around with his abdomen. Well, it's your secret to tell, I guess. It would make at least one less secret the village has to keep anyway. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, and when Akatsuki tries something on me the village will at least know why I'm tearing it apart fighting in the middle of it instead of just being confused about it. Tsunade smirked. Well, that's all I need from you right now then, Naruto. Take your friend here and get her settled in. I'll get you later if I need either of you for anything. Naruto nodded. Come on, Hamiko-chan, he said, pulling her up from poking at his stomach. You can gawk at the seal later. It's time to show you around before I show you where I live. Hamiko blushed at being caught at so unabashedly perusing Naruto's seal. In public. Naruto picked her up piggyback, ignoring her eep in surprise and walked over to the window, tossing a salute over his shoulder before opening it and jumping out of it. XXX. After a few hours of showing Hamiko around, he finally decided to take her home so that he could figure out how all of this was going to work until he got his money for Sasori's bounty. Naruto opened the door to his apartment, thankful that he hadn't gotten into the habit of trashing the place as he never really spent too much time there anyway as he clicked the light on. Hamiko walked in behind him. Master, why is it that there were so many people looking at us strangely? Naruto shrugged as he made his way around his apartment. Oh, well, most people don't really like Jinchuriki much at all, and a lot of people think I'm the demon reincarnated or something stupid like that. Hamiko sat down on Naruto's couch. Well, that's dumb. No one ever thought of Mito-sama like that. Naruto made a noise of affirmation as he walked back towards his room and started picking stuff up. Well, she was the wife of the Hokage. If I were him, I wouldn't have tolerated any crap like that and would have lopped off a few heads if they tried anything against my wife. He sighed and made his way back towards the main room. Well, I only have the one bed, Hamiko-chan. You can have that until I get paid for the mission and my bounty and can go get something for you too. I'm thinking of moving out too, and since I have you two, that might be the best course of action in this case. Knock knock. Sai, come in, Tuya-chan, Naruto said as he headed into his kitchen to see if he had any food that was still good to eat for him and Hamiko. Tuya walked inside and saw Hamiko sitting in one of the couches before turning her head at the sound of Naruto digging through his cabinets. She simply leaned against the door and waited a few moments before speaking. So where did you go? Naruto didn't turn around. Uzushiogakur? Ever heard of it? Tuya kept looking at him. No, I haven't. Why did you go? Family stuff. As in actually wanting to find out something about them. Naruto went through his refrigerator, cursing to himself about having nothing for Hamiko. Hamiko-chan, you don't seem to be much of a fan of ramen, so I guess that the rest of my money will have to be on real food until I get paid. What do you like? Hamiko sat and thought about it while Tuya was in disbelief over how easily he was telling her these things. Why are you telling me this now when you didn't say anything when you left? Naruto grunted as he grabbed a carton of milk from the fridge and shut it. Because you didn't need to know. You actually still don't need to know. I'm just telling you this because Hamiko-chan is going to live with me and you at least need to know where she came from. She's going to live with you? Tuya asked incredulously. Why? Naruto walked back into the main room and sat down next to Hamiko on the couch, because she's from 20 years in the past and she has no idea how this world will operate. Not only that, but she insists on serving my clan and I'm not going to sit here and tell her she can't do the only thing she's ever wanted to do. I can't get her off of that kick, so I'm going to help her with it any way I can. Maybe I can help her find something else she wants to do. She looked at Hamiko, who looked back at her with amber eyes. She's from 20 years in the past? Hamiko nodded. I was frozen and preserved. Sealing is a very powerful art. Tuya sighed. All right, I'll try and get used to it. She then sharpened her eyes at Naruto. But you'd better not do anything perverted with her and take advantage of her. Naruto smirked and pulled Hamiko into a hug. Why, Tuya-chan? Would you like me all to yourself? Tuya sputtered indignantly. I'll give Hamiko-chan whatever she wants, and if what she wants just so happens to be me, who am I to turn her down? If you want me instead, all you have to do is ask. I can make Cage Bunshine, you know. There's certainly more than enough of me to go around. Tuya blushed at the thought before Naruto reappeared at her side and whispered into her ear, I warm up at making 100, you know. And that was all it took for Tuya to black out with a nosebleed. Naruto caught Tuya bridal style and looked up at Hamiko. Well, that was certainly easy enough, wasn't it? And I didn't even get beat up or bitched out or anything. I'm going to put her in her apartment and then we're going to get some food, Hamiko-chan, because what I've got in here will just piss you off. Chapter 27, Where the Big Boys Play. 5 months later, undisclosed location in general area between Tsuchi no Kuni, aka Land of Earth, and Yama no Kuni, aka Land of Mountains. Naruto had his eyes closed with his sword in his lap inside of a small fissure on the side of a cliff as he caught a wink of sleep before the tough part of his current mission kicked up once more. As he heard the muffled footsteps of his comrade enter the vicinity, he let out a small sigh and started rebooting his mind to prepare for work. His hair had grown out quite a bit during his long time away from home, allowing it to trail down his neck, and he was now wearing the gear he had purchased in Kumo. The sleeveless dark gray hooded vest, the black pants, the black bracers on his forearms, and his black shinobi sandals. He had grown about 3 inches over the past few months out and about. As a man in a cat-patterned mask entered the cave, he looked Naruto over. You're already awake. That's good. It's time to get to work, kid. Naruto chuckled. No time for real rest, huh Tenzo? Tenzo sighed and pulled the mask off of his face to reveal a man with short brown hair, black eyes, and a mask style hideate in the fashion of the Nidaime Hokage, used the code name for the love of Kami Naruto. Naruto put his hands up defensively. We're in a cave, 1,200 feet off of the ground, 450 more feet to the peak of the mountain. Anyone that actually hears your name is going to be dead in a few minutes anyway, and if a patrol actually came all the way out here away from the base, they are either completely stupid, or the others didn't do as good as they thought covering their tracks when they went and did reconnaissance, so either way, you're good. Tenzo stared at Naruto for a moment with his eye twitching. Lack of respect for protocol aside, you've done very well on this assignment. You're not half bad at this stuff. Who knew a 14-year-old kid was this good at sacking bases? I thought Hokage-sama was insane when she stuck you with my squad, but you are damn efficient at this. Naruto shrugged. Just because I have a ton of chakra doesn't mean I can't operate without it. I like this kind of stuff. Though that base in Umi no Kuni was a pain in the ass with that scientist and all. Good thing you were there when it started falling apart. That sea monster thing was annoying. Tenzo laughed and rubbed the back of his head. It was pure water. I could control it and bend it to my will. Not really a good move on that Amachi guy's part. Anko really didn't take too kindly to the way he played with that girl's head there either. I almost felt sorry for the bastard. Almost. Naruto slung his sword over his back, and that's why we sent her and that Isaribi girl back to Konoha afterwards. Because we couldn't let her keep doing this crap if that was how she was going to react when we actually caught somebody that was willing to go down without fighting to the death. Alright, who's going with me on this one? Is Yugao heading in with me? Tenzo patted the boy on the shoulder. You're going in alone on this one. If you get caught, they're going to swarm and head outside. Only the best will stay inside at that point, and from there if it requires it you can cut loose with the Kyuubi's chakra. I mean really cut loose, like go as hard with it as you can. That's why I'm here, remember? Naruto nodded. Yeah, about that. Why do you insisting that I keep going full blast with Kyuubi's chakra? I mean, it is really good practice without freaking anybody at home out. But won't people be able to tell that Konoha did this when they feel my chakra being left over afterwards, or can your Makuten handle that too? As long as you don't turn the place into a smoldering 2-mile in circumference crater, we should be good. Tenzo admitted, although we were supposed to do that anyway, but not with demonic chakra, or alerting anyone that needs to stay alive to our presence. Both of which you using every bit of demonic chakra you can pump out would cause. Naruto stood and dusted himself off before doing some light stretching. So how am I doing this? Am I going in loud or am I doing this on the sly? Because the last loud one ended up almost being a clusterfuck. Quietly, Tenzo said, you pretty much have the general layout of all of Orochimaru's bases mapped out in your head, so anyone else going in wouldn't have the advantage of staying under the radar like you. Naruto took off his hideate and placed it in a pocket before pulling his hair into a ponytail and pulling his hood over his head. If you've seen one of Orochimaru's bases, you've seen them all. The man has next to no imagination for this kind of thing. I swear they all have the same basic layout. Once you get past the creepiness of them, they get kind of monotonous. Tenzo placed his own mask back on. Alright, are you prepared to go? He got a nod from Naruto. Well then get started and stay low profile. No ninjutsu, and as little chakra use as possible. Set the charges underground to coincide with the ones above ground and get your ass out of there. Naruto saluted Tenzo. Hi Bunteku. With that, Naruto left the cave and started scaling the cliff face with chakra on his feet as the sun began to set. This was what he had been waiting for so long for. Tsunade had finally given him a mission that was right up his alley, and though he was out of practice when he started, he fell back into the swing of things quickly. Flashback, 5 months prior. You're kidding right, Tsunade Bakken? She's kidding right, Shizune Nichin? Naruto asked in an unbelieving fashion. You're seriously jerking my chain right about now, aren't you? I didn't think you would ever send me out on something like this ever again. You're actually going to send me on a real A-ranked mission? Where I'm actually going to fight? Tsunade stared Naruto down. You were recommended for Onbu by Genma Shiranui, and even Kakashi has said that seeing what you can do in the group could be worth looking into. This is the perfect opportunity to see what you've got, brat, even if you're not technically one of them at this point in time. Any objections? Naruto thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, not really. But can you do some stuff for me while I'm gone? Tsunade thought about it. What do you need? Naruto smiled. First, take care of Hamiko for me. She should be just fine. She lined the apartment with seals so she should be secure, but she might get lonely. Just keep her busy. She can make all kinds of stuff for you. Just give her some specs on what you want in a seal and she'll pull something together for you. Second, get rid of that law for the QB. If people want to talk about it, go ahead and let them. Let people form whatever opinion they want on the matter. I'll just have to change it for them later. Or kill them for being stupid and trying to hurt me, whatever comes first. Tsunade's sweat dropped at the casual tone but gave in and agreed to the second request. Sure, now about your mission. You will be finally using that little spiky blonde noggin full of Orochimaru's secrets for us. What do you have from memory? Naruto sat down, tapping his chin before Shizune placed a sheet of paper and a pen in front of him. Time has pretty much taken a sledgehammer to the minute details, but other than the unholy garbage I have on the cursed seal, I have a few of his lieutenants' names and the coordinates of a few bases spread out all over the place. That man really got around, he said as he wrote out some of what he knew on the paper provided. Tsunade waited for him to finish before taking and reading what he had down. This isn't bad at all. It's definitely more information than anyone else had been able to scrounge up on Orochimaru's workings for years before this. It's definitely settled then. You will be accompanying a contingent of Onbu on search and destroy missions against the bases you've just listed for us. Naruto had to grin at that. Finally, he mumbled out, "Are you going to promote me now or what?" Tsunade lowered the paper and frowned at him. "Maybe. We'll see when you get back. I'll summon you in a few days to get your full briefing for the mission. Tell no one what exactly you're doing. I'm sure you know this." Naruto had a question. "What about my money? It's been 2 weeks and I never got my money for Sasori." Tsunade rubbed her temple. Since he turned his body into a puppet, there was no biological evidence of it being Sasori himself despite his signature poison coating the weapons you sent. Naruto blinked. "You need DNA? Why didn't you say so? I kept the tatters of the shirt I used when I fought him. It is his blood from my final attack all over it. I'll send it right to you before I set out on this trip. I want my money, Sun is not shafting me on this one." Tsunade sent a look to Shizune, who nodded and left the room, probably to prepare correspondence to Kaze no Kuni. She then returned her attention to Naruto. "I'll handle it if you get me the DNA. Now get rested and ready for the mission. No training, and get your affairs in order before you leave. This one's going to be a long one." "Understood, Tsunade-sama. Consider the bases raided and sacked." Naruto saluted her and exited through the window. End flashback. Night had fallen as Naruto made his way further in from the edge of the cliff he had just scaled and eventually came upon a seemingly normal-looking fracture in the rock wall, pretty normal-looking cave entrance. The man can certainly disguise his bases when he wants to. The opening seemed unguarded, but Naruto knew far better than that. This base was still active, that meant that there was a guard or two somewhere within easy sight of the entrance. Naruto simply stood still and decided now was the time to use one of his natural advantages. "Hey QB, can you help me point out any sentries posted out here? I know they're here, I just don't really know where, and attacking one without having a bead on the other could blow my stealth before I even start the mission." He waited for a moment for a reply before receiving one. "There is one currently using Doten, Mogarega no Jutsu, Earth Release, Hidden Mole Jutsu, about 10 feet in front of the hole in the wall. There is another just inside the entrance, right out of your or anyone else's line of sight." Naruto looked along the ground for a sign of jutsu use before acknowledging Kyubi's assistance. "Thanks a million. Alright, he's close enough to the surface so that he can sense the movements of intruders. That means I can use a move to get to him, but I have to somehow get the other guy first, or else he'll get wise to something strange happening and alert the rest of the base to my presence." Naruto was incredibly grateful for the new moon being on this night, as it left him with a perfect lack of visibility for him to pull this maneuver off. Naruto created a cage bunshine and hinged it into a spider before pulling out a spool of ninja wire. Naruto's spider clone took the end of the wire and walked off towards the cave, the underground sentry either not noticing or acknowledging the presence of the spider. As it entered the cave and saw the auto shinobi posted to stand watch, it moved up the wall closest to him before jumping off onto him and gently walking around the man's shoulder area twice, leaving slack to ensure that the wire would go unnoticed. Luckily, there was no need for the spider clone to transform back, as it found a recess in the wall that it could fit its body into and hold the ninja wire. Upon getting the wire fully situated and steadied, it dispelled. Upon getting the mental cue from his clone, Naruto pulled on his end of the wire as hard as he could, feeling the steel wire tighten and run into something, the guard's throat. Naruto kept pulling until he felt the wire give a tug back, signifying that the body of his target had expired. Dropping the wire from his hands, he then picked up a stone before tossing it directly into the mouth of the cave. The underground sentry, feeling the vibration, jumped out of hiding and looked inside the cave, unknowingly turning his back on the direct location of Naruto, who then proceeded to bury a kunai into the back of his head/neck from 30 yards out. Naruto ran from his hiding place and pulled the kunai from the back of the man's head before holstering it and making a cage bunshine to clean up his mess outside while he continued on in with his mission. Getting through Orochimaru's underground designed bases was a simple game of what deadly trap goes here? The first hallway, uninhabited, which meant, avoid the pressure plates that would drop the floor out from beneath you in a flash, dropping you into a punji pit. An easy solution to this, run along the wall. Avoid the tripwires that were set up down the long staircase leading deeper into base that would end up with poison gas secreting from the walls and saturating the area. The second branching corridor, Naruto proceeded to take a left, hoping that he was right and remembering that the first right turn in the original auto base that he infiltrated lead directly to the barracks. Not exactly the most fun start to a mission if he could accurately recall. Before leaving, however, he stuck a charge on the ceiling of the exact spot where the three paths met, using the low light of the base to hide it. Orochimaru really needed to invest in some lighting in his bases. The torches gave the place a dark, creepy, somewhat intimidating vibe, but low visibility meant guys like him could sneak in all day and have the advantage, especially over auto shinobi and their light gray usual uniforms. Eventually Naruto came upon a room with all kinds of communications equipment. Oh yeah, this room definitely had to go if he was going to keep doing this. As he entered the room he had to ponder something as he moved along the wall. Why did every room with equipment like this have everything facing away from the only door in there? Even one desk or table turned around would mean that his way in would have been much harder. One guy manning the main radio out of the base with his back turned. There was no real need to flat out kill him, or even touch him. All he was getting was static anyway, so simply killing the main feed wouldn't alert him whatsoever, and then he could have the guy scrambling to get someone on the line when the place started coming down around him. Naruto followed the cable of the radio up to somewhere in the ceiling corner. With a placement like that, it probably would have led to a long-range dish of some sort outside of the base. It was quickly severed with a shuriken cutting straight through it, leaving the same sound of static on the line. His job done, Naruto exited the room and continued down the hall. XXX. Outside the base. Waiting along the jagged peaks, overlooking the area that Naruto had just entered, a pair of masked Konoha Anbu watched for any sign of trouble for the blonde inside. An Anbu with long purple hair turned to her brown-haired partner, Bunteiko. How long do you think it will take him to finish up and return outside? I don't know, Yugao, Tenzo stated. It depends on how many auto shinobi he comes across in there. Sending him to do it himself was a better option than sending in two and having them split up or something along those lines, especially after what happened during the first base we ended up going after. You're breaking protocol, Teiko. Naruto must be rubbing off on you on that front, Yugao teased. But you're right, I guess. That alert inside of the first base we went after wasn't a laughing matter at all. I'm honestly still kind of scared from when Naruto had to access the Kyuubi's chakra to cut our way out. I can see why he was worried about using it around us. The bloodlust I felt was horrible. You were the one that insisted on checking out the barracks, Tenzo insisted before nodding. Well, either way he should be fine. Even if he gets caught he can get himself out. I think I want this kid in Anbu when we go home. He's damn good all things considered. Think he's okay in there? She asked. Tenzo chuckled. If he wasn't, then I guarantee that we would both know it. XXX. With Naruto inside the base. Naruto had only had to kill one more person since he had been there. A lone ninja that had almost caught sight of Naruto walking through the halls as he was on his way back to the barracks had to be dealt with. Naruto ended up breaking the neck of the unprepared man with a swift kick to the head before a fight could break out. Why he didn't just shout intruder, Naruto will never know, but that was neither here nor there. To hide the body, Naruto propped the corpse up in an off-area corner to make it look like he was trying to catch some standing Z's before someone busted him. That wasn't going to be a reasonable hiding spot for long, so he had to move. There was only one real area left for Naruto to enter and go through before he could exit, the laboratory. Orochimaru constantly had people working on experiments for him and sending him the results. It was the main reason he created Otogakur in the first place, a series of hideouts and strongholds where Orochimaru could experiment on subjects and learn ninjutsu. Every base they had been to thus far had a laboratory with tons of experiments, some reasonable, most of the inhumane variety, as well as a bunch of prisoners. Many of which the Konoha ninja had discovered would have been better off dead. Naruto's interest in Orochimaru's labs were the product of the promise he had made to Anko to get the seal off of her neck. He had discovered from Orochimaru's notes back when he was a child that the origin of the cursed seal were from an organic source, most notably a human being. Orochimaru was obviously keeping him somewhere, and he figured if he was able to take out enough bases he would be able to find the person it came from. If he could do that, then he could get Hamiko to work on trying to break the seal down. He still needed DNA from Orochimaru to study, but he was sure that there was plenty of that laying around Konoha somewhere. The only ways to really free Anko that he could possibly see were to either kill Orochimaru, something he knew he wasn't going to get a chance to do anytime soon, or to find the source of the cursed seal and go from there. Orochimaru's true lack of knowledge in Fuinjutsu came to the forefront once again, as instead of some sort of elaborate security device, the door to the lab was protected by a lock that Naruto was able to pick and move along from without any trouble. Steeling himself for whatever horrors he would find within, he opened the door and rolled inside, closing it behind him to keep a wandering guard from stumbling across him. The lab was empty and cleared out. Anything that he would have found useful or tch. Naruto let out in an annoyed fashion. A red herring of a base. He should have known, if this place were truly active, the people stationed here would have been far more attentive. It would have been a rat's nest comparable to the original Otogakure that Naruto had infiltrated as a boy. Blowing this place to bits now would do nothing more than let Orochimaru know once again that someone was onto him, and that someone was obviously Konoha, since for the most part the rest of the shinobi world simply let him be. They had already destroyed 2 bases without much of a trace, and the one in Umi no Kuni was next to abandoned by the time they had gotten there. Taking this one out now would have definitely let the Snake Sanin know that his gambit of using expendable bases like this was definitely working to keep the heat off of him. This one was a complete and utter bust. As he went to open the door, he found it locked from the inside. Naruto jiggled the handle before realizing that he would have to pick it all over again. This place had some stupid security measures. Just as he pulled out his tools for the job, a recorded voice came over an intercom in the room. To the fool that thought that trying to inspect the remnants of my research was a good idea. If you really wanted to see what I had been doing here, all you had to do was ask Kokokokokaku. The far back wall opened up to reveal 3 men in prisoner garb. From where they were, it appeared that this room was directly connected to the cells of the prison. How fun! Especially when they looked like they were under the influence of the cursed seal. Second stage, if the discolored skin and the barely human appearances were anything to go by. Naruto drew his sword from his back wordlessly as they stalked inside of the empty lab, the door to the prison closing itself behind them. These guys were nothing more than mindless savages now. Not worth his time whatsoever, but he couldn't open the damn door without getting rid of them first. Naruto waited for them all to rush him at once in an attempt to simply overwhelm him with numbers. From their approach it was clear that they didn't even have any real training, something that he took advantage of when he cleaved the arms of one attacker off at the elbows. Before he could even let out a scream in pain, Naruto cut his head off cleanly. Naruto shoved his shoulder into a second attacker and pushed him back, allowing him to throw a back kick to the third prisoner that caught him in the body, pushing him up against the wall. Naruto quickly backpedaled and reversed his sword in order to run the man against the wall through with it while he was disoriented. The second berserk prisoner ran at the self-cornered Naruto, who grabbed the deceased man behind him by the collar and threw him over his shoulder at him. The unexpected action of his blonde prey threw the prisoner off, forcing him to stumble and slow down. More than enough time to let Naruto grab his sword like a javelin and throw it straight at the poor fool, catching him right in the head. Naruto watched the cursed seals on their bodies recede with an impassive glance. He pulled the sword from his victim's head and wiped the amassed gore on the blade off on the deceased man's clothing before resheathing it and proceeding to pick the lock, swiftly getting a satisfying click, signifying his success. Damn it. Time to pull out. Naruto gave the room one last look before shaking his head. XXX. 1 week later, Konohagakure no Sato. Tsunade read over the report given to her by Naruto, Tenzo, and Yugao. So in the end you didn't get anything else? Naruto shook his head in the negative. He probably builds bases, stays for a bit and leaves, keeping some troops behind as footholds in case he needs to fall back to one. The base in Umi no Kuni was long abandoned. I think the last time he was actually there himself was when he put the seal on Anko and abandoned her. And about that, does Anko still want to kill us for sending her back to the village? A smirk adorned the female cage's face. I'll leave that one a mystery for you to discover when you leave here. She then sighed and placed the written report down. Tenzo, what do you say about Naruto's performance on the mission? Tenzo took off his mask and smiled. We're all alive, aren't we, Hokage-sama? Naruto did a great job. The second base in Kawa no Kuni, Land of Rivers, was a bona fide death trap, but we worked it out in the end. Naruto didn't look as pleased as Tenzo did over the whole thing. It worked out if you call taking out a bunch of grunts a successful mission. 5 months of traveling and searching and we didn't find anything on the guy that I didn't already know. We probably tipped him off about what we were doing too. I've got to find him and kill him before he can switch bodies with the Uchiha. Or kill the Uchiha, which would work out too. Where's Uro-sennin? The next time we do this he needs to come with us so he can fight the snake himself. Tsunade averted her eyes. Yeah, about that. He came back while you were gone and asked me where you were. He was actually kind of pissed off when I couldn't tell him where you were because I didn't know. He said to summon him to you whenever you got back and heard this from me. Naruto gave her a strange look. How the hell am I going to do that? Tsunade shrugged. He said to summon a toad and tell them to come get him. Naruto didn't know what the hell that was going to do, but listened to his order, biting him thumb and making the hand seals, Kushios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke a toad around Naruto's size appeared. Hey bro. How you doing? It's been a while. Naruto smiled. Long time no see Gamakichi. I've been super busy these days, but hey listen, could you get Uro-sennin for me, whatever that means? Gamakichi nodded. Sure thing Ni-san, I'll get him back here in a second. With that the toad vanished in another puff of smoke. The 4 ninja just stayed where they were in the office silently wondering what to do now. So, Naruto started, what's new around here these days? Before Tsunade could answer, Jiraiya appeared in a puff of smoke in the middle of the office with a small elderly-looking toad by his feet. Now remember to visit me and Ma again soon Jiraiya-chan. And bring that apprentice of yours next time. That got Naruto's attention. Why would any of the toads actually want to meet him? From his experience with Gamabunta he usually hated being summoned unless it was for binge-drinking purposes. Jiraiya gave the toad a grin. I'll be sure to do that next time. Why don't you meet him yourself right now? He's just over there, he said, pointing at Naruto. The old toad looked Naruto over, seemingly appraising his worth or whatever. That was certainly what it looked like to him anyway. He finally smirked at Naruto. He looks as if he'll do just fine. Be sure to bring him when you think he's ready. Ready for what? More secrets, damn it? And badly kept ones at that? Why did being a ninja have to be so enigmatic only when it was annoying to him? Jiraiya nodded. Will do Fukasaku. Tell Shima I said goodbye. The old toad Fukasaku nodded before vanishing in smoke. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and gave him a toothy grin. Well now Gaki, did you have fun? Kill some auto ninja did you? Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well yes, not the ones I needed to though. What was that all about by the way? Jiraiya chuckled. Even the Sannin have to train too kid. I went to Mount Myaboku since you were off gallivanting across the globe to raid and pillage. He then hooked an arm around Naruto's shoulder and looked at Tsunade. Can I steal this kid away from your debriefing since you've got these other two with you? Not waiting for an answer he grabbed the boy and jumped out the window with him. Thanks a lot Haim. XXX. Jiraiya took Naruto to the top of the Hokage monument and found the boy incredibly amused when they arrived there. They put Ba-chan's face up here while I was gone. She's so lucky I wasn't here or I would have made a spectacle out of it. He now paid attention to Jiraiya who looked to be in full serious mode. So what do you have for me now Uro Kyofu? Jiraiya looked at Naruto before speaking. You do know that Tsunade did what you said and repealed the law about the Kyuubi don't you? Naruto shrugged. We were moving so fast when we got back in the village and my hood was up so I don't know. And don't tell me how things are going now either. As long as Hamiko is okay and nothing happened to her due to her association with me I don't care. If anyone did do anything to her and I find out when I get home, I'm going to go hurt the idiot that did it. Jiraiya kept up his concerned look. Are you sure you'll be okay with people if they start cursing you in the street? I'll crack some jaws for you if you want me to kid. Naruto chuckled. Thanks Uro Kyofu. But the people love and respect you. For the most part. No, don't throw your rep away from me. As long as no one directly tries to attack me, or my friends, I'll be cool. They can't burn my apartment out after Hamiko-chan put up all of the security stuff I told her to do so only direct attacks against us would have a chance of doing anything. If they do, I'll just have to cripple something as punishment. Jiraiya sweat dropped. Harsh Gaki. Naruto gave him a dry look. Gaara would suffocate them in sand and crush them to death. A broken arm or leg is me being nice just so you know. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder. I don't know how Minato and Kushina would feel about the whole you crippling the people attacking you thing. Well actually Kushina would cheer you on while you did it and probably even jump in herself, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, I know that your growth as a ninja and your whole attitude over the Kyuubi would make them incredibly proud of you. Naruto smiled up at the man. Thanks a lot, Uro Kyofu. I'm not really sure about that though. I'm baptized in blood. How could a hero like the Yondaime Hokage consider me anything to be proud of? I'm not even talking about my time in Root anymore, I'm talking about now. Do you know how many lives I just got through ending, either directly or remotely? I'm 14 years old and since the age of 5 I've killed more people than many war veterans even have too. I know I've done more than any other ninja my age. Except for Gaara. Gaara's definitely killed way more people than me, I don't even think I'm close. Jiraiya sighed and flicked Naruto in the forehead. Are you dumb, kid? Do you know how many ninja your old man killed in his time? I can assure you that your body count has absolutely no chance of holding any kind of candle to his. How many do you think you killed? Naruto estimated in his head, I would say between 200 to 300. Especially in the one place where we got caught. Jiraiya ruffled his hair. Minato killed over 300 Iwan ninja in one battle. By himself. Before that I think he killed about 100 ninja and razed their camp to the ground when they ended up capturing your mother. Hell, I had to pretty much almost destroy an entire village by myself. If you call yourself a killer, then what are we? That's what we have to be, Naruto, that's the way things are in the shinobi world. In reality, in the eyes of the public, the only difference between butchers and heroes are the colors of the uniforms of the men you've killed. As messed up as that is, Naruto said, I guess you're right. I had a bit of a punkass moment there. As long as you're sure they would have been proud of me, I believe it too, Uro Kyofu. Alright, now I have to go home and see how my roommate is doing. Jiraiya then got a lecherous grin on his face. How's that girl doing anyway, Gaki? She adjusting to the village okay? Naruto glared at him. Get that look off of your face, you damn pervert. And how would I know? I've been gone for almost half a year. I guess I'll find out when I go back home. Naruto waved at him. Later. Don't be a stranger now. Naruto then used Sunshine to disappear from the mountain. Jiraiya smiled to himself as he watched the leaves settle from Naruto's Sunshine. I wonder how good of a sage that kid would make. XXX. Deciding to see what the people of the village thought of him now rather than wait for a time where he had to actually do something amidst the people and be caught off guard, he decided to stroll through town on the streets on his way home. Much like before, adults didn't try to look at him, but much to his surprise, instead of having angry looks on their faces, quite a few of them looked down at the ground. That had never happened before. Demon. A passing middle-aged man said as Naruto walked past his position outside of a building. Your mother, was Naruto's eloquent reply. The man stepped out from his position and marched into the street to confront Naruto. What was that? I don't have to put up with you anymore. You don't have the Hokage's protection anymore. She obviously sees what you really are. Naruto didn't even turn around. Yeah, she sees me as someone that is able to handle his own business, so I have one question for you, sir. Are you my business? You tell me, he said as he pulled out a pocket knife and ran at Naruto, only to be stopped by the blade of Naruto's sword at his throat. Naruto sighed as he looked at the man from a side gaze. That was a great idea. Let's attack the trained ninja armed to his teeth with a stupid pocket knife that's probably too dull to even cut notebook paper. Naruto used the blade of the sword to slide the knife out of the man's hand before smacking him on both of his kneecaps, dropping him to the ground in a bowing position. I had her take away that law for your benefit. Because keeping the secret that wasn't really much of a secret in the first place was getting obnoxious. However, just because you won't get Onbu on you for speaking out about this doesn't mean that someone won't kick your ass for attacking me. I'll do it myself, I'll just enjoy it better. He then used the flat of his sword to knock him out. Naruto looked down at the unconscious man and back up at the villagers who had just watched him knock a grown man out with no effort whatsoever. Naruto laughed nervously as he sheathed his sword. Nice day, huh? Sorry about that, please, carry on with your business. Naruto then proceeded to whistle a jaunty tune as he continued making his way home. From within a nearby restaurant, a group of young ninjas somewhat knowledgeable about the scar-faced blonde had witnessed the spectacle. A group of 10 Konoha ninja were celebrating the fact that the 4 that were still Jonin would be traveling to the upcoming Chunin exam in Suna and had seen just how hostile things could get for Naruto. Each of them sat in silence as they watched him walk off on his own through the window, whistling the entire way. XXX. Yo Hamako-chan, Naruto yelled as he entered his apartment, I'm back. Hamako came from the back room with a gentle smile on her face. Welcome home, Naruto-sama. I hope you're unharmed from your mission. Naruto nodded as he started taking his gear off. Yeah, I'm fine, Hamako-chan. I'm just drained, I forgot how long those missions like that really are. Were you okay while I was gone? Yes, I was fine. Tuya-san and the Ichiraku family were very helpful to me while you were gone, and I even got to meet the members of your graduating class when they came by asking for you. Hamiko admitted to Naruto as he took of his hooded vest that probably had some kind of leftover residue from his violent activities over the last few months. Hamiko scrunched up her nose as he walked by her. You smell like blood, master. Naruto frowned, sorry. Throughout the mission there was a lot of it and a considerable amount got on me, repeatedly. I need a long shower and a good meal after this. He yawned loudly. What have you been doing to occupy your time? Hamiko winked at him. Oh, just a few personal projects. I have to say, master, the seal on your stomach looks very familiar to me, she said as she looked at the visible seal on Naruto's belly. It looks like something derived from the sealing style of Uzushio-gakur. Naruto made a thoughtful noise. You can study it after I shower, eat, and sleep. Anything interesting happen while I was gone, or did you just watch the wallpaper to entertain yourself? Hokage-sama revealed your Jinchuriki status to the village, Hamiko said as she picked up his vest and walked towards his hamper to drop the piece of clothing inside. It was a mildly entertaining spectacle somewhat. Naruto smirked. So how many of the old fogies called for my death when she was through talking? Hamiko shrugged. More than a few actually. But then the shinobi that had met and knew of the things you had done in your career thus far shut them up, especially the two that are always guarding the gate. It was amazing. You probably would have gotten a kick out of it. Note to self, Naruto said, send Izumo and Kotetsu a fruit basket or something for being good people. XXX. 3 weeks later. Once again, Naruto's training took him deeply into the forest of death. He put his attempts to learn how to utilize the Kyuubi's chakra on the back burner for the time being as he wanted to learn the nuances of using his sword. The rate at which it drained his chakra when he transformed the Senenki no Ken into Sennen Kugake was ridiculous. He couldn't even keep it up for too long without tapping into the Kyuubi's chakra, and even then, getting more than several minutes of use out of them was seen as a success. How the hell did anyone use this thing without draining themselves dry? Or maybe that was why it was a sealed heirloom in the first place. Hey, maybe he could use it by giving it to his enemies to use themselves. Just let them kick his ass until they drop dead of chakra exhaustion and then take it back. Nobody would ever see that coming. From experimentation, the blades cut through pretty much everything like a guillotine blade, even without him circulating wind chakra between them, which was good, because the damn blades absorbed his chakra like a sponge. The transformed blades couldn't cut him, and with them his taijutsu was extensively more dangerous than it ever could have been otherwise. Other than that, he was having more trouble manipulating his new lightning element than he had been expecting. He couldn't even hold the chakra in his hand like he could with his wind chakra without damaging himself. The damage would come by way of him shocking the feeling out of his hands for hours. He couldn't practice getting the feel of the chakra with his cage bunshine because they would dispel after taking the damage, and this was the only way for him to train the element for the time being. His elemental Rasengan was a work in progress as well. Adding his wind chakra to the orb ended up blowing up in his face, or more accurately on his arm, giving him deep gashes that took time for him to heal even with his advanced healing. He joked to himself that he needed a medic nin on hand for whenever he wanted to train these days the way all of his current projects were going. Learning his seals with Hamiko was a very self-esteem crushing experience to say the least. Every concept he had been working on prior to bringing her back to Konoha had been burned as she had proceeded to verbally tear down every single original idea he had come up with. Her reasoning being that everything he had made could have been classified as a forbidden technique, and not for the good reasons, like they were strong, or that if they fell into the wrong hands they could endanger Konoha. No, they were forbidden because everything he had come up with had a greater than not chance of flat out killing him if he had really gone through with their usage. So as far as Hamiko was concerned, he had to start straight from square one, and she had half a mind to find Jiraiya and make him sit through her lessons as well if he had really been the one to introduce Naruto to those abominations that the boy had the gall to call seals. Even his custom explosive tags that he designed to take the Kyuubi's chakra were flawed. The timer on them was next to 2 seconds before detonation, and with the mass of the explosion that really wasn't enough time to get safely away. As far as she was concerned, the only thing she didn't have to reteach him was how to make his own ink and how to write the seals out. The girl was usually very kind and patient normally, however when she was teaching Naruto Fuuinjutsu she was a very harsh taskmaster. Instead of letting him freestyle seals the way that Jiraiya had done from just about day one, letting him get along through trial and error, she had him break down seals that she had put together for him by order of difficulty. Then she would have him do it again under a time limit. She wanted him to be good enough to identify every major nuance of any seal he would come across at naught but a glance, much like she herself was able to. Looking at what Konoha had referred to as seal masters had actually gotten Hamiko to laugh. Not smile, not giggle, but full-board laugh uproariously. As far as she could see, Kakashi was a hack and a novice and Jiraiya was overrated. So when Naruto was called into Tsunade's office, he figured that this was as good of a break as he was going to get from the grind he was putting himself through on a daily basis. "What's up, Ba-chan?" Naruto asked, "and before you even complain about it, if anyone in the entire world has a reason or an excuse to call you Ba-chan, it's me and you know it." Tsunade's eye twitched. The brat had a point, but she still didn't necessarily have to like it. And she was still his boss, relation or not. "Listen up, brat. As you know, the Chunin exam is taking place in Suna this time around and the finals are rolling around in about 2 weeks. Naruto blinked blankly. No, I didn't know that. Why the hell would I know that? A paperweight to the head was his response. Gah. That was a reasonable question. Tsunade put her hand down with a smirk on her face, satisfied with the throw. "Anyway, I'm taking you and Shizune with me for my security." She pointed towards the black-haired woman standing by the desk, waving pleasantly. Naruto waved back before groaning. "Aw. Another escort mission. Fine, whatever, it's an order. And speaking of Suna, where the hell's my money? I gave you the DNA, which means I gave them the DNA, why am I not rolling in dough right now?" "Yes, about that," Tsunade said, "they don't feel comfortable transporting that much money themselves, so they've laid that responsibility on us to collect, which is another reason that I'm assigning you to my personal guard detail." "Oh." Naruto looked at her vapidly. "Well, thank you then, Ba-chan. But do you think I'm really your guy in case it all goes down while we're there? Shouldn't you bring someone like Kakashi-sensei, or even Uro-sennin?" Tsunade let out a laugh. "You don't think you're up for this? You killed a top-level missing ninja that had eluded capture for 20 years and destroyed Otogakuer bases. You're a jounin in everything but title kid. So," Naruto said somewhat testingly, "promote me." A grin worked its way onto his face. Tsunade let a wry grin of her own show. "Maybe later. I'll think about it. Anyway, tie up all of your loose ends, Naruto. You're coming with me and Shizune to Suna." Naruto smirked. "If I yelled road trip out the window at the top of my lungs, would you hit me?" "XXX. Kabuto. What does that make, the 4th or the 5th of my bases that have been hit in the last half year?" The medic in question adjusted the glasses on his face as he smirked. "The last one that was hit last month makes 5 Orochimaru-sama. And I think you'll find the person that is responsible for the damage to be extremely interesting." Kabuto placed a videotape in the nearby VCR that revealed Naruto fighting the cursed seal prisoners in the empty lab. "I guess I do owe him some, thanks though. He did free me of the control that Sasori had over me if the buzz over the bounty is anything to be believed." "Well now, isn't that interesting, Kokokaku? Little Naruto-kun is growing up. It looks like your rival hasn't been losing any steps since you left Konoha, has he, Sasuke-kun?" A pair of spinning Sharingan eyes glowed in the dark. "HN. The Dobi is nowhere near my level anymore." His glare grew intense as he saw Naruto easily dispose of his opponents with little effort. "I'll be sure to prove that the next time we meet. He'll never get a victory over me again." Orochimaru chuckled in the background. "That still remains to be seen, Sasuke-kun. Perhaps, just maybe Naruto here is more special than you." Sasuke bared his teeth in the darkness as the cursed seal ran across his face. "There's nothing special about that loser. And soon I'll finish what we started myself. First him, then Itachi." Chapter 28, Shifting Sands Land. "Are you all prepared to leave, Master?" "Yes, Hamiko-chan." "You've got all of your weapons?" "With all of the scrolls I've got and the stuff I carry on my person at all times, I'm armed to the teeth." "You've got your suppression seals for the Kyuubi's chakra?" "Yes, I've already given enough to Tsunade Bakken already that she could probably use one to stop me every day on this mission from now on forward though." "Well, it is one of only 2 things that you can adequately make. Now why did you have to go and kill my self-esteem like that, Hamiko-chan?" Naruto was leaning against the front gate in the same clothing he had taken to wearing recently, with Hamiko doting over him before he was to leave to escort Tsunade to Sunagakuer for the finals of the Chunin exam. He hadn't really seen anyone from his graduating class around town since he had returned, but he then put 2 and 2 together and realized they must have all made it to the finals of the exams. Hinata and Shino had been promoted last time around, so they were probably on a mission. Shikamaru probably went with Asuma to watch the proceedings, and Team Guy, who had been promoted immediately after their next exams, were probably busy. because being a rookie Chunin did suck. You weren't high profile enough to really put in for downtime, but you were considered just good enough to get back-to-back real missions. Naruto gave a glance to his pleasant companion. Are you going to be alright while I'm gone? Hamiko rolled her eyes with a smile on her face. I was fine when you left for half a year, Naruto-sama. I don't think a week or so without you here will be too much to handle. You will be missing my birthday though, she said, pouting playfully. Oh, I'm sorry Hamiko-chan, Naruto said, actually somewhat upset by this. He had been gone for half a year, leaving her pretty much on her own. All she really had were his own loose acquaintances to block being lonely. It did make him wonder if she had really been okay with him leaving or if she had just been putting up a facade so that he didn't worry. She smiled and waved it off. It's all right, master. You don't get to dictate your own schedule, I know. And since I am your servant, I am also basically controlled by your schedule. Naruto frowned. You're more than a servant, Hamiko-chan. You're way more important than you make yourself seem. Even if you don't agree with me, your master froze you inside the vault for a reason. Hamiko nodded. I think I know why he did it. I'm certain he knew that the Uzumaki bloodline was too stubborn to just die out, and he put me there so that I could assist a future generation of them upon being discovered. Why else would he have placed me in an area that could only be accessed by one of your lineage? So the way you speak as if it isn't my job to do these things for you, that is actually contradictory, because you are the entire reason I exist. Okay, this girl was really starting to remind him of Haku, only she seemed more prone to emotion. Most of them positive. She was really receptive to the whole being his underling thing, something he didn't think he would ever get accustomed to, but she simply accepted it right off the bat. Hell, she suggested it and insisted on it in the first place. Naruto shrugged mentally. If this was what she wanted, he couldn't just keep trying to get her to stop. Hopefully she wouldn't get too into the whole servant thing, but if he had his way he would wean her onto her own independence. Naruto pulled her into a hug, catching her somewhat off guard. I'll bring you back a present, okay? Something cool, because it's not like I'm going to be short on funds when this mission is over. Just take care of yourself. Hamiko smiled serenely and returned his hug. What if I get something from Sai? She whispered to him, knowing that Naruto wanted to keep everything about his relationship with Root under wraps. Naruto whispered right back, just keep it until I get back. I wouldn't be able to handle anything else on this mission anyway. Okay, Naruto-sama. Naruto let go of the hug as Tsunade and Shizune came into view, allowing Hamiko to bow to the blonde woman. Good morning, Hokage-sama, Shizune-san. Tsunade smiled at the girl. Hello, Hamiko. Has this knucklehead been treating you well? She asked, ignoring the indignant rambling from Naruto in response. A slight laugh came from Hamiko. Yes, Hokage-sama, things are very well here in Konoha. Naruto-sama is a good boy. Naruto sweat dropped. I am basically a near 15-year-old man that has been known to kill people with twice my age and experience, and I'm being talked about like a 5-year-old by my village leader and the girl that lives with me and has sworn my allegiance to me. A lot of those things in that sentence sounded good, and I'm sure you can guess which one didn't seem so great. Hamiko turned to him. I am still older than you, master. Naruto sighed. I know. How old are you going to be anyway when your birthday comes around? I will be 15. Hamiko added helpfully. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and looked away. Well, I figured that much. I was meaning more along the lines of how old will you really be? In actual years, not in cryo time. The street got awfully silent after he said that. What? What did I say? Hamiko narrowed her eyes on Naruto. I will be 15, master. Naruto looked around in confusion as if he were caught in some kind of loop while trying to run through the mental math in his head, failing miserably because no one really ever told him exactly when Uzushio fell, just saying that it was around 20 years ago, which could have meant anything. I know that, but for real, how old will you? I will be 15, master. Hamiko asserted sternly, unconsciously leaking killing intent. He didn't quite get why he was getting the vibe of him about to be getting disemboweled from not only Hamiko, but from Tsunade and to a lesser but still noticeable extent Shizune, but he decided that in this case, getting to the truth about a badly kept secret could actually be detrimental to him for once, and figured that smiling and nodding was his best way out of this. Thusly Naruto gave her a toothy grin and a thumbs up, ignoring the feeling of impending death when he did so. Super amazing expensive gift for you when I come back, right? Yes, please. Hamiko perked back up. Be safe on your mission, Naruto-sama. With that, Naruto bade her goodbye and set out with Tsunade and Shizune towards Sunagakure. XXX. 3 days later, Kaze no Kuni en route to Sunagakure. For the last time Naruto, Tsunade said, currently decked out in full cage gear as they made their way through the desert, you aren't wearing the robes and the hat, so stop asking. Come on Tsunade Bakken. Naruto tried to reason, his hood up to avoid the desert sun beating down from above. Think of it like this, just let me henge into you and you into me and I'll be your body double until we get to Suna. It's a totally sound idea. Besides, I'm going to be wearing that stuff soon enough anyway, I might as well get used to it now. Tsunade shot an amused glance to her left where Naruto was standing. Jiraiya said you were gunning for Hokage these days. What makes you think you actually have what it takes, brat? Naruto put on a thinking face. Well, I'm Minato Namikaze's kid, the remnant of a powerful clan, and loosely related to you, so I have the lineage one would say. If you would promote me again I could start proving that I'm strong enough more than I already have. Oh, and I already beat you back when we first met, so I have a recorded win over a Sanin. Tsunade got a tick mark on her head. That was not a recorded fight, you idiot. I was using one finger and was taking it easy on you, and I still ended up knocking you flat on your spiky blonde ass. Naruto grinned at her. I never told you to go easy on me, and you made the terms of the fight making it an exhibition bout. You ended up using your entire hand to wail on my face, thus you broke the stipulation and lost. Therefore I won, therefore I have a victory over you. And I have witnesses, Shizune Nichin, Uro Kyofu, and Tonton all saw me take you back to school. You should really stop talking before I pick you up and chuck you in Suna's general direction, Tsunade threatened. Naruto's eyes were shaded by the hood draped over his face. That actually sounds pretty useful. He looked over at the dark-haired medic holding a small pig. Do you want Tsunade Bakken to throw you across the desert too, Shizune Nichin? It has to beat walking, I hate the desert. Tsunade flicked Naruto in the back of the head, propelling him forward into a sand dune. As a smile came to her face, Shizune rushed over to dig Naruto out alongside Tonton. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Tsunade laughed as she neared her bodyguards. Shizune, I hit the runt harder than that on a near daily basis. He's fine. Naruto popped out of the dune, hacking out sand and brushing it out of his hair. That was totally unnecessary, by the way. A shut the hell up Naruto would have worked just fine. I do follow your orders after all. Tsunade picked him up by his collar and dropped him back on his feet as they kept walking. I said to stop talking. Naruto scowled as Shizune picked the rest of the sand out of his hair. No, you suggested that I stop talking. If you had directly told me to shut up I would have. I'm not insubordinate, Ba-chan. If you order me to do something I'm going to do it no matter how I feel about it. You don't question orders, Naruto-kun? Ever? Shizune asked as she kept messing with his hair. Naruto looked over at Tsunade. She knows, right? About how I was trained? Tsunade nodded. I told her after you told me. She knows not to say anything about it. Alright then. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, I question orders. You hear me mouth off about some of my missions all the time, because griping and nitpicking is fun. But I never say I'm not going to do something. I always take the missions, and after I accept I don't complain. You should know why I don't, Shizune Nichin. She frowned and nodded. Because of Danzo and Root, right? Naruto pulled his hood back up when he felt she was done. Well, Danzo Gigi tried putting his stupid seal on the back of my tongue, but I kept breaking it. When it would activate and paralyze me I would just get pissed off, flare the Kyuubi's chakra, and the damn thing would disappear. He must have tried to educate me about 7 or 8 times because of it. Old bastard, that shit was painful. Shizune looked appalled. That's awful. Naruto shook his head. That's Root. He wanted obedient operatives, and I originally went to him, not the other way around. I wanted to be a ninja so bad, so while I would never let him own me I did do everything he told me to do. He didn't have to train me after he realized that I wouldn't be like all of the others, but he did anyway, and while his training was unspeakably harsh, I was the one that asked for it, and it's the entire reason I can do the things I do today. Naruto's eye twitched and he grabbed his head before speaking in monotone. Ow. Shizune looked at him strangely for saying ow randomly. What happened? Naruto rubbed his temple. When I relieved you at night watch at 2 in the morning I made a ton of cage bunshine to guard the area as well. Before we left I told them to train my nature manipulation, and the bastards all decided to dispel at the same time. Tsunade heaved a sigh. Don't train while you're on a mission, brat. What's wrong with you? Naruto growled lowly at the pain of his headache, only to exhale in relief when a pair of glowing green hands ran over the sides of his head. Thank you, Shizune Nichin. And technically, Ba-chan, it isn't me training into the ground, I just got a headache. You can get a headache eating a damn ice cream cone. And before you say anything, that was not insubordination, that was an opinion on my own personal well-being. Whatever. Tsunade let the situation drop as the sight of Suna came up in the distance. Look alive. Shizune knows the drill, but you know nothing about being a dignitary Naruto. Before you say anything about your mission way back when in Kumo, you weren't anything then because Homura never let you do anything or go anywhere with him. You were a glorified tagalong that was left to your own devices. Naruto frowned because she was right. Oh well, consider this a learning experience. Tsunade gave Naruto a businesslike look. Here you will need to tone it down some. Talk to me before you do anything. Causing international incidents aren't going to fly here like they did in Kumagakure. Keep your senses sharp. I'm counting on you to intercept any threats that may come my way, and don't expect that just because we're in an allied village filled with ninja that I may not be attacked. If you have any questions or concerns, or you notice something off, don't hesitate to talk to me or Shizune about it. That is what your job is. Naruto nodded in complete seriousness. Shizune gave him a small smile. We know you're good at the assault part of being a shinobi, Naruto-kun. You've proven that. But this is really the most high-profile escort job you've ever done. It's not about going out to find the enemy and destroy them. It's about keeping the danger away from something important, about keeping it safe. In this case, that something is Tsunade-sama. Tsunade snorted, please Shizune, you make it seem like I'm some fragile glass figurine. I'm not Hokage just because of my pretty face, you know. Naruto snickered, especially since it's just a powerful henge. Don't kill your bodyguard Ba-chan, that's counterproductive, Naruto yelled as he ducked and covered his head in anticipation of a strike that Tsunade had already wound up for. Shizune's sweat dropped and nudged him forward from behind, getting him to stumble ahead. Naruto chuckled as he regained his balance. Yeah, don't worry. I'll do everything I have to do to make sure I don't let either of you down. Just remember that I'm not really accustomed to hanging back and watching things unfold. I'm more of the go there and beat the crap out of that kind of guy, so if I start stepping out of line, feel free to check me. Non-physically, of course. Tsunade had a serious face on as they neared the entrance of the village, guarded by 2 Suna ninja. Well, just be ready for rapid response in any event. One of the ninja guarding the way and immediately came up to the traveling party. Welcome to Sunagakure, Hokage-sama. The Kazekage has requested your presence at his office upon your arrival, if you will permit it. Tsunade nodded. Of course. I trust that my security detail are allowed to remain with me throughout the proceedings. Yes, Hokage-sama. If you would follow me to the Kazekage residence. The guard led them into the village. XXX. On the way to the meeting, Naruto noticed that the looks the group had been getting were no longer hostile as they were for him when he had escorted Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro back home following the invasion that had taken place before Tsunade's inauguration as Hokage. The looks were more like awe, something Naruto obviously chalked up to the fact that Tsunade was walking through their village in her robes. As they arrived at the Kazekage's building and were escorted all the way to the office, Naruto had been expecting to be taken straight to the council chamber that he ended up sitting in for 3 hours during his last trip to Suna, but they ended up being taken straight to an office with an ornate door, not too different from the one that signified Tsunade's office. Naruto raised his eyebrows in curiosity. Well, I guess that it has been 2 years since the Kazekage was killed. It's only natural someone else took the spot. Wondering who it was, Naruto followed alongside Tsunade into the office after the door had been opened by the guard, and Naruto froze in place when he realized exactly who it was sitting behind the desk. No way. Tsunade smirked as she saw Naruto's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Even Shizune had to give off a small giggle. Greetings, Kazekage Dono. It is good to see you in good health, Hokage Dono, said a monotone voice, and you as well, Naruto Uzumaki. The spiky short red hair and the kanji for love on the left side of his forehead, dressed in Kazekage robes, was none other than Sabaku no Gaara. Naruto looked between the robed Tsunade and the robed Gaara about 4 times. Can I speak freely, Hokage-sama? Kazekage-sama? You may. Were the responses from the 2 leaders, though one was exponentially more jovial in tone than the other. Thank you. Naruto nodded before taking a breath. What the fuck, Gaara? You can't write a letter? And nobody thought that this was something I would like to know? Tsunade had an amused grin on her face. He was given the position and inaugurated while you were off on your little rampage against Orochimaru's bases. How were we supposed to contact you to tell you when we couldn't even find you? Gaara then spoke. Besides, your Hokage decided it would be far more amusing if you didn't know when you came to collect your bounty. And speaking of that, there are 2 people that want to speak to you about that. Naruto looked at him curiously, still not overseeing Gaara as the Kazekage. Well, sure, as long as the reason they want to see me isn't to kill me. I get enough of that. He stood in place just staring at Gaara. So. Kazekage, huh? Running a village? How's that working out for you? A small smirk came to Gaara's face. Fantastic actually. You should try it. Naruto returned the smirk. Oh, I will, just you wait. If you're already Kazekage, then all I have to do is wait for Tsunade Bakken to retire and that damn hat is all mine. Where is your hat, by the way? Gaara shrugged. I don't like wearing the hat indoors. Naruto's eyes widened. I would bronze that hat and have it surgically attached to my scalp if I could. I don't get you guys. Sandaime Jiji wore it all the time, and so would I. They would literally have to pry the damn thing from my cold dead hands. Gaara was legitimately interested in Naruto's choice of address for Tsunade. Uzumaki, why do you refer to the Hokage in such a familiar manner? Naruto shrugged. Aside from the fact that she let me speak freely and hasn't told me to shut up yet, after a bit of digging I found that she is legitimately related to me way down the line, so it's appropriate. Tsunade interjected, alright Naruto, that's enough for now. The Kazekage has called us here for business. Gaara nodded, yes, I have invited you here to observe the final round of the Chunin exam selection tournament due to Konoha having 4 participants involved. However, I have also invited the village of Iwa to watch the event as well. Naruto got stone-faced at the sound of Iwa, as did Tsunade. Gaara took notice of this. Is there a problem? I understand the latent aggression from your 2 villages after the war all those years ago, but can we not let the matter settle? Naruto looked at Tsunade, who nodded her consent. I'm kind of the son of Minato Namikaze, Gaara. I've never really said anything about it since I found out because for the most part it doesn't really matter, but in this case it's kind of a big deal. Gaara showed no surprise to the revelation. I see. That is somewhat astonishing, but it makes sense. Most Jinchuriki are related in some way to the leaders of their villages to instill loyalty, though I do not see how that would have worked if you still didn't know. Anyway, Naruto continued, what's the over-under that the Tsuchikage sends assassins after me after he realizes who I am? All it's going to take is one good look at me for any of them to hate my guts. Tsunade sighed and took a seat by Gaara's desk. If it's still the same old man from when I was a kid, then he'll definitely know you at first glance. The fact that your Jinchuriki status is now common knowledge would only make that worse. Tell me why you told me to let that out again? I'm already being pursued by Akatsuki. Keep your eyes open for that, by the way, Gaara. But anyway, at this point if it gets out and Iwa starts sending people to kill me, there isn't a snowball's chance in hell they'll actually send someone capable of finishing me off. Maybe if I were my old stupid sealed self, then most definitely, I would be a dead man walking right now, but I just got through killing Suna's most infamous missing ninja and have been obliterating auto bases for the last half year. He blinked and looked at Tsunade. Am I in the bingo book yet? She shook her head. No, you haven't caused any kind of stir with any nations yet, so you're not on anyone's radar. And you don't want to be in a bingo book anyway, brat. What's wrong with you? I'm trying to get famous, Ba-chan, Naruto shouted before silently musing to himself. It's my mission after all. Whoever becomes Hokage when no one has ever even heard of you. That's why Danzo Jiji found it so hard to get his name in the argument after my old man died. He had spent so much time running black ops and underground stuff that people had forgotten about him both in the village and abroad. He was too good at orchestrating it and keeping himself in the shadows. Gaara returned to the issue at hand. In any case, do you think I should position any protection around Uzumaki? I would rather not have another war start at another Chunin exam if I could help it. He looked at Naruto. You seem to have very bad luck with Chunin exams. Tell me about it, Naruto sighed. I think it would be better for the world in general if I just stopped knowing about these things. I'm 2 for 2 with these things so far, so it can't just be a coincidence. I'm not even in this one. Gaara placed his hands together on his desk. Well, now I would like to speak to Hokage Dono about matters alone. I have to ask your guardians to step outside of the room. Naruto looked at Tsunade, who nodded to him and gestured for him to leave along with Shizune. Gaara spoke again just as they reached the door. Those wanting to speak with you about your run-in with Sasori will find you outside of the office while we have our meeting inside. With that, Naruto and Shizune exited. XXX. 2 hours later. Naruto and Shizune were seated on a bench in the hall leading towards the office, simply waiting for either the meeting to end or for whoever it was that wished to speak with Naruto. So you're telling me that I can't ever learn Ba-chan's strength-enhancing jutsu because it requires medic nin control? But if you can use it, then why don't you? Shizune laughed sheepishly. I never liked using taijutsu or fighting in general. All of the things I use in combat are generally ranged techniques with poison. As of now, the only people that can use that technique are Tsunade-sama, myself, and Sakura Haruno. Naruto's eyes widened. When the hell did she learn how to do that? Shizune smiled at him. She started learning it a few months ago while you were gone, and during her stay in Suna she finished her training for the technique. She sent a letter back saying she did. She's very gifted at medical ninjutsu as well. Well, good for her. Naruto grinned before returning his face to a placid outlook, but I can't ever learn it. Oh well, I'll just have to get along with raw brute force and keep developing that. Shizune blinked. How strong physically are you, Naruto-kun? With or without the Kyuubi? He questioned in return. Both, Shizune said. Naruto thought on it. Without the Kyuubi I would say that the only people in Konoha that can actually outmuscle me are adult Akimichi, Mito Guy, and of course Tsunade Bakken. Rock Lee might be able to do it if he's been doing guys training for all of these years, and I'm sure Uro Kyofu can do it too, but the last time we sparred I couldn't get him to go all out on me, so I wouldn't know for sure. With the Kyuubi, well, let's just say that Ba-chan isn't the only one that can finger flick walls down. Naruto Uzumaki. The attention of the two was grabbed by a diminutive elderly woman walking up to them. Are you Naruto Uzumaki, the boy credited with the defeat of Akasuna no Sasori? Naruto and Shizune looked at each other before Naruto spoke up. I am. Who's the one curious about it? The old woman gave Naruto an appraising look before speaking once more. I am Chio, and I am the grandmother of the man you killed in battle. Both Konoha ninja paled at that revelation. Damn it. I can't believe this crap is going to start another war. He came after me. Chio then bowed before them. I apologize for Sasori's actions against you. By now it is common knowledge who you are, Uzumaki-san. You became somewhat famed around Suna for being the only person that has ever defeated our Kazekage in battle, and your character has been vouched for countless times by the Kazekage and his siblings. If you engaged him in battle, then he attacked you first. He was a missing nin regardless of that anyway. So? Naruto felt out. Am I still getting paid? Naruto, you glorious bastard. Was Naruto's warning before he was picked up and engulfed in a hug from a larger than him Kankuro, who rushed over upon seeing him. I can't believe you actually defeated Sasori, and you brought him back. I've got permission from Chiyoba-sama to use him as a new puppet. Good to see you too, Kankuro. Naruto strained out before he looked at Kankuro strangely. Wait, I obliterated his body, how the hell could you use him as a puppet? Kankuro grinned. He had spare bodies on him, sealed on a piece that you actually left intact. Naruto nodded. Of course he did. Well, it's a good thing I hit the heart when I destroyed him, isn't it? So Gaara's Kazekage, have you been promoted yet? If possible. Kankuro's grin got wider. I'm a jounin now. Temari is too. Naruto's eye twitched, because that's fair and everything. I can't get promoted by Ba-chan to save my life, and you guys just sleepwalk right past me in rank. He turned to Shizune. When this is over I seriously need to put in for a promotion. Speaking of Temari. Kankuro trailed off, looking at Naruto in amusement. She's looking to have some choice words with you. You're so lucky she isn't here right now. Me? Naruto asked. What the hell did I do? Kankuro leaned against the wall near the bench as Naruto sat back next to Shizune. Well, you haven't even spoken to her since we left Konoha after the joint mission for your Uchiha kid. It's been 2 years since we've even talked to you, kid. Naruto almost face-faulted. I've been busy. Between the ridiculous training I had to do to master my element, missions to other nations, and the long assignment to hunt for Orochimaru's bases, I have had almost no downtime. How could I have possibly visited? And about that, Kankuro added, ever since Gaara's been Kazekage she's been Suna's liaison to Konoha, and she didn't know about your mission when she wanted to see you, and she's very pissed off for a myriad of reasons that I'm not going to go into right now. Besides the not seeing us part, she's also mad because went off and got into a fight to the death with Suna's greatest puppeteer all on your own. Chio was still standing there as the boys had been catching up, but it had finally swung back to a topic of her interest. How were you confronted by Sasori anyway? Naruto sighed. I didn't go looking for the guy. He came to me when I was perusing through my clan's ancestral village ruins, him and some bomber freak with mouths in his hands. Dataro was his name. Somehow I isolated Sasori and was able to kill him before the other retreated. If I don't see her before I leave, you tell her that wasn't my fault, I am a victim here. Kankuro nodded. Sure thing. But that will only work if you're going to be gone by sunrise, because she's going to be back tomorrow. Naruto's sweat dropped. You're an ass, you know that? So I hear from Temari on a daily basis, Kankuro said as he started walking away. See you later, Naruto. Chio turned to follow him out as well. Before you leave, be sure to allow the slug woman to let you collect your money, young man. You're getting quite a hefty sum for it. Naruto nodded in agreement and looked at Shizune as he had picked up on the way that Chio had referred to Tsunade. The dark-haired medic shrugged. She doesn't like Tsunade-sama because she kept countering her poisons during the Second Great Ninja War. People seem to be very good at holding grudges. Naruto sighed, old people especially. Oh man, if that lady is mad at you and Ba-chan for her just coming up with counters to her poisons like 30 years ago, then how pissed off at me is that Tsuchikage going to be after my old man single-handedly made their villages bitch 16 years ago. Shizune patted Naruto on the back. It's okay Naruto-kun, he might. She cut herself off when she realized how accurate that statement could have been and laughed nervously. Well, maybe you could wear your hood for your entire time here? Naruto slumped in his seat. Aw man, that fucking thing is hot. XXX. The next day, Naruto, Shizune, and Tsunade were seated in a Suna cafe with Tsunade actually permitted to indulge in a little sake due to the vacation-esque feel that the entire trip had. Naruto was sitting and practicing his seal-making speed on napkins while Tsunade drank. Shizune had a small cake for herself, and Tonton had a small bowl of corn. Why did we get here so early? The fights aren't until tomorrow. And where is everybody right now? Can't we see them before the finals? Tsunade downed her saucer and looked at Naruto. Bro, we can't just run off to see them like that. My apprentice is in the damn thing tomorrow. Don't you think I would like to see how she's doing before tomorrow? But I'm also the leader of the village, and any interference from a cage on a competitor's training would be seen as some kind of favoritism, even if it was just to see how any of them are doing. We are in a foreign village after all. They would know and use it when it came time to judge on their growth and skill. She looked at the scowl on his face and realized his problem with a sigh. You are so bored it's killing you right now, aren't you? Naruto gave her a hopeless look, desperately. I can't even train, and I can only work on so much Fuinjutsu stuff without Hamiko-chan here, because if she finds out that I've been trying to freestyle seals without her permission again, she'll kill me. He let out a small shiver. She's so sweet, how can she be so damnably scary too? It's a paradox. He turned puppy dog eyes to Shizune. Can we please spar, Shizune-nichan? Shizune quickly averted her eyes. We can't fight Naruto-kun. We have to make sure we stay in top condition in case something happens. And from what I've heard from Jiraiya-sama about training you, you don't know how to hold back. I'm a medic ninja, but I would still be less than 100% if a real battle were to break out. Okay, he said dejectedly before turning to Tsunade. Ba-chan, do you want to fight? Come on, you know you want your rematch with me. I can see it in your eyes, those big brown orbs are just screaming at you to tear me apart and get your win back. Tsunade gave Naruto a dry look as she refilled her saucer. As much fun as it would be to slap you around the desert, you are my bodyguard brat, and I can't in good conscience cause the physical bodily harm to you that I would like to for that asinine remark. Here. She then got a smirk on her face. I will keep that in mind, however, when we get back to Konoha. I need a new human punching bag to spar with. I can't go all out on Sakura because I'm supposed to be training her, but you don't have that safeguard on you, do you? And beating your ass would be the next best thing to beating Jiraiya's ass when I can't catch him for being a glorified pervert. With your healing factor you should be able to take it, right? HMM. Naruto thought to himself, this could either be really good or really bad, a fight with my own Hokage. In an effort to put this in the back of your mind for further thought, just smile and nod in agreement. He then actionized his thoughts before he felt cold iron being set on top of his head. Hello Tamari-chan. Good to see you again, if I could actually see you. Hello Naruto. The fan freed itself from Naruto's head, allowing the boy to turn around to catch sight of her. Tamari now wore a black Tsunahide on her head, a black battle dress, black gloves, and a red sash around her waist. Her ever-present iron fan was strapped to her back as always. You don't know how to keep in contact with people? Naruto sighed. I could have told you where I had been for a lot of the last 2 years, but I would have had to kill you after sending the letter. Tamari placed her hands on her hips. Anything to say in your defense? Yes, actually, Naruto said with full confidence. Blame her, he said, pointing at Tsunade. You should know being a rookie chunin sucks. Well, try that being cranked up to 12 with the rate she had me working at. In the last 2 years, 14 months of it have been spent working long missions. Add that onto the banes of my existence, gate guarding duty and routine border patrol, and my ass has been run ragged. He looked at Tsunade. Why the hell did you make me work so much anyway, Tsunade Bakken? I know for a fact that Shikamaru didn't work 1/3 of the schedule I kept. Tsunade shrugged. When I had a joint meeting with the upper-ranked ninja a few months after my inauguration to go over our mission influx, I talked about how I needed someone to fall on the explosive note of picking up a lot of the slack. Guy, Kakashi, Anko, Genma, and you raised your hands to volunteer. Oh, he said as he thought back to it, I honestly was not paying attention to a single word you said in that meeting, it was so boring. I just raised my hand at the end because I saw other people doing it. You never elaborated on what it was I had raised hand for, and nobody said anything about it after that, so I thought it was totally inconsequential, especially when nothing happened after that. Tsunade and Shizune sweat dropped, and that's why we haven't promoted you yet, they said in unison. Naruto stood up abruptly, oh come on. It was staff meeting. Not a war meeting, not a mission briefing, but a staff meeting. Nothing important is ever said at staff meetings, especially to the Chunin in attendance. We're too high ranked to avoid them, and too low ranked to get anything out of them. Tamari gave Naruto a look that had an air of indifference, but listening to her tone one could tell that she was somewhat perturbed. Well, the last time I was in Konoha I found something quite interesting. How long have you had a girl living in your house with you? This one was an easy bullet to dodge for Naruto, it depends on when you were there. She's been there for almost 6 months, but I haven't been there in 6 months, so technically she only lived with me for about a week, then I left, then I lived with her another week. She called you Master and Naruto-sama, Tamari said. Naruto responded, if anything I would call her an old family friend, not a servant. She seems to really be into calling me that, so I let her, and I let her live with me for personal reasons. However, she is just an old family friend. An old family friend, he emphasized. XXX. Meanwhile in Konoha, Hamiko had taken to visiting Iruka Umino and being something of a teacher's aide for the academy when Naruto was out on missions, due to not having a lot to do when he was gone. Kids had taken a shine to her due to her pleasant demeanor being a welcome contrast whenever Iruka got into lecture mode, and the little she knew on the subject of ninja arts, while incredibly specialized, helped Iruka out when he had gone over the basics of sealing with older students. Instead of just showing them a sealing scroll and having them come to their own conclusions on what to think, he had Hamiko lecture for the day instead, actually teaching him something in addition to the students. Currently, however, Hamiko was assisting Iruka in grading papers while the class were outside for lunch when she looked up with a somewhat blank look on her face, getting Iruka's attention. Hamiko, is anything the matter? Hamiko frowned, I'm not sure Iruka-san. But I have an overwhelming urge to find Naruto-sama and cause him physical harm of some kind. XXX. Back in Suna. Be that as it may, Tamari stated firmly, I haven't seen you in forever, and it's mostly your fault, and I'm fairly certain you've been doing stupid things while you've been busy. What are you going to do to make that up to me? Naruto pulled out his wallet in a placating fashion, I'm going to make a ton of money once I get around to grabbing my bounty check from your brother. So if I take you out to do whatever you want like the last time I pissed you off, would that work out? Tamari's eyes shone as she grabbed Naruto's forearm firmly and pulled him out of the cafe. Let's go then. Naruto tried holding on to the doorframe in vain. Wait. I have a job to do. I'm guarding Ba-chan. Tamari-chan, let go. XXX. 2 days later, the day of the Chunin exam finals. Gaara and Tsunade, in full cage garb, were seated in a box overlooking the entire stadium, which was an open-air coliseum at the outskirts of Suna, dug halfway into the cliffs surrounding the village. The battlefield was earthy, mostly rocky earth with boulders lining parts of the field. Naruto and Shizune were flanking Tsunade while Gaara had Kankuro and Tamari doing the same for him. While the Genin up for promotion were down on the field, Naruto had taken to pointing them all out in his own way. I could beat him, her, him, oh that kid wouldn't last 5 seconds with me. Sakura, Ino, Kuji, and Kiba were the Konoha ninja that had made it this far this time around. All of the others had been promoted in the previous exam, leaving them as the ones that needed to pass this time. Naruto frowned at seeing Sakura down there. Man, I kind of screwed Sakura over when I advanced in rank, didn't I? After Sasuke left, she didn't have a team, so trying to take this again must have been a major pain in the ass. Tsunade tried to get him to take some blame off of himself. She rotated between active teams while I trained her and was on Kuji and Ino's team the last time she made an attempt. They were all simply matched against opponents that they couldn't handle in the first round fights and were forced out. Sakura fought Neji Hyuga, Kuji fought Rock Lee, and Ino fought Hinata Hyuga. Of course you weren't there to see it. Naruto rolled his eyes, and whose fault is that? You had me working like a slave, so how was I supposed to show up and watch? Besides, I'm not that important to them, they had to have forgotten about me by now. The only one that should even have a semblance of care about me is Shikamaru, and that's because I've worked with him on the mission to Kiri and did a border patrol for 2 weeks with him. You would be surprised, brat. Tsunade assured as the proctor for the fights. Baki, called for the fighters to acknowledge the crowd that had come to see them today. One of Gaara's Sunin ninja made their way to the box and bowed to him. Kazekage-sama, that Tsuchikage and his entourage have arrived and are making their way to the box as we speak. Naruto cracked his neck to the side, and here we go. Let's get this over with. Shizune looked over to Naruto. Naruto-kun, pull your hood up. Naruto shook his head. To hell with that, I'm not hiding when I don't have to. Ba-chan didn't order me to cover up, so I'm not doing it. If he's dumb enough to cause a stir here, then I have to seriously doubt his status as Tsuchikage. There was no more time left to speak about the subject as the man in question made his way into the area of seating. A small man dressed in the cage robes of his own village with the kanji for earth on his hat made his way towards the seat on Gaara's left, opposite of Tsunade's seat. The man had a large bulbous nose and a Fu Manchu mustache/beard combination. Accompanying him was a large man with dark eyes and hair that spiked out from the back of his red bandana-style hidiate. He had big cheeks and a plump nose and wore the Iwa brand flak jacket and a yellow scarf over his red long-sleeved shirt and red pants. Also accompanying him was a girl with short black hair and pink pupil-less eyes. Under her Iwa flak jacket she wore appeared to be a kimono with the right sleeve missing as well as the bottom left side, and underneath that she had fishnet tights and shorts. He took his seat, prompting Gaara to initiate conversation. I am happy you were able to make it to the event, Tsuchikage Dono. That Tsuchikage gave Gaara what looked to be a somewhat haughty smirk. It's been quite a while since I've made the trip to watch an exam outside of the village. When the opportunity was offered I just had to jump all over it for once. I needed a vacation. He looked over at Tsunade. Well Tsunade, how's the job since you took over? I never pegged you for cage work. Tsunade let out a small laugh. Let's just say that Konoha gave me an offer to return that I couldn't refuse. It's a bet I was willing to take. On the field, Sakura was fighting first, standing out face to face against male Suna Jinan. Along with her still short pink hair, Sakura now had a red hidiate in her hair. Her top was similar to the dress she wore a few years back, but was just the top. She had black high-heeled shinobi sandals, black shorts, a short pink apron-like skirt, and pink elbow protectors as well as a tanto and a medic field pack on her lower back. As she stared her opponent down she pulled a pair of black gloves onto her hands. Upon being allowed to start by Baki, Sakura attempted to rush right towards the boy who jumped out of the incoming pink-haired girl's path as she headed in to attack him. She made a set of half a dozen bunshine to disorient the boy and allow her to get closer while he tried figuring the right one. XXX. Gaara turned to Tsunade as the battle progressed. Your apprentice is fighting much the same way she did in the Chunin exam that I competed in Hokage Dono. How would she go about winning this fight? Tsunade smirked. That's easy, Kazekage Dono. She's a woman and an obvious medic nin, and he's a man and probably more of a direct combat type. That means he thinks she isn't physically skilled and he'll attempt to get close. Gaara looked somewhat puzzled. What does that mean? That Tsuchikage knew what she was referring to and let out a laugh. Oh, this will be funny. Keep your eyes on the fight, young one, and you'll see what she's talking about in just a moment. XXX. The boy had managed to discover which of the copies were fake and now had the real Sakura, but hitting her with any of his weaponry proved to be an arduously difficult task as she seemed to be effortlessly moving out of the way of everything he sent her way. Getting upset now, the boy rolled through hand signs, Fu Uten, Kuryokana Kaze no Oneri, wind release, powerful wind wave. The Suna Jinan shot off a powerful blade of wind at Sakura, who took to ducking behind the boulders produced on the battlefield. The technique cut into, but not through her cover, showing that the boy was not fully adept at using the element. 3 versions of Sakura came from behind the boulder, charging his way. Not this again. The boy said before reaching into his kunai pouch and hitting them with more weapons, dispelling their illusionary forms, keeping his eyes peeled around him for more instead of keeping himself locked on the boulder Sakura initially took cover behind. As his attention was diverted to search for Sakura, the boulder that he had cut into had been lifted off of the ground into Sakura's arms before being tossed across the field at him. He felt it coming at the last moment and dodged to potentially save his life. As he jumped far to the side he never noticed that Sakura had anticipated his movement and moved to cut him off upon the point he found it necessary to turn around and face her again. As he turned his head, all he saw was Sakura with her fist cocked back. And that was the last thing he saw for the rest of the fight. Sakura's fist collided with his jaw, sending him flying across the field into the stadium wall, leaving a deep impression in the wall where her opponent's body had hit. Baki made his way over and found the Suna Jinan utterly responseless. Lifting his hand in Sakura's direction he spoke, Shusa, Sakura Haruno. XXX. As applause sounded out for Sakura's victory, Naruto looked at a very pleased Tsunade while giving the girl applause of his own. Damn Sakura. Kami, you just had to go and teach her how to do that, didn't you? From what I remember as a Jinan on Kakashi's team, she already hit hard enough, though that never made its way towards fighting, just the back of my head really. Tsunade applauded and turned her eyes to Naruto. Hey, I have free reign to teach my apprentice what I want. If Jiraiya could teach you the spinning blue orb of death and how to summon toads, then I can give Sakura a little strength boost. Naruto's sweat dropped. A little strength boost? I sincerely hope she never goes back to her old habit of trying to smack me one like when we were fresh Jinan. Getting hit every blue moon by you is enough. That Tsuchikage entered the conversation, forcing Naruto to subconsciously steal his features. So if that girl down there is your apprentice Tsunade and you claim that this kid here has learned the Rasengan from Jiraiya and how to summon toads, does that mean he's Jiraiya's apprentice as well? That's curious. He got a look at Naruto, who until that point he had overlooked as a random bodyguard, and almost had a PTSD flashback at the serious look in Naruto's eyes before settling himself. You know, he looks awfully familiar. I never forget a face, especially a face that caused so much impact to my village. Naruto, Shizune, and Tsunade frowned inwardly. Here we go. They all thought at the same time. The blonde currently being scrutinized looked at his blonde leader. Hey Ba-chan, can I just come out and say it? It's clear he already knows and just wants confirmation, and you know that I can't stand a badly kept secret. Tsunade frowned and nodded. What's with the Ba-chan brat? You started out calling me Hokage-sama. Naruto shrugged. When you let me speak freely in Gaara's office, you never told me to shut up or rein myself in. I used that as a loophole to keep saying what I wanted. He admitted, getting a small sweat drop from Tsunade for such a simple tactic. He then locked eyes with the Tsuchikage, as much as he could anyway, with the man's hat obscuring them from full view. As for why I look familiar, well, I'm the son of Minato Namikaze. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and it's nice to meet you. That brought looks of shock from Temari, Kankuro, and the Tsuchikage's two bodyguards. As the Tsuchikage allowed Naruto to look in his eyes, he didn't see any real hatred, mostly amusement really. I honestly believe they had resurrected the man from the grave for a moment when I first looked at you, kid, but then I got a look at those marks on your cheeks, and that name. You're the Jinchuriki of your village, aren't you? Naruto nodded, guilty as charged. You're not going to yell at me and tell me to die for my father or something? Because that's really what I was expecting the second you got a look at me. The Tsuchikage looked back out at the arena. Bah, I'm getting too old to hold grudges against dead men. You weren't even a screaming brat yet when all of that happened, so how could I possibly justify trying to take you out? It's not like Iwa is looking to fight with Konoha and you know Hiraishin or something. Man, that would be so badass. Naruto grumbled to himself, I need something cool like that. Every Kage or famous ninja has something cool that nobody else can do. I don't have jack, I'm just a Jinchuriki, therefore if I am known, I'm known as the Jinchuriki kid, not Naruto of something, just Naruto the Jinchuriki. The girl that was guarding the Tsuchikage was in shock at how Naruto was casually speaking to her Kage. How can you just speak to the leaders of 3 of the 5 great shinobi nations so casually? Nobody ever talks to Gramps like that. Naruto turned his attention to her. I hung out with the Sandaime Hokage all the time from the age of 8 until his death. I call the current Hokage Tsunade Bakken to her face, mostly because it's actually appropriate. And hey, Gaara, Naruto said, getting the Ichibi Jinchuriki's attention, you remember that time you and your siblings spent the week at my house? You guys still owe me grocery money. Naruto smirked, unless I'm told to be meek and compliant to the honorifics that everyone uses for each other, I won't use them. I hate being like that. Sometimes these guys just need someone that is willing to treat them like everyone else. You seem to be pretty familiar with the Tsuchikage to be calling him Gramps, so what does that mean? The girl glared slightly. Because he's my grandfather. What else would I call him? Naruto chuckled, that's a better excuse than I have for why I call Ba-chan what I call her. I was just being a bastard when I met her and called her granny. I had no idea we were actually related somehow, so now she has no reason to tell me to not call her that. Naruto was still somewhat wary, but was satisfied at the moment that the Iwa contingent didn't flat out want him dead. He was very happy about that. As the contestants for the next bout entered the field, he figured maybe he was being all paranoid about the Chunin exams for nothing. There was no way that he would go 2 for 2 in regards to catastrophic situations, right? Nobody's luck was that hit or miss. He wasn't even in this one. XXX. Sasuke-kun, is this really what you would like? Orochimaru asked, heading into Sunagakure just for Naruto-kun seems a tad over your head. Questioning Sasuke's abilities, No matter how seemingly suicidal his task was always the perfect way to push him into pretty much anything. Sasuke grunted, I'll finish him off and we'll be right out of there. It'll be so fast no one will even know we were there. XXX. I can't believe Leader Sama told us to come all the way into the fucking desert just for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. A man with slicked back silver hair cursed as he and his masked partner strode through the desert. Isn't he Itachi and Kisame's mark? Where the hell are they for this? The masked man sighed, just deal with it head on and stop complaining about it. The sooner we finish this mission the sooner I can go back out looking for more bounties. Besides, this kid killed Sasori. Maybe he can do me a favor and finish you off once and for all. Hey, Hidan laughed, if he can do it he's more than welcome to try Kakuzu. Unlike the rest of you heathens I'm Jashin Sama's chosen one. None of you fools can kill me. Kakuzu shook his head, well maybe if we can get the Ichibi as well Leader Sama will give us a bonus. Chapter 29, Showdown in the Sand Dunes. Naruto's eye twitched as he grabbed his head and lost his balance, forcing himself to catch himself on Tsunade's chair. Ow, he said while rubbing his temple. Tsunade looked at Naruto with a little anger in her eyes. Stop training, brat. I'm not going to tell you again, that's an order. Naruto sighed in a downtrodden fashion. Okay fine. It was for a good reason though, he said as he simply stood in place before cringing and falling against Tsunade's chair again. Ow damn it. Tsunade got a tick mark on her head. I told you to stop. Naruto pulled himself back together. I did stop. I dispelled all the rest of the clones I made. The first headache was a ton of my clones annihilating themselves trying one of my jutsu. The second one was me dispelling the rest of them. I can't do it in waves from this far away, it has to happen all at once. Temari looked over at him clutching his head. You make your clones train? Where? Naruto growled in annoyance at the pain on his skull. I sent them into the desert 2 days ago and told them to get lost and work until they dispelled and nothing else. Well they worked alright. Below on the Chunin exam battlefield, Ino had forced her opponent to surrender after taking control of their body with Shinrenshin no Jutsu, mind-body disturbance jutsu, and forced them to hold themselves at knife point. It was evident that everyone was much better than previously indicated from their last encounter with him, something that actually brought a smile to his face. Kuji and Sakura were to fight next round after Kuji had almost crushed the Iwa Jinan representative. Kiba was to take on one of the Suna ninja that had survived his first round bout, and Ino was getting a bye straight to the finals after her victory. As he watched with a semblance of pride at his classmates' actions, a piece of information he had previously overlooked passed through his head, forcing a scowl onto his face. Oh stupid fucking clones, he whispered. Shizune turned to him. What's the matter Naruto-kun? Naruto kept his voice low. While they were making their way out into the desert to train they saw something, but they didn't dispel because I had given them strict parameters on what they could and couldn't do, and they didn't engage for the same reason. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the word engage. What did you see, brat? Naruto looked at her seriously. Black robes with red clouds. Tsunade returned her gaze down to the arena as Baki announced a short recess before the next round of fights. Whatever you're willing to do about this, you know I'm game. Chatter from the entire arena went up, covering up their words even further from being heard by those surrounding them. Tsunade took in her immediate options. She could let be known to the others that Akatsuki was en route for either Naruto or Gaara, probably the best option possible as that would let Gaara mobilize the village's forces in an effort to rebuke them. The downside to that was the fact that saying anything here would cause mass hysteria, which would make it easier for Akatsuki to manage a quiet capture and slip away if either Naruto or Gaara were caught off guard. In addition to that, a group of S-rank missing ninja were heavy hitters and would take out a mass amount of Gaara's forces even if they were able to put them down in the end. With the two nations being in an alliance and the Tsuchikage sitting right there, having him witness the toll that would be taken on Suna might not be the best option in view of possible future events. The second option would be to send Naruto and Shizune out to engage them head-on before they made it to the village, a heavy gamble as chances are, Naruto was the one they were after. She might have been able to excuse herself so that she could head out with them, but that would raise far too much suspicion. The downside to this was that Naruto was the only one she was certain of that had the capabilities to go up against these people. She didn't want Shizune caught in the ruckus. She was good but was definitely not a combat type. Then there was the third option, probably the worst option of all. She could send Naruto out alone. She would keep a slug on the kid and one on herself so that she could be kept up to date with what was happening, but it was still long odds that this would work. The upside was that Naruto would be fighting in the desert, which would allow him to cut loose with the Kyuubi's chakra, and from the reports on Naruto's attacks on a few of Orochimaru's bases when he cut loose, it was a sight to behold. He already beat the Akatsuki in a 2-on-1 situation, didn't he? He killed one and made the other retreat, and this time if he was in over his head he could get immediate backup. Tsunade motioned Naruto near her. You're going to be going on your own, brat. I'm sticking you with a slug so I can keep track of you and you can keep me informed, but you need to cut those two off, handle this, and hustle back here as fast as you can, okay? Naruto nodded. You also need a way out of here, fast, because I'm racking my brain to come up with an excuse to get you to leave. She took the time to summon 2 hand-sized slugs under her robe and send one into Naruto's hood. Naruto locked eyes with her and sighed. You know how the best stories are things that are based on real life? Tsunade gave him a confused look, forcing him to further elaborate. You're going to have to sock me one, Ba-chan. A good one too to make it seem realistic. Just make sure you send me north by northeast. Aim good too, because you've got to get me over that cliff top. Tsunade frowned. You're sure you'll survive it? She got a nod in response. All right then, brat. Good luck. She channeled the chakra to her hand and hit the boy square in the chest, taking care to hit him in an area that would equally distribute the damage she dealt as well as make it look like she whiffed him on the chin, opening her fist right upon contact to hit him with her palm and send him flying. To the shock and surprise of everyone not in the know about what had just transpired, Tsunade just turned back towards the other 2 cage and shrugged, ill-mannered brats. The next generation has no respect for their elders. The Tsuchikage snorted in humor. You've got that right. My own granddaughter Kurotsuchi treats me like a fragile old man. Me. Ryotenbin no Aniki. That's because you are a fragile old man, Gramps. Kurotsuchi pointed at the sparkle in the sky representing Naruto's body. Is he going to be alright after that? Tsunade nodded. Oh yeah. I hit him harder than that all the time. He'll hop right back up wherever he lands. For his sake somewhere soft. XXX. Damn Tsunade Bakken, that was further than a kilometer I swear. After Naruto landed in the Sunagakure scrap heap he swiftly stood up and dusted himself off. Man, hitting the tightly packed earth around here sure would have sucked. I'm glad this pile of rusty kunai and shuriken were here to break my fall. Naruto looked around at the people staring at him strangely. You didn't see anything. He then took off towards the northeast. What's the matter with you, boy? Naruto heard in his head as he was en route to a confrontation with whoever Akatsuki had sent for him this time. What in the world are you babbling about now? You've been really pissy lately and I'm getting kind of tired of your crap. The last few times I went into the mindscape you didn't even wake up to talk to me. Naruto thought rather testily. Naruto went into autopilot mode as he felt a little pull, sending him thoughts on what the Kyuubi was currently doing. Apparently it was bored enough that it had taken to chewing on some guy with long spiky black hair and strange red old style armor. Kyuubi spit him out and huffed. What I mean is, what the hell do you think you've been doing lately? What happened to the little blonde killing machine you used to be, the runt of a human that earned my respect? What happened to the brat that cut down an entire room of Kumo ninja without batting an eye? Does that son of a bitch still breathe? Naruto didn't have the time to even start thinking about what he meant by that. I don't know what you're talking about. This is who I am, and I'm still that damn good. Just because I can be normal after I'm done with the fight doesn't mean anything. You lie. He felt the Kyuubi roar to him. You're lying to me and to yourself. This isn't you. When you first unlocked your sealed memories once more, I took the way you were acting with a grain of salt. I figured that when you got a few kills under your belt and had gotten back into some wet work you would go back to the way you were. Rehabilitation, if you will. Instead, you got worse. And now look at you, you're some guard dog for a bunch of withered old crones more often than you're in battle. You joke around and fall in line behind crones that couldn't strap on your sandals. Kami boy, you were starting to consider those Konoha weaklings in the stadium as your peers, as if they were on your level. They are my peers. Come the end of this exam they're going to be my fellow Chunin. What do you want from me? Do you want me to just shut myself in like when I was a kid? To just train and go on missions? To be like I was en route? News flash furball, that's why I'm not there anymore. At this point Danzo Gigi can't turn me back, he couldn't even make me a mindless drone when I was 5. How in the blue hell is he going to do anything with me now? Naruto raged at the demon in his mind. For over a year now, the Kyuubi had been angry at something. It couldn't have just been because Jiraiya loosened the seal. That would only be enough reasoning for why Naruto was feeling it more often these days. The times where the Kyuubi was actually pleasant were becoming few and far between. This was why it was angry, because Naruto wasn't dark enough for it. He had taken the example of his sealed state and had opened up to people. He had those that he actually considered friends. He spent a lot of his time with these people instead of fighting like he used to. As he tore through the sand dunes, he decided to put this on the back burner for the time being. Alright, listen up. We don't have time to be fighting and bitching at each other right now. After we handle this, we can gripe at each other to your heart's delight, if we survive, but for the moment we need to focus. You're getting sick of me? That's fine, we were never friends, but like it or not, I need you and you need me. There was silence before a low growl. As loath as I am to admit it, you are right. Right before a battle is not the time to go over this, but rest assured, this is not over. You are a mere shell of what you used to be, and at this rate you always will be. With that, the connection between the two was cut off. Naruto pulled up his hood as he kept up the frantic pace through the desert. I'm not a shell of anything, you stupid fox. I'm more than I ever have been before. Why would I ever want to go back to the way things used to be? Fighting just for the sake of being a ninja is no way to live. XXX. As Kiba's opponent finally dropped from blood loss, giving the wild-looking teen the victory in his bout, Shizune looked over at Tsunade and whispered through her applause, "Do you think Naruto-kun will be alright?" Tsunade kept her eyes ahead of her. "If he gets overwhelmed, we'll know about it immediately, and courtesy be damned, I'm going out there and cracking some skulls myself. I can't even enjoy the tournament anymore, and Sakura is in the next fight. All of my Jinan are the last 3 remaining and I can't even enjoy the show." Kurotsuchi looked around. "Where is that Naruto kid that Hokage-sama sent flying? She said he would be alright and that was 45 minutes ago, he still isn't back yet." Shizune laughed nervously. "Oh, Naruto-kun has a terrible sense of direction. He probably got lost somewhere in the village on his way back. He's fine." Naruto didn't get lost, ever. Even Gaara and his siblings knew that. From back when Naruto stayed in Suna during the treaty analysis after the failed Oto-Suna invasion, it was clear that it didn't take much for the boy to find his way around. Even the way he ran through the desert straight to Konoha after his mission was complete proof that if he saw something once, he'd never get lost. Keeping this in mind, Gaara turned his attention back to the proceedings, while Kankuro and Tamari were more on edge, doing their best not to let it show. XXX. Are we fucking there yet? Hidan shouted, "I hate the desert. There isn't even anyone or anything out here to sacrifice to Jashin-sama except for you." Kakuzu glared out of the corner of his eye. "You try it and I'll shove that scythe so far up your ass you'll be spitting chunks of metal. Now shut up and come on, we're almost there if the dome-like structure in the distance isn't an indicator to you, moron." Raiten, Denkai, lightning release, electric field. Hidan and Kakuzu found themselves surrounded in a restrictive field of electricity. Hidan looked around him testily. "Now what the fuck is the problem?" Kakuzu growled, "Shut the hell up, Hidan. It's obvious someone got the drop on us. It won't be enough to win, but I suppose congratulations are in order for pulling that off. It's a pretty decent trap to say the least." Hidan looked at his partner angrily. "Stop complimenting the bastard and find a way to get us out of here. I want to catch the target and be done with this." Naruto's voice projected itself across the desert. "Now's the time that most people would offer you the chance to simply leave and save your lives, but I'm not really most people. Sorry about that." A sizzling noise came from within the electric field. Underneath the top layer of sand was a small cluster of explosive tags burning through. "Fuck." Hidan summed up perfectly. Boom. The explosion negated the electric field, allowing the force of the blast to push Naruto out of his hiding spot underneath the sand. He stood back up and looked at the smoke generated from the attack. That was way too easy. It can't be over yet. He was then forced to dodge. A scythe came sweeping out under him from the sand. Hidan revealed himself after his failed attack, with half of his cloak singed off in the explosion, revealing deep burns on his body. "You little shit. That hurt." Naruto got a good look at his body. That should have killed him. It's clear that he didn't dodge it from the way he looks, so why is he still here? While he was keeping track of Hidan, a pair of arms reached up from the sand and pulled him under before pulling him out a distance away and slamming him into the ground harshly. Due to the ground being sand, Naruto stood up rather quickly, head swimming, but then he had just gotten dragged through the earth and slammed from 10 feet in the air, so being a little disoriented was par the course. He stood up fast enough to see Kakuzu's arms return to his body, connected by black threads that seemed to comprise his innards. Naruto frowned to himself. Interesting technique. After getting slammed into the ground, his hood had come off, revealing his face to the two nuke nin. Kakuzu stared at him for a second before laughing. "Well, would you look at that, Hidan? The Kyubi Jinchuriki came right to us, no searching necessary. We didn't even have to smoke him out. That certainly saves us some time, doesn't it?" Hidan joined his partner in laughing at Naruto. What kind of idiot walks right into a 2-on-1 situation? What did you think you were going to do like this? Naruto narrowed his eyes as a bubbling cloak of the Kyuubi's chakra covered his body. Let me show you. The cloak took on the shape of a fox and one tail sprouted from the back as his canines grew, his eyes turned red, and his nails turned into claws. After thinking about it for a moment he concentrated further and manifested a second tail of chakra, giving him a black outline on his lips. He crouched down in the more comfortable position of being on all fours. On second thought, I might as well start trying to go all out right now. XXX. Gaara's eyes turned towards the northeast as he stayed seated in the stadium. The intermission was close to being complete and Naruto had still yet to return to the cage box. He wasn't the only one to feel the influx of dark power from the distance away. Tsunade felt it but futilely tried to hide feeling the energy. Aniki felt it as well, but seeing as how no one else was speaking up about it he wasn't about to. Gaara finally turned his head towards his siblings. I think I would like to stretch my legs for a moment. Kankuro, Tamari, please remain here if you would. He stood up and placed his hat and cage robes on his chair. Hokage Dono, Tsuchikage Dono, I will return in just a moment, I apologize for departing so abruptly. With that, Gaara disappeared in a wave of sand. Tsunade felt herself release a breath when Gaara left. At the very least now the kid would have more than adequate backup from the Kazekage himself. Aniki let out a short chuckle. That new Kazekage is a real hands-on kind of guy it seems, ate Tsunade? His larger bodyguard looked down at him. What are you referring to Tsuchikage-sama? Aniki looked back down into the arena. Nothing you need to concern yourself with Akatsuchi. XXX. Hidan took a swing at Naruto with his scythe only for Naruto to blur out of his sight in a burst of speed. He was then thrown back through the sand from a single punch to the jaw from the target Jinchuriki. Hidan stood back up with his jaw hanging loosely before cracking it back into place. He angrily turned to Kakuzu, you can help me out with this punk at any time you know? Kakuzu rolled his eyes, aren't you the one that always says that you don't want or need my help? Well, prove it this time. Growling at the challenge, Hidan turned back towards Naruto, fine then. It's no skin off of my nose. He ran back in swinging only to get cracked again even harder this time, getting sent headfirst into a sand dune. Kakuzu looked at the scene in amusement. Actually, it just might be. Heads up. Hidan was about to ask what he meant by heads up when a red claw of chakra wrapped around his body tightly. Gah! What the hell is this? Kakuzu, get me out of this. Kakuzu elaborated, it's the toxic chakra of the Kyuubi no Yoko. You should be fatally burned if you were normal. But the way you are you'll be fine. Fuck you Kakuzu. After this punk, you're next, Hidan yelled as he was reeled in by Naruto's chakra arm. Naruto drew his arm back in a knife-handed strike and forcefully shoved his sharpened claws through Hidan's chest, sending his arm and wrist deep. Naruto then bonelessly cast him away back towards Kakuzu's side. Naruto turned his red eyes to Kakuzu and crouched back down on all fours. Next? Kakuzu shook his head and walked over to Hidan before kicking him in the head. Wake your ass up you pathetic bastard. After a second, Hidan stirred and stood up, holding his head, instead of his chest where there was a gaping hole. What did you kick me for you godless team? That actually hurt. A mass of black threads came from Kakuzu's body. Oh shut up already, you were careless and the kid kicked your ass. Be sure not to let it happen again. Naruto growled, like hell I'm going to let you heal him. He tensed his muscles to spring to attack once again. A mass of the threads came from Kakuzu's body, and instead of sealing Hidan's wounds shut made a strange four-legged body with thin wings and a blue eagle mask at the head. Mind your own business boy, I'll deal with you in just a moment. Play with my wind element for the time being. Fu Uten, Atsugai, wind release, pressure damage. The mask quickly dashed off towards Naruto before swirling around and making a whirlwind that it seemed to be compressing in place before finally letting the glowing pressurized wind go. The force of the released attack sent Naruto flying off rapidly through the arid landscape. Naruto exploded out of the sand that buried him and glared at the mask that was coming his way once again. He pulled the sword from his back and leapt forward, his tails of chakra propelling him forward. The wind mask attempted to meet him head-on but with a simple shift of movement with his chakra tails, he barrel-rolled aside and kept blasting through the sand to head back towards Hidan and Kakuzu. Kakuzu had just finished sewing the gaping wound on Hidan's chest shut, amid much swearing and death threats. As a dust cloud rushed towards the two men, Kakuzu's eyes widened. Uh-oh, you're going to want to move. With that he jumped out of the way. Damn it, you know I'm slower than you Kakuzu. And once again Hidan ended up taking the brunt of Naruto's wrath, this time getting his head cleaved clean off. Not stopping to check over his handiwork, he moved on to the deceptively fast Kakuzu. As Kakuzu backpedaled through the sands, he made a snake hand seal that turned his visible skin darker, near black. Doten, Domu, Earth Release, Earth Spear. Naruto went to swing his blade at Kakuzu and watched in shock as he simply blocked with his forearm. He then barreled at punch and drilled Naruto in the face that sent him flying back once again. Kakuzu went back over to Hidan while Naruto was still reeling. He picked Hidan's head off of the ground, and that's why you need to actually train to be faster instead of praying to your god. Maybe then you wouldn't suck so badly. The disembodied head of Hidan held a shocked, lifeless face. For about 3 seconds before it snarled and tried to bite at Kakuzu. Shut the hell up, you heathen. With a gift like this from Jashin-sama, why would I possibly need to be fast? I can survive anything. Kakuzu walked back over to where Hidan's body had dropped. I don't know, maybe because sewing your pathetic ass back together is getting repetitive. Untalented ninja should just die and yet you keep sticking around. Just shut up and put me back together already so I can tear that kid open, Hidan snapped. It looks like he's the one tearing you open from what I've been watching. Kakuzu quipped. From where he landed, Naruto picked himself up once more. That felt like getting hit with one of Tsunade Baken's love taps. I really hope that he can't hit any harder than that or I'm in some trouble here. He powered down and tried to keep a low profile as he crept around the battlefield to attempt some kind of tactic on them, seeing as how brute force just wasn't working. At least he took out one of them. Naruto formed over 20 cage bunshine and sent them out and around the perimeter of where he had been knocked away by Kakuzu. Naruto kept himself as concealed as he could as he peeked over a dune and almost bugged out at what he saw. Hidan was getting his head reattached to his body, and it was speaking the entire time. Naruto dropped down back out of sight and had to slap himself to see if he was hallucinating. A genjutsu maybe? No. Maybe that last shot concussed him? No, he'd be over it by now as long as he had been generating 2 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra. Putting aside the thought of how the man could still be alive after being beheaded, how in the world was he still speaking? Didn't he sever some important cords in his throat when he cut his head off? Cutting off someone's head is checkmate, period. Naruto had fought like this, had been trained like this since day one. It was the single most definite way he knew of to finish his opponents off. Now that he seemingly couldn't kill this guy even after shoving his entire arm through his chest, even after severing his head from his shoulders, what could he possibly do to stop this guy? The answer was simple. He would just have to cut and rend him into itty-bitty pieces. Let's see him sew the silver-haired bastard back together after that, but he still needed to get close for long enough to actually do it. That masked guy was no joke. To be able to hit him hard enough to actually harm him and hold him off when he was using the Kyuubi's chakra was a big deal. Naruto made a cage bunshine and dispelled it to send a message of his next move to the rest of them. Kakuzu finished sewing Hidan's head back on. There. It will be easier to decapitate you. But seeing as how the kid uses a sword, if he cut through your neck with it you would be losing that empty skull of yours again anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. From all around them a mass of shuriken flew into the air above them. A slew of similar voices shouted, Shuriken Cage Bunshine no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The amount of shuriken flying above their heads multiplied enough to partially shade the sun from view. Kakuzu pulled Hidan back to his feet. Hidan, get moving now. Raiten, Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Release, Lightning Shuriken. The voices yelled out. Every shuriken hanging in the air rained down electricity onto the 2 men. Kakuzu was able to dodge all of the strikes and get himself out of the area of fire as the false shuriken dispelled and the real ones fell back down to the ground. Hidan ended up getting hit a few times due to the lightning rod he called a scythe in his hand, but aside from cursing about being hit he was no worse for wear. Naruto's clones dispelled after using all of their chakra to power both of the ninjutsu they had just utilized, leaving Naruto alone on the battlefield once more. Alright then. Naruto moved from his hiding place at top speed in an effort to blindside Kakuzu or Hidan while they were still on edge from his last attack. However, he had forgotten about something that he had left in the dust that came back with a vengeance when Kakuzu's wind mask burst from the ground nearby and smashed into him, sending him flying into the air. Both Nuke Nin heard and saw the attack. Hidan licked his lips as he leapt into the air to meet Naruto on the way down with his scythe. Here we go, brat. I've been waiting to get my hands on you. Naruto saw him rising into the air as he descended. Well, keep on waiting, Fuuten, Kaze Wakshikaru, wind release, wind burst. Naruto stepped on an invisible bubble of air that burst under him and launched him higher into the air. forcing Hidan's attack with his scythe to miss. Naruto used the extra space provided by his jutsu to go through a few hand seals and link his fists together. Fuuten, Fuujin Seiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. The force of the wind jutsu from Naruto forced Hidan back to the ground violently, kicking up a huge cloud of sand from the impact. Naruto, however, once again got slammed into by the wind mask, knocking him away harshly as it followed up by releasing a powerful gust to push Naruto towards the ground even harder and keeping him from turning himself upright. Not really the best plan to come out here alone, was it? Kakuzu taunted as he rushed in towards the falling blonde. He launched a punch that extended due to his special technique with the black threads in his body. In mid-flight of the punch, his fist turned dark-colored as he hardened it with Doden, Domu, and nailed Naruto right in the body. Letting blood and spittle spew from his mouth, he was sent flying once more, getting knocked around like a ping-pong ball. Naruto hadn't even touched the ground for 30 seconds and had switched direction and altitude at least 3 times. Before he could impact with the ground and slide along the sand, he found himself caught by the very thing he could see for miles and miles. Naruto then found himself turned around and came face to face with a familiar pair of seafoam green eyes with black rings outlining them with a messy mop of red hair adorning his head. XXX. Back in the arena, attention had been grabbed for a moment as a loud lightning storm had kicked up out across the outskirts of the village. Man, the desert has some weird weather. Kurotsuchi chimed, makes me glad we live in the mountains. Akatsuchi spoke up next, trying to interject helpfully, we have lightning storms in the mountains too, Kurotsuchi. The girl blushed in embarrassment and pouted, shut up, Akatsuchi. Kankuro looked around, where the hell is Gaara? It's time for the finals and he still isn't here. And for that matter, where is Naruto? Did he seriously get lost? Shizune waved off his concern, oh, you know Naruto-kun. Kankuro rubbed his chin, yeah, I think I do, because the last time he was here and he pissed off Tamari, he ran away, lost her, and hid for the entire day afterwards. He didn't come back to the house until Gaara headed out and dragged him back. There's no way that guy got lost in our village. Gaara didn't tell them where he had gone, so Tsunade figured that when he left he came to the same realization that she did. Any talk about there being an attack would put the city in a panic, especially the currently jam-packed stadium, so Gaara decided to cage up and go defend his village himself. She had to respect that. And clearly Aniki did too, since he hadn't breathed a word of the situation that she was very certain he was also privy to. The old man, currently in her thoughts, put a smirk on his face, proving her right. Wild exams this year, huh? Tsunade laughed humorlessly, you said it. XXX. Naruto couldn't help but place a smile on his face as blood trailed down his lip. Gaara, I have never been so happy to be caught in your sand. He then put a dry look on your face, you have cleaned this stuff since the last time I've been in it, haven't you? Gaara raised a non-existent eyebrow, how does one clean sand? Naruto sighed, never mind. Just let me down. Gaara proceeded to do so by dropping Naruto abruptly on his back, I meant gently. I don't do gentle. Gaara deadpanned as he looked out at the 2 opponents Naruto had been fighting coming back together, so these are Akatsuki members? Naruto nodded as he stood back up, yep. I hope you got the memo about what these guys are after. Jinchuriki like you and me. So if we lose, prepare to get your soul and your bijou sucked out in a painful manner. How did you even find me anyway? Besides the massive bloodlust you were letting off when you accessed the Kyuubi's chakra and the random lightning storm that hit from the middle of nowhere in my desert? Gaara answered sarcastically, and there's no way we're losing here, Uzumaki. Naruto drew his sword from his back once more, debating on whether or not it would be prudent to use the Senin Kugake in this situation, since he couldn't guarantee a swift kill even if he was able to dice them up. Kakuzu could apparently sew himself back together with his black thread innards, and if he cut off Hidan's head and he still got up to fight, he wasn't sure anything else would put him down. And why is that? Because you're the Kazekage? There goes that S-rank superiority complex I keep talking about. Gaara let his lips quirk, faintly displaying his amusement. Tell me, Uzumaki. What is the one thing that I have complete control over? Naruto rolled his eyes, sand. Duh, Gaara, I knew that. Stop rubbing in the fact that your primary Jinchuriki form is always on and I have to trigger my own manually to get any perks. I've been bitching to you about that for the last few years. Naruto then ended up with a mouthful of sand courtesy of Gaara, bleh. Gross. Once again I feel I have to mention the fact that you crush people with that shit. I know, Uzumaki. Now please tell me what kind of landscape we currently inhabit. Gaara requested with his arms crossed. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked around and a manic grin slowly spread across his face. At your cue, Kazekage-sama. Gaara's face mirrored Naruto's own on a smaller scale while Kakuzu and Hidan were sizing up the new situation. Kakuzu frowned, though it was unnoticeable through his mask. We may have quipped about coming for the Ichibi Jinchuriki, but we're at an ungodly disadvantage against him here in his own environment. And with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki running circles around Hidan and cleaving his body parts off it, well, there's no way we're going to get him now with the Kazekage fighting at his side. We're outmatched. Hidan gripped his scythe tightly, his desire to spill blood temporarily overruled by his common sense actually making an appearance. What's your call, Kakuzu? This was actually a good idea at first, but with this guy here now we can't take them both. Kakuzu nodded, agreed. But maybe we can get some updated intel on these targets for a bit. Our information has been rather lax since the blonde brat took out Sasori. Hidan chuckled, whatever you say. Hidan rushed from his spot with an intense shriek and swung his scythe at Naruto and Gaara. The latter blocked the attack with his automatic sand defense and started creeping his sand up the arm of Hidan. Gaara stuck his hand out and turned it to the side before closing it. Sabaku Sausu, sand burial. Hidan's arm was crushed, producing a sizable burst of blood and getting a yell of pain from the silver-haired berserker. He pulled his crushed limb from the sand and ended up getting it severed by Naruto's sword before he could return to Kakuzu's side. Kakuzu rushed to the unprotected side of Gaara and attempted to deliver a heavy kick to the unmoving Kazekage that was blocked again by Gaara's sand. Kakuzu was still fast enough, however, to remove his foot before Gaara could pull a repeat performance of Sabaku Sausu on him. He jumped back. That's a nice defense. It really is something worth mentioning when one speaks of you. I'm forgetting something. Naruto mentioned as he saw Gaara easily defending him from both of the Akatsuki members. Seriously, he wasn't ever looking forward to fighting Gaara ever again, even if it was just a spar. As he said this, Kakuzu's mask came at them both from a blind spot. It started making its movements to attempt Fuuten Atsugai once again, but Naruto was damned if he was going to let that thing go off near Gaara without a fight. Naruto formed a Kage Bunshin and formed a Rasengan. I'll show you a real wind jutsu. The Kage Bunshin put its hands around the Rasengan Naruto had formed and pumped wind chakra into it while Naruto maintained the original shape and form of the Rasengan, giving it the appearance of a Rasengan with sharp spikes circulating outside of it. Come on, you ugly, ugly son of a bitch. Fuuten, Rasengan, wind release, spiraling sphere. Naruto met the mask head-on as it was forming the pressurized dome of air and collided the new Rasengan directly with its mask, destabilizing the mask's jutsu. The resulting clash of wind element ninjutsu caused a major outflow of force from the point of impact as a massive tornado engulfed both Naruto and the embodiment of Kakuzu's wind element. The force of the jutsu finally began tearing the black thread body apart and ended up shredding the mask itself into pieces. Naruto stood with his hand outstretched, cuts on his own palm and insides of his fingers healing from the powerful wind technique. Ba-chan telling me not to train. How else would I have gotten this down? Hidan clutched at his missing arm as Kakuzu retreated back to his side. The masked man watched with interest. I think we've got enough for the time being. We need to report how dangerous the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is to Leader Sama. He raised his voice so Naruto and Gaara could hear him. This was an enlightening little skirmish. We'll definitely be seeing one of you two sooner rather than later, but for now we'll just let you be. A fight between us now would only be something akin to the unstoppable force against the unmovable object. He and Hidan both made half-tiger seals. Until next time. Gaara raised his hand at both men. Not so fast. Sabaku Q, sand coffin. Gaara covered their bodies in his sand, but before he fully covered their faces he caught a smirk on the face of Hidan. So sorry boys, but rest assured QB kid. I'll be seeing you again real soon. The sand covered his face entirely with his dark grin being the last thing seen. Gaara clenched his fist. Sabaku Sausu, sand burial. The sand imploded and gushed blood everywhere before receding back into Gaara's gourd. What a disappointment of a battle. Those were S-ranked missing ninja? Naruto walked over to the corpses and frowned. These aren't the same guys, Gaara. Gaara let slight surprise show on his face as he walked over and realized Naruto was correct. The crushed, unidentified, unmarked men were not the same people that they had been fighting. What kind of henge could do this? X. A distance away, Hidan and Kakuzu came out of their meditative seated positions and stood back up to return to a base. Hidan dusted himself off. That was actually a solid idea to send in those sacrifices. A damn shame it didn't work, eh? Kakuzu cracked his neck. It couldn't be helped. My own was almost out of chakra, and without me, your copy would have just been diced up. Let's report back to Leader Sama. Faye. Hidan scoffed, shut up. All of this wasted time sitting on my ass doing nothing. We'd better slaughter a random village or two on our way back. XXX. As Naruto and Gaara picked up the remains of the two men who had just been killed in Gaara's jutsu and prepared to return to Sunagakure, a man clenched his fists and glared with his familiar spinning red eyes. Kokukaku. What do you think, Sasuke-kun? Didn't we come all the way out here for you to fight Naruto-kun? Or is the Kazekage too imposing a figure to make a move on him? I am here with you as well, you know? Sasuke stated simply as he turned around and began to walk away. He wasn't even good enough to beat those two on his own. I truly doubt you could do better if you had actually been in there. Kabuto sniped while adjusting his glasses only to get a full-powered glare from Sasuke. Ooh, such a scary face. That's enough, Kabuto. Orochimaru reprimanded his right-hand man. He is correct though. Kakuzu and Hidan are nigh impossible to outright kill. I wonder how you would have handled them if it had been you fighting instead, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke stopped glaring at Kabuto and turned his head towards Orochimaru before turning around and walking away. Whatever. I'm wasting my time out here. Kabuto looked at his master. Why didn't we attack them after all, Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru grinned predatorily. Akatsuki is just as much a pain in my side as it is a threat to Naruto-kun. If he can run their numbers down, then I see no reason to take the boy's life yet. Let them continue to pick away at one another for as long as the other can stand it. Kabuto nodded in agreement. And about Sasuke? Orochimaru began walking along the direction that Sasuke had just taken. You and I both know that he is still no match for the boy, however in a few months that will no longer be much of an issue, Kabuto, but I'll give him the satisfaction of knowing that his body destroyed Naruto-kun. It just won't be him doing it in the end. As the group walked away, a scorpion that had been crawling nearby disappeared in a puff of smoke. XXX. Gaara walked next to Naruto back towards Suna with two sand clouds carrying the carcasses of their kills. Are we both in agreement that engaging them all now would not be practical for us? Naruto nodded. Oh yeah. But it doesn't matter, we have more important things to worry about than the body snatching team. They'll come knocking at some point. And we'll be waiting. We? Gaara questioned. Naruto shrugged. What? You act like you aren't going to get all over this after today. He did manipulate your country into a war with mine, and he is trespassing in your country as we speak. Who knows what else they did while they were here. I'm certain you aren't going to just let that slide when the time comes, Kazekage-sama. Don't call me that, Uzumaki, Gaara insisted. It feels odd hearing that from you. Fair enough. Naruto accepted. I guess it would seem strange for the guy whose house you crashed over it for almost 2 weeks to call you by your title, especially when I'm your age and everything. Hey, I wonder who won the exams. Chapter 30, Homefront Concerns. Naruto stood next to Tsunade as all of the cage-ranked ninja that had attended the exam stood in front of all of the participants while the crowd applauded. Naruto had a faint smile on his face as he saw that Ino, Kiba, Kuji, and Sakura had all managed to get promotions from their efforts during the testing period. He was sort of upset that he didn't see any other fights other than the first round, but when presented with the other option of allowing Akatsuki to get the drop on him in a possibly crowded area, it seemed like a hit he had to take for the team. Still, somebody could have told him at least who won the whole thing. When he returned, he had to make an attempt to explain away the blood on his clothes. He couldn't even say that it was his since the amount of blood did not equal up to his current condition since he didn't have a mark on him. After the promotional proceedings, Gaara proceeded to blow his cover, making all of his attempts at playing off his disheveled appearance and what he had been doing the entire time moot. After the tournament had ended, Gaara led everyone back to his office. Naruto and myself engaged 2 members of Akatsuki outside of the village. I believe their names were Hidan and Kakuzu. Naruto nodded as those were the names that he caught from them during their short battle. Tell them the other part, the part that pissed us both off. Gaara acknowledged Naruto with a simple shift of the eyes. They were utilizing some kind of technique that allowed them to use a person as a body double and fight using their own skills and abilities from afar. We aren't even sure that they were anywhere in the entire country at all. Gaara crossed his hands in front of his face as he sat at his desk. That is a most disturbing discovery. Tsunade frowned. With a technique like that, they don't even need to go into hostile areas themselves to achieve their missions. Kurotsuchi scowled as she heard the description of the encounter. How cowardly. You would think that a group of dangerous ninja like that would be more up for coming in person, especially when it comes to something like attempting to take out a Jinchuriki. Naruto grinned. I'm glad you're acknowledging that I'm awesome when you don't even know me. Kurotsuchi rolled her eyes. I was referring more to Kazekage-sama than you. I outrank you. Naruto sat crouched in the corner with an aura of despair around him. Well, you don't have to be so blunt about it. I'm awesome. Right? Everyone in the room ignored Naruto's identity crisis and continued speaking amongst themselves about the situation that transpired during the final examination. Gaara spoke once more. Well, needless to say, the goals of this organization are the capture of all Jinchuriki for the use of their bijou for one reason or another. Nationality means nothing to them, as you can clearly see, they simply desire all of them. Tsunade had on a businesslike face. Reports from Jiraiya said that the Gobi Jinchuriki and the Nanabi Jinchuriki have already been taken. I guess they were looking to press their current advantage and take either Gaara or Naruto while they were on a roll. Aniki had a displeased look on his face. So that was what happened to Han. We assumed he had run off. How they were able to take him with not even a peep is very concerning. He looked at Gaara and Tsunade. Which ones still remain? Tsunade answered him. Those were the only two that they were able to obtain. There is still the Ichibi, the Nibi, the Sanbi, the Inbi, the Rakubi, the Hechibi, and the Kyubi. But the way that they blatantly came for either Naruto or Gaara, it was like they didn't have a real strategy. Naruto got up from his spot in the corner to contribute. They said something about intel right before Gaara finished the fight. Oh yes, Gaara said, Sasori had a number of spies, including 2 in this village. 2 of our own counselors were something akin to sleeper agents. After Sasori was killed, they were exposed as his men and were promptly arrested. Apparently Sasori had an entire network of similar spies all over the place, spanning back to the days when he first left Suna and became a nuke nin in first place. It was how they were able to ascertain that you yourself were a Jinchuriki back when you were first attacked Naruto. Aniki looked between his 2 fellow Kage. So what happens now? We know what they're after, should we simply hunt them down? Tsunade shook her head. We don't know where they originate from. As I speak, that's currently what I have Jiraiya out seeking information on. At the moment, the only thing we can actually do is to anticipate their movements and prepare countermeasures. Do you know how many there are for members? Kurotsuchi asked, trying to get some sort of handle on the situation. Naruto scratched his head. Well, I was told that there were 9 or 10 members. Orochimaru used to be a member, but they had a falling out, I guess. You have Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, the first ones that I met. There's Hidan and Kakuzu, the 2 that me and Gaara just got through fighting. And then you have Akasuna no Sasori, the one I killed, and his partner Deidara. Aniki's head quickly turned to Naruto. Did you say that Deidara was a member? Naruto nodded. Yeah, blonde guy, weird mouths in his hands, makes a ton of weird explosive sculptures, that Deidara. Come to think of it, he did have a slashed Iwa Hidiate on. Slippery bastard. I'm still kind of pissed off that he got away. Kurotsuchi stared at Naruto in surprise. You beat Deidara ni? Now Naruto still couldn't let on that he had been assisted thoroughly by Sai, lest he blow everything sky high even further. How anyone believed by any stretch of the imagination that he was fully capable of taking on 2 members of Akatsuki simultaneously was beyond him, but he assumed that the proof of Sasori's DNA as his only existing remains was all the proof necessary to say such. Naruto looked at the girl who had her attention firmly on him. I'm here, aren't I? That means he didn't blow me into a million pieces or suck my bijou out of my still breathing body. She still had an incredulous look on her face. Fine, believe what you want to, I don't have anything to prove to you anyway. Kurotsuchi snapped out of it. Watch yourself, Namikaze. Naruto looked at her with a frown on his face. Please don't call me that. Just because he's my old man doesn't mean I'm changing my name or anything. I happen to like my name just the way it is. There's no reason to try and make myself seem more important by adopting his name. Naruto, be silent, Tsunade said officially, clamming the teen up instantly and getting him to stand at attention. She had to hold back a look of shock. That was all it ever took to get him to stifle? Why didn't I just order him to do that after I first took this job? She got herself refocused. This is going to be a problem very soon. If they've already shown the capabilities to kidnap them right from inside of their villages and they're just now being forced to fight to obtain the Jinchuriki, then they might be able to infiltrate Konoha and begin a conflict with Naruto before anyone could assist him. If they work in twos, one could simply deal with Naruto while the other keeps any potential backup at bay. Gaara spoke again. And with the jutsu that they displayed to us, they wouldn't even have to show up in person to complete missions. Although it seemed to make their body doubles nowhere near as effective as their true selves. Uzumaki was able to hold off both of them and seemed ready to keep going. and when I appeared to lend assistance, the battle didn't continue for much longer. Together it was fairly simple to dispatch them. Anaki's mustache twitched, so that means that after this defeat they'll know to actually send the true operatives next time, no matter which Jinchuriki they target next. I need to find and recall Roshi. Gaara looked out of the window at his village. They won't send anyone after me or Uzumaki so soon after the last encounter. They will wait to further analyze the latest information that they have on us from the short encounter. They will probably pursue the other Jinchuriki that are less informed of their existence for the time being. Anaki clasped his hands in a satisfied manner. Well, that's fantastic. Now all I have to do is shore up my defenses and get Roshi back into Iwa and everything will work out. I'm not sure about that, Naruto said plainly before remembering that he was supposed to be silent for the time being. When all eyes turned to him, he gave Tsunade a look asking her for permission to speak. She gestured for him to proceed. Well, how long do you think it will take for you to find this guy Roshi? Anaki shrugged, 2 weeks at least, but we will be able to locate him. Naruto shook his head. That might not be fast enough. No matter where he may be, they still might be able to find him. I went to my ancestral home for personal reasons and told only my Jounin squad leader where I was going, and they still found me. They probably know where he is already and are just waiting him out if they didn't take him already. Tsunade's eyes widened at Naruto's explanation. Do you get reports from Roshi updating you on his condition, Tsuchikage Dono? Anaki growled. No, we don't. I allowed him to leave many years ago to allow him to learn to control the power of the Inbi no Saru. It was better that no one was around while he was training to utilize that power. He had some sort of point there as far as learning to control the demonic power went. To everyone else's knowledge, Iwa didn't really have an area for no-holds-barred training like the other villages had. Suna Ninja could simply head into the desert and cut loose, Kiri Ninja had designated islands that they could use, Kumo had their own mysterious island with many strange and gigantic creatures inhabiting it, and Konoha had the Forest of Death that Naruto used frequently. Allowing him to use his power inside of the village's generally provided training grounds would have been a bad idea for at least half a dozen reasons. The grizzled old Cage continued speaking. So you're saying that he may very well already be captured? Naruto nodded. Well, yeah. I'm not saying it really, I'm more or less speculating, but it's not much of a stretch to say so. That's all we need to hear right now, Naruto, Tsunade said to get him to finish talking. Naruto simply stepped back next to Shizune and stood at attention. Anaki snorted. I still think that these affairs should be handled domestically. The Jinchuriki should be a country's own responsibility. I will not divert any of my forces to assist you to protect your own weapons. This is just the way of keeping the status quo. Gaara and Naruto narrowed their eyes at the weapon comment but didn't say anything about it. Both of them accepted it at this point that they were generally meant to be used as weapons, but to hear the way that he had said it as if they weren't people worked their nerves somewhat. Tsunade, Shizune, Kankuro, and Tamari actually visibly took it worse that the two demon containers in the room did if the scowls on their faces were any indication of the underlying tension in the room. Tsunade and Shizune were trying to keep Naruto from rationalizing his thought that way, and they figured it would be hard enough to keep Naruto from labeling himself as a weapon due to his time with Danzo without others actually identifying him as such. Tamari and Kankuro had spent years since Gaara's defeat to Naruto making sure that he knew that he was their brother, not just Suna's ace in the hole. Tsunade attempted to speak through the tension. That's fine. Suna and Konoha will simply have to reach out to the other villages with Jinchuriki still remaining to ensure that everyone is prepared for the growing threat. With the knowledge that unless directly involved once more, Iwa would not aid either village, the meeting shifted away from Akatsuki. XXX. Damn it, Naruto said dejectedly as he and Shizune had returned to their hotel with Tsunade after the meeting. I can't believe they left to go home already. They probably think that I'm avoiding them. I haven't spoken to anyone else in forever. Shizune patted him on the back consolingly. It's okay, Naruto-kun, you can find them when we get back to Konoha, right, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade was taking the current downtime to paint her nails and answered vacantly, huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe. If I don't have any more missions lined up for him when we get back. Naruto sighed. There's going to be another mission, he said as he walked towards his futon at the foot of Tsunade and Shizune's beds. There's always another mission. Damn overflow of assignments. He lay down on top of his temporary bedding. Tsunade rolled her eyes and kept at work on her nails. Stop whining, brat. You were the one that wanted all of the real missions, remember? Naruto scoffed from his spot on the futon. You worked me like a rookie chunin. Now I don't want to be a sissy or anything, but can I get some downtime again? Downtime? Tsunade almost bellowed. Since when do you need downtime, you walking chakra battery? Since you send me on jobs that last a month or longer consecutively, Naruto said as he sat up at the foot of Shizune's bed to let the older woman play vacuously with his hair. The only thing I've had time to do these days is get my hair cut. Do you want to know what I dream about these days? Sleeping in my own bed. There's something wrong with that. I've been getting back-to-back B ranks and the 1S rank you just sent me on, not to mention this one, it should be A ranked, right? Shizune paused in her current actions with her pseudo-little brother's hair. Well, why don't you just take some time now, Naruto-kun? We're not going to really do anything until we set out for Konoha tomorrow morning. My job is to watch out for Tsunade Bakken. I'm her first and most vital line of defense, Naruto said. Even if I kept some cage bunshine handy around here, if anyone actually attacked her, that wouldn't even slow them down. Tsunade had finished painting her nails and was simply waiting for them to dry. It's good of you to say that, brat, very responsible. Naruto nodded and shut his eyes against the side of the bed. It was a good thing that Tsunade was none the wiser to the very long date he ended up taking Tamari on the day before the Chunin exam finals. You've got to love Cage Bunshine no Jutsu. And the bounty checks for S-ranked ninja. XXX. 5 days later. After getting an early start back to Konoha the next morning, the trip back was as slow as the trip up there. There was a lot to digest nowadays, there was no real doubt about it. Akatsuki was beginning to make their move and the new enemies discovered had somewhat startling abilities. There was seriously a lot of work to do if he was going to be ready for the next encounter, because for all he knew the next 2-on-1 encounter wouldn't be with just a pair of body doubles, it would be the real deal. After the trek back to Konoha and a quick debriefing, brief because Tsunade was there, she knew what happened, and it was after midnight when they got back. Naruto slogged through the empty village streets, 2 out of it to attempt a shunshine to his own house. After kicking off his sandals and dropping his gear, operating seemingly on autopilot all the way through the apartment, he proceeded to drop face first on his bed and blackout. XXX. Naruto's Mindscape. Naruto awakened in a cave setting. As he sat up from his prone position on his back, he looked around. Why the hell was he in a cave? His mindscape should only have been what the Kyuubi knew of Konoha. How the hell did that massive thing know anything of what a cave like this looked like? Come to think of it, why didn't Naruto know what this cave looked like? He was supposed to be able to navigate Konoha blindfolded, and yet he had no idea where he was right now. Taking charge of the situation and wondering why the Kyuubi decided to manifest him inside of his mind tonight and why he picked this exact area to do so, not to mention what the hell this area actually was. As he made his way to the exit, he made a small noise. As he jumped down from the well-hidden cavern in the cliff wall, he landed squarely at the edge of the woods. He actually did know where he was currently in the forest situated on the backside of the Hokage monument. In truth, nobody ever went back there, even less than the amount of people that ever went to the top of the monument itself normally. I need to come back here in person and check this place out one of these days. I really feel like I'm missing something here. He walked through the forest and eventually found his own personal demon lying down in the middle of a burned-out wasteland. Naruto looked around as he approached before coming to a stop and sitting down directly in front of the Kyuubi. Alright, wake up. I know you can't possibly be asleep because you're the one that brought me here. One blood-red eye opened, staring directly at Naruto. You are still weak. He was kind of right. There were still far too many people with the ability to somehow stop him. Granted, these people were the absolute best of the best, and he felt that a full-scale fight against a true elite, even if it ended in his inevitable defeat, would end with some sort of permanent reminder on their person of their battle with him, that is, even if they were ever the same again. But after getting smacked around by 2 people that didn't even bother showing up in person to fight, it kind of grated on his mind. Naruto didn't even bother verbally responding. The Kyuubi opened up both of its eyes and sat up on its haunches as it looked its host over. Honestly, you've done as well as can be expected for a mere human child when it comes to using my power. But if 3 tails is the limit of your control, then you might as well surrender your body and relinquish control to me. I can destroy your enemies and ensure the peace of your village. Naruto's lips quirked slightly. Before you come back here and trample this place flat, right? The sharp teeth of the Kyuubi were bared in a grin of sorts. Well, I never said that I would leave this place alone, did I? I simply said that I would destroy your enemies and ensure this village's peace. What better way to do that than to make everyone rest in peace? You're a very funny demon. Naruto commented, and it doesn't matter if I have any more control, I can simply train and get it. It's that simple. It could be simpler, Naruto, Kyuubi said offhandedly. I can be the tool of victory that you want to be. With my true power, I can eradicate any threat that you have ever come across. It would be so easy for you. All you would have to do is entrust your heart to me, And I will make it so easy for you. You know, Naruto started, I've never really considered myself selfish before. He started pacing in front of the massive frame of the QB. I have to admit, there is a part of me that wants to just give you the reins, to just let you handle everything on the off chance that you aren't simply lying to my face to get me to set you free. To just allow myself the chance to let things go as they may, telling myself that I did the best thing I could. To give up my freedom and body just to ensure that your power would truly be used to keep the promise that I made when I became a ninja, to keep Konoha safe. He stopped walking in circles and got right as close to the QB's muzzle as he could, but I'm going to be selfish this time. I'm going to find a way to get control over your chakra, and I will get you to help me. I'm going to learn how to beat people without even taking a small hit of your chakra. I'm going to keep everyone close to me safe. I'm going to be normal, and I'm going to be extraordinary. I'm going to finish my last mission to Danzo Jiji and become Hokage. I'm going to tear Akatsuki asunder, crush them, and throw them into the wind. I'm going to do all of this. Because you and I both know that if it really had to come down to it, there's not a whole lot anyone can do to stop me from doing what I want. He turned away from the QB who had not taken his eyes off of him or interrupted him the entire time and began walking away, and rest assured, when I finally think that I'm ready to do it, I'm going to open the seal and I'm going to kick your big fuzzy ass until you fully accept me as your partner. A partner? QB scoffed as it lay its head back down on the ground. You mean a slave? It growled as lowly as it could. No, Naruto said as he started vanishing from his mindscape, I meant partner. I'd rather be your friend and ally than your master. Slowly shutting its eyes as Naruto fully disappeared from view, the QB adjusted itself to get back to sleep. That heart you seem to have developed, Kit. It will either become perhaps your greatest weapon, or it will be the catalyst to the end of your life. XXX. The next morning he awoke to the sound of tapping on the window in his room. As he made to turn over and get up he felt a weight on his back. Looking over his shoulder he saw Hamiko attached to his back, fast asleep. Damn it, she sleeps in my bed when I'm gone? I don't really know how to feel about that right now. Sheets are clean though. Naruto sighed as he thought of figuring his way out of this without waking her. Turning his head to his window he saw a male Onbu in a cat mask waiting and watching. Naruto looked at the man with a twitching eyebrow as he made a cage bunshine and used Kawarimi to switch places with it before he walked sluggishly to the window. You were just so amused watching that I'm sure, Tenzo. He remarked before he reached the window, stopping his hand from opening it up as he realized something and pointed accusingly at the man. Oh no. Oh hell no. It hasn't even been 12 hours yet and she's going to send me right back out? He hissed out lowly to keep from waking Hamiko. The masked Tenzo shrugged and motioned for Naruto to open up. A sigh came from the boy as he did as instructed. Hello Teiko. I wish I could say that it was good to see you, but seeing you means I have to work. Tenzo patted Naruto on the head, getting a frown from the boy that he was sure made the man smile behind the mask. Same to you Naruto. Hokage-sama is here to inform you to keep yourself at the ready in case any missions open up for you soon. She said something about mission overflow duty and that you would know what that meant. Naruto held back a facepalm. I will never sleep through a meeting ever again no matter how boring it is. He then spoke out loud, well it's better to at least keep me mobilized and let me rest than to send me right back out again. Thanks for the message Teiko. Tenzo nodded, see you later Naruto. He then jumped off to resume his usual duties. Naruto ran a hand through his hair and turned back to where his cage bunshine was underneath Hamiko with a deadpan look on his face. So what are you going to do about this, boss? Naruto shut the window and walked out of the bedroom, grabbing all of the things he had dropped the previous night off of the floor. I'm going to go do something since I'm up. You're going to stay there until you can come up with a way to get away from her without waking her up. Naruto smirked as his cage bunshine glared at him darkly over his shoulder until he left the apartment and shut the door behind him. Upon giving it a few seconds, the cage bunshine's glare turned into a grin as he gently rolled over and held Hamiko in his arms. Yeah, I could do that. Or I could just stay like this for as long as I last. His grin widened further when he felt Hamiko snuggle her head further into his chest. Yep, this option is definitely the best. XXX. Naruto simply wandered around the village as many were out and about starting their day, and without even realizing it ended up in front of the Hokage Tower. He blinked in surprise as he shrugged and walked past without a second glance. I guess this is what Kakashi-sensei meant by getting lost on the road of life. If this is the first place I go out of instinct then I really did need a break. Before he got too far he heard a voice call out to him, Naruto. The blonde turned around to see Sakura walking up to him with papers in her arms. Hey Sakura. Long time no see. And by the way, way to go on getting promoted. Sakura gave him a smile. Thanks. Being Tsunade-sama's apprentice is working out for me, huh? Naruto chuckled. Yeah, apparently. Just don't ever try to hit me the way she does. Ever. No matter what, he said with the utmost seriousness, I get enough of that already from her alone. Sakura's sweat dropped before perking back up. No one's seen you around the village in a while. How are things going? Oh, I met the girl that lives in your apartment too, she said at the end with slight distaste. Naruto frowned at her change in tone. Hamiko-chan's a good girl. She's just a friend that I wanted to help. It's a very long story, just know that everything that goes on in that apartment is completely platonic. Of course inwardly he was rolling his eyes. I'm just about 15 years old and have killed more people than you can even reasonably estimate, and yet the prospect of me having sex is enough to upset you. How ass backwards is our society? Well, I'm kind of busy right now. Sakura gestured with the papers in her grasp. I need to get these over to the hospital and then I have to work a shift today, so I'll see you around. Naruto nodded. Yeah, unless our magnanimous Hokage decides to send me on a 6-month tilt between now and dinner time. Sakura waved to him as she walked away. Bye Naruto. I'll see you later. Tell Shizune Nichan I said hi. And tell Ba-chan if Nei-chan catches her drinking again and takes her stash I will not be speeding up my usual delivery just because she lost it all, Naruto said as he went off in the other direction. Well, she certainly does seem way better these days than what I last remember about her. Naruto let out a yawn as he continued on his way, wandering through the village without much purpose to doing so. Well, isn't this an ironic little problem? I've been talking about how I need time off and when I get it I can't think of anything to do but train or work. After walking about for a little while longer he wound up in the forest near the residential area. If he was really this hard up for ideas he knew one thing that needed to be done when he got home. A kunai passed by his face while his mind was elsewhere. Now when a kunai usually comes at him behind the walls of Konoha he knew it would be either one of two people, and there were very particular ways to pinpoint exactly who it was. Did the kunai cut his cheek? No. Was there a shapely female form hanging off of his back with her arms wrapped around him? Again no. Did the kunai miss him by a mile in the effort to divert his attention? Yes. Did the damn thing have a pinwheel on it for some reason? Yes. And if he listened closely he could hear the creaking of a spandex jumpsuit rubbing together at high speeds. The time it took for him to work out this equation in real time, less than 1 second, which was convenient, because that was all the time he had to react to it in one way or another. Now depending on who was coming for him he would have one of two reactions. For the first person he would only have so much time and room to maneuver himself to put himself at an advantage instead of being left to her tender mercies, and by tender I mean with a kunai pushing against his jugular and as maybe his junk depending on her mood. For the second person there was only enough time for one response and one response only. Dynamic entry. At a speed that most could only keep up with assisted by a dujutsu, a spandex-clad figure slammed his foot into the side of Naruto's head before he burst into smoke. A kawarimi combined with cage bunshine. Damn it, Rock Lee, Naruto said as he dropped a nearby tree. That would have given me a concussion if that had actually hit. What the hell is your malfunction? Lee was taller nowadays, but other than the growth that came with him growing in age and the chunin vest he now wore he didn't look too different at all from the old days. Lee simply gave Naruto one of his gleaming smiles. Ah, Naruto-kun, it has been too long since we have seen one another. When was it? Oh yes, during our border patrol mission. What a youthful assignment. Naruto gave him a dry look. We didn't do anything the entire time for 3 weeks except walk around the countryside and check the civilians that crossed our path. Protecting our home from foreign malevolence is always a youthful endeavor, Lee said before shooting Naruto the nice guy pose. Naruto simply stared at him. Uh-huh. How did you even know I was around? I just got back into town and I haven't raised a peep since I've gotten here. That would be me, Naruto, said a calm and familiar voice as Neji came into the picture. He had gotten rid of the straps around his hideate and simply wore a simple black one around his head. Instead of his khaki shirt and dark brown shorts he now wore traditional-looking black and white robes, and they suited his personality. Naruto would have had to say, I was the one that alerted Lee to your presence while we were training. Naruto looked at the older Hyuga. I had to have been at least half a mile from any training field that you could have possibly been using. Neji smirked. Well, my Byakugan can see up to 800 meters now. Naruto frowned. Show off. Neji shook his head with a satisfied look on his face. Still upset that I was promoted to Jounin before you, Naruto? You found this out almost a year ago during the border patrol. Yes, I'm upset. He replied. You weren't Chunin for even a damn year and you got boosted over me. Lee. Neji. Called out a feminine voice that landed near all three boys. Guy-sensei wanted to know why you two ran off so suddenly. A girl with her brown hair and a pair of buns on her head dusted off her clothing, which had changed over time. She wore a flowing white Chinese-style blouse and loose red pants, now wore black fingerless gloves, and had a large summoning scroll across her lower back. Of course he would make me come out here after you both. Naruto lifted his hand in a short wave. Hey Tenten. How are you doing? Tenten turned her brown eyes slightly and took in the scarred face of Naruto. Naruto-kun? It's been a while. The blonde rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, I've kind of been really busy for a while. I'm finally getting some off time, but I could still be called for anything at the drop of a hat. Don't expect me around for too long. Tsunade Bakken has been running me into the ground. Tenten sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Why would you call Tsunade-sama a name like that? Naruto shrugged. I have very good reasons too, you can be sure of that. I guess, Tenten said before she saw Naruto shift the sheath on his back. Her eyes lit up. Is that the sword that you replaced your old one with? She asked brightly. Can I see it? Please. Naruto almost face fell. She hadn't seen it yet because when he knew he was going to see Tenten he left it at home. The danger of leaving his weapon at home was only equaled by the fact that if he brought it and she got a hold of it he might not get it back in time to defend himself with it anyway. About that. Tenten turned on her puppy dog eyes. Please Naruto-kun? Naruto attempted to avert his eyes only to catch Lee giving him a thumbs up and Neji smirking and attempting to hold back laughter. Well you see. Tenten's brown eyes quivered at him. Please Naru-kun? Okay, this was getting ridiculous. Why had she not used this on him yet? Is this a damn genjutsu? He was 1 second away from yelling Kai. Well she can't even touch it anyway, so maybe he was being paranoid. He reached his hand up over his back. Okay, but... Before he even said another word he felt the sword being pulled out of the sheath from behind him and heard Tenten yelp in pain as the sword clattered on the ground. He turned around to see Tenten with her palms cut. Naruto sighed and picked his sword up to resheath it. I tried to tell you, no one can touch it but me. It's an old family heirloom. Tenten waved her hands around as the stinging from the cuts got to her. You have a sentient sword? Naruto shook his head. It's not really sentient. It's more like loaded down with so many seals it would take me months of inspection to find everything on it. It has security for my blood, nobody else can use it but me. Sorry about that. It was my fault Naruto-kun, and they're just flesh wounds. I'm fine. She assured him, but I still would like to see what you can do with that thing. Hopefully you can swing it around better than you could the last time we fought with swords because I'm way better now. We'll have to see about that, won't we? Naruto said, the two getting closer and closer with challenging grins on their faces before Lee interjected himself between them. Lee, what the hell? Naruto-kun. With all of this talk of competition I need to challenge you myself, Lee said, with Tenten sweat dropping and mouthing sorry behind him. Naruto stared at Lee blankly for a second. Okay Lee, a new contest. This contest will be a grueling one, are you ready for it? Lee nodded vigorously. Okay then, this contest will be simple. Who can go longer without challenging the other one to another contest? That is all. Agreed, Lee shouted, I will win this competition and get one step closer to matching you and proving myself as a splendid shinobi. I'm off to get some advice from Guy-sensei. Yosh. Lee then sped off to find his similar in appearance sensei. Naruto looked at Tenten and Neji who were staring with their jaws slacked in shock. Naruto chuckled and turned to head home, and that's how you do that. Seriously Neji, you couldn't handle that yourself back when we were kids, Mr. Genius? He walked away, leaving the other two in the woods. Neji simply stood still until Naruto got out of his range of sight before he activated his Byakugan to stare even more. I think I hate him. I really do. Tenten said mostly to herself, I wonder, if I marry him would I be able to use that sword? Neji turned from staring at where Naruto once was to staring at Tenten. Are you serious? Tenten shook her head and walked off. Of course I'm not serious, she said, getting Neji to sigh in relief before speaking under her breath out of earshot. I mean a cool, powerful sword would only be a bonus. XXX. Deciding that a little lunch was in order, Naruto headed over to Ichiraku Ramen. Upon entering through the curtain he found his current next-door neighbor with her head set down on the counter and a bowl of ramen by her head. You look pretty out of it Tuya-chan, Naruto said, getting enough of her attention to lift her head and turn around with a groan. Are you going to finish that by the way? He said, pointing to her bowl of ramen. Tuya grunted slightly and set her head back on the counter. No. Go ahead. If I ate any more right now I would probably just puke it up anyway. Her eyes slightly widened when she really took into account who had just pulled up a seat next to her. So you're actually back. Naruto nodded as he pulled Tuya's bowl close to him and took a bite of her ramen. It's still warm. But yeah, hopefully I get more time off than just a few days this time. By the way, why do you look so beat up? At this Tuya gave him a weak glare, because when this lady named Anko found out that I was your next door neighbor and a friend of your caretaker, she took it upon herself to train me until you got back. What the fuck did you do to her? Naruto sweat dropped. Me? Nothing. She's just pissy because she was called back from a mission we went on together recently. Of course, when she finds me then she'll leave you alone. If I let her find me. Tuya pulled herself up onto her elbows on the table. Well then I'll just tell her you're here in the village. Naruto rolled his eyes as he polished off the bowl. That won't do anything. Nobody can get into my house without permission anymore, remember? Unless she somehow catches me in the street or goes far enough into the forest of death to actually search for me, she won't ever get a crack at me. When I don't want to be found, there aren't a whole lot of people that can do it. Mighty full of ourselves, aren't we, Naruto-kun? Ayame asked as she came from the back. She looked over at Tuya. Are you feeling any better, Tuya-chan? Tuya nodded. I'll feel a lot better when I get home and sleep. Thank Kami that Anko has afternoon work at T&I. Hey Ayame Nichan. Let me get 3 bowls of miso ramen, Naruto said before a smirk adorned his face. And Tuya-chan? What happened to that? I thought I was the only person that could say that. Tuya-chan, didn't we have something special? Ayame giggled as she took down Naruto's order while Tuya scowled. If by something you mean you kicked my ass twice and captured me the second time, then yes, we have something. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and hugged her from the side. I love you too, Tuya-chan. Her cheeks slightly reddened. If I wasn't so drained from this morning I would kick your ass right now. Naruto grinned, and that's why I did it. XXX. One day later. Naruto sat on the couch in his apartment staring at a wall full of whatever information he could pull up on the members of Akatsuki that he was aware of. Hamiko was seated next to him with a new accessory, a black choker with gold fastens in the back and an emerald across the throat, Naruto's gift to her. He had tons of stuff about Itachi Uchiha. Him being a former shinobi of his village got him an abundance of information on his skills. Kisame, his partner, also had a fair amount on him. Apparently he had a little run-in with Konoha ninja many years ago where they were able to ascertain a lot of this stuff. While the thought of a fight with either of them still raised hairs on the back of his neck, he could honestly say he felt his chances against Kisame were far greater than if he had to go up against Itachi Uchiha for real. The files he had on Kakuzu were old, very old. They were so old that Naruto was astounded that the man was still alive and was an active shinobi of the highest level. If Kakuzu's body double hadn't been on the scene, he was certain that Hidan's body double would have been obliterated in no time, and simply the presence of the man's body double was enough to tip the tides of the fight. How strong was the genuine article? However, he didn't have much. Just under forbidden abilities was Jeong, Earth, Grudge, Fear, and due to it being an old Haijutsu from Takigakure, he didn't have anything on it. There was nothing on Hidan whatsoever. The not dying after getting his head cut off thing was irking Naruto, but there was simply no data on it for him to analyze. If they met again, he was going to have to get creative to win decisively. There was nothing but Naruto's handwritten notes taken from his own point of view and that of Hamiko's for Datara, as Iwa wasn't exactly very forthcoming with that information. So one was down, there were 5 more that he knew of. And there were 3 more that he didn't. In addition to that, they only had at the most a little over half a year to find Sasuke Uchiha before Orochimaru turned him into his own personal Uchiha body skin and then came back to Konoha to raze the place to the ground, which would give them 9 months to a year from now, accounting for Orochimaru's time needed to adjust to the new body and mobilize for another offensive. Why was he the only person that seemed to take this little aspect into account? He needed to find Sai, and Jiraiya needed to get his ass back to Konoha in a hurry. They had work to do. Omake, Lost Missions 1. Naruto had been with Team Guy plus Shikamaru on a B-ranked border patrol assignment for the last week by now. Border patrols weren't really B-rank material, they were more along the lines of glorified C ranks, but since they vaguely had something to do with national security or whatever, they were given one step up above being that lowly ranked. There were minute chances of some action going down, a few smugglers here and there, a bandit party trying to hop borders and try their luck in a new country. Hell, if you were there at the right/wrong time, you might even get something of a skirmish against foreign ninja, though that hadn't really happened on a significant scale in over 10 years. For the most part it was just a rare question to a traveling civilian or merchant group here, some suspicion and even rarer checking of possessions there, and a whole lot of walkabout. And here is where we found our blonde hero on this particular day of his routine countryside perambulation, made all the more simpler with his ungodly amount of cage bunshine littered about the borders, thus depositing him and his partner for the day in boredom, a state of being that his partner was doing his best to fight off. Naruto-kun. I spy something with my little eye, something that is green, Lee shouted, far too enthusiastically for a person his age to be over a game of I Spy. Naruto sighed, he really wished he had drawn Shikamaru as his partner for the day. At least if it were Shikamaru the lazy bastard would have been okay with him littering the woods with clones, leaving the others to guard the main roads, and simply sitting still and relaxing or something. Maybe Neji, at least he wouldn't be yelling at the top of his lungs every 7 seconds. Maybe Tenten, at least it would definitely improve the scenery. Gee, I don't know Lee. The last time you said green you meant your spandex suit, so I'm going to go ahead and guess the fucking leaves on the trees because that's about the only damn thing we have out here to look at. Lee paused for a moment before whipping out a small notebook. Well done Naruto-kun. Once again you keep yourself firmly ahead of me in our rivalry. This one puts you the lead now with 28 wins to my 6. But I will catch up to you soon. If I cannot I will do 100 squats while drinking a gallon of water, and if I cannot do that I will. Okay Lee, I have a new contest for us to do. Naruto hurriedly shouted before he could get off on a tangent. Noticing he had Lee's full attention he pressed his advantage. It's called background noise. All you have to do is be quiet longer than the other person is. The first person to talk is the loser. You up for it? Lee's eyes filled with the fires of youth. Oh, you have selected an incredible task for our latest challenge. If I cannot outlast you in a contest of silence I will. Naruto cut him off. Okay Lee, let's practice. Starting now. Both teens became tight-lipped and continued their trek along the area. After about 30 seconds, Lee let out his emotion. I can simply feel the leaps and bounds I will grow as a shinobi by taking part in this. I will master this. Okay Lee, we're starting for real this time, okay? Naruto yelled. Kami, he won't even shut up to win a goddamn challenge. The bowl-cut Chunin gave him a firm nod in the positive. Okay Lee, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, and shut the hell up. Knowing that this time was for real, Lee quickly reeled himself in and buttoned his yap, this time for longer than 30 seconds. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Ah. I cannot go any longer Naruto-kun. You are the victor. Lee let out in a loud exasperated manner. It is simply too great of a challenge for me, but I will best you in a similar competition later or I will do 250 axe kicks, and if I cannot do that I will. Naruto palmed his face as he continued patrolling next to his exuberant partner. Well, at least I got him to be quiet for 45 seconds. Naruto then perked up. Okay, next time I'll get him to shut up for an entire minute, and from there a minute and 30 seconds, and then I'll get him to shut up for. Needless to say, the insane sounds of the two yelling kept away anyone thinking of heading their way anytime soon. Chapter 31, To be the Shield or the Sword. Tsunade stood on top of the Hokage Tower looking up at the sunset-drenched mountain that now bore her visage. You need to go see the brat. His house is starting to look like the inside of a hodgepodge file cabinet. Get him to calm down some. Jiraiya looked at her from the corner of his eye as he looked out onto the village. Get him to calm down? He isn't losing it about the whole Akatsuki thing, is he? I figured that he would be taking it way better than that. Tsunade shook her head. He's not losing it. I mean, it isn't like he's scared of them, or scared of them taking him, nothing like that. He seems more tense these days though, more along the lines of the way he used to be when I first met him. Jiraiya looked at her as understanding washed over his face. That was enough proof that he was feeling the squeeze of the situation. When Naruto was with Jiraiya looking for Tsunade, he was scared. He would never have said so, he would never have even shown it, but Jiraiya could feel the fear on him no matter how well he hid it. He was weak, he had just been attacked by Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, and a few days prior to that he had just been unsealed and had a multitude of questions and concerns to work out. That had to have been a stress tidal wave hitting right after a simultaneous stress earthquake and volcano. Coming back to Konoha to see the boy mellowed out after the failed Sasuke retrieval really did Jiraiya's mind good. Tsunade continued, every wall of his apartment living room is plastered with all kinds of amassed information, patterns of known movement, hot points of contact, eyewitness reports of known members, personal files on whatever he could get on each, which for more than a few isn't very much. He has a room full of clones going over this information and either spends the rest of his time studying with Hamiko or in the Forest of Death, and that would concern me if he hadn't been using it as his own personal playground for the last few years. Jiraiya made a noise of acknowledgement. Maybe I should take him with me again? A trip elsewhere should do him some good. Maybe I can get into what his deal is once we get away from the village. Maybe he's just nervous. It's understandable, he has a lot on his plate. Tsunade took a moment to think about it. A trip to where though? I don't think I can swing another training mission. I barely got the last one through the channel since I was sending him alone. The elders sure loved that idea, Tsunade said sarcastically. Jiraiya waved it off. Just give us any old rinky-dink chore. Preferably one that takes us out of the country for at least a week. That kid can be one tough nut to crack when he wants to be, and I have a feeling he isn't waiting for someone to spill his guts about his anxiety too. All right then, Tsunade said as she turned to face him at last. I'll get it set up soon after a go over what we need done. He just got back from a short courier run earlier today, so I'll leave it up to you whether or not to see him now or later. Jiraiya scratched his chin. Where is he now? Tsunade smirked. The Forest of Death if I would hazard a guess. Jiraiya let off a sweat drop. I'll go see the kid later. XXX. Kanahagakure no Sato, outside of Training Area 44 aka Forest of Death. The light of the moon bathed him as Naruto was on his hands and knees dripping sweat after his most recent episode with his most prolific adversaries, the giant spiders in the Forest of Death. Naruto panted and glared at the sword in his grip on the ground. Pant you certainly crap out at the absolute worst times imaginable. I swear you do it on purpose. Naruto then proceeded to flop face first on the ground to give himself a moment of rest. He went directly into the known nest area of the spiders to test the limits of the Senenkugage transformation of the Senenki no Ken the best way he knew how, with wanton slaughter, and the endless waves of spiders that had become his favorite target / the bane of his existence were the perfect test dummies for him and his bladed gauntlets and greaves. The good part about the training, the blades were as good as he assumed they were. He cut right through the spiders like a hot knife through butter. It was absolutely effortless. His senses, reflexes, and physical attributes were heightened exponentially just from wearing them, and it seemed that the longer he had them on the stronger he seemed to get. Every spider he cut down was seemingly replaced by two like always, but he couldn't have cared less at the rate he was slicing them apart. He was moving so fast by the end that the blades didn't even get any spider gore on them. Then came the bad part. That little feeling of supreme authority and superiority over the eight-legged lower life forms came at a price as it always had. The power growth was apparently something of a supernova as it just left him all at once, no fading, no waning of energy. When it decided to go, it took everything with it all at once. The euphoria of showing those stupid spiders who exactly the boss of that woodland area was and who ran things with an iron fist in the Forest of Death caused Naruto to lose track of time. Now he had painstakingly prolonged the amount of time he was able to keep going while using the Senenkugage from the pitiful 5 minutes he displayed against Sasori to 15. Still pathetic. Supremely pathetic, but time flies when you're cutting down mindless drones by the dozens. When the 15 minutes that he lost track of time have elapsed, it took everything he had to not instantly drop to the ground and black out. By all rights he should have been devoured by the damned plagues of the forest, but he saved himself at the very last second with a quick boost of Kyuubi's chakra so that he could. A human-sized orange toad in a blue jacket poked at Naruto with a slight glare on his face. Don't you ever do that again, Aniki. I never want to see another goddamn spider for as long as I live. I should body slam you. Summon Gamakichi. Naruto rolled over slightly. I never make you do anything. I can't remember ever making you actually fight anything. Ever. All I ever make you do when I summon you is either train with you, or get you drunk and feed you. Cashing in all of that goodwill for you running a few kilometers to get us out of a forest is nothing. Gamakichi frowned. Well, I did get to test out the blade the old man gave me. He grumbled to himself for a moment. Next time call Gamatatsu to do the hard work. Naruto scoffed. If I had summoned Gamatatsu he probably would have just sat there and watched me get eaten before asking the remains of my spider-violated corpse for a snack. Gamakichi was about to respond before he dropped it. Okay, you've got me there, but you owe me big next time you summon me. Oh for sure, Naruto said as he tried to push himself up onto his elbows, and I'll repay you by not telling Gamabunta that you blew up his stockpiles of sake when you were practicing Kaden, Gamayu Enden, fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Asshole. Gamakichi complained, I told you that in confidentiality. Naruto let out a weak laugh, you told me that in a bald-faced alcoholic haze. Gamatatsu may be dumb but at least he holds his liquor better than you. Whatever. Gamakichi dismissed, summon me to hang out later, Or to meet that silver-haired girl you live with that has the nice tatas again. You were right, they are great. Naruto opened his mouth to curse Gamakichi out and ask how the hell he knew. He said that when the toad grinned at him, I'm not the only one that says confidential stuff when I'm smashed Mr. Gropey no hentai. Catch you around Naruto ni. He then dispelled in a puff of white smoke to return to his mountain. Naruto sighed and rolled over onto his back, looking straight up at the stars. Come out, Sai. I need you to drag me back to the apartment anyway. I'm wiped out. Sai appeared from the tree line inside of the gates of the Forest of Death with a plain look on his face. You have groped Hamiko-san? Naruto glared at him. She's always coming in my bed to sleep with me and I tense up at night. Fratricide of a grabby nature is par the course if she keeps doing it. Whatever you say, Naruto-senpai, Sai said, getting a growl from Naruto. Danzo-sama has sent me to inform you that he's already given you everything he could conjure on the Akatsuki. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Everything he could or everything he would? Don't give me that crap, Sai Kouhai. I know Danzo Gigi knows more than he's giving me. Sai blinked emotionlessly. He has handed over everything to you that corresponds to your current situation. Nothing else he has on Akatsuki is relevant to your plight. I made sure to push your suspicion to the contrary on him to get him to say as much. That's bullshit, Naruto said as he looked back up at the night sky. Fine. He's given me more than the official records have forked over at least, that's for damn sure. You know Hamiko has been asking when she would see you again. I think seeing one of her first friends would make her happy. Sai walked over to the down Naruto. I don't have friends, Naruto-senpai, you know this. You know how we are supposed to be. Naruto sighed. Yeah, I tried telling her that, but she didn't listen. She thinks she's friends with you, and from the way we both met her I can see why she would, even if you don't think so yourself. Just drop in and say hello if nothing else one of these days, it would make her smile. Sai put one of his creepy fake smiles on. You can make yourself smile without emotional provocation, senpai. She can smile without my presence. Naruto let off a sweat drop. I mean a legitimate smile, you know, because she's happy to see you. Naruto sighed when Sai gave him a blank look. Never mind. I forgot who I was talking to. Damn it, you're going to get the concept of happiness and all of the other emotions even if I have to beat it into you at some point. Sai kicked a prone Naruto, eliciting a grunt from him. It doesn't look like you can beat anything into anyone at this point in time, senpai. Would you like me to inform a medic nin of your condition? Naruto paled. No, just drag me home. Tsunade Bakken said that she would kick my ass if she found out I was overtraining in the Forest of Death again. A smile then came to his face. Hey, this would kill two birds with one stone. You can get me to the apartment and see Hamiko-chan at the same time. Chop chop Kouhai, get me out of here. Sai would have rolled his eyes if he had the emotional inclination to do so. As you wish, Naruto-senpai. XXX. Instead of dropping Naruto off like a normal human being would, i.e. getting the key from him, opening the door, setting him on the couch, you know, things that a friend would do, Sai dropped Naruto in a heap at the front door of the apartment and knocked on the door before disappearing in an ink sunshine. Naruto groaned from his spot on the ground. Sai Kouhai, you asshole, Naruto mumbled. After a moment a pair of familiar amber eyes opened the door, looking around curiously before seeing Naruto on the ground. Naruto-sama? What are you doing on the ground? Hamiko asked with a slight tilt to her head. Naruto looked up at his assistant with a dry look on his face. Didn't you know? One of my favorite things to do is get chakra exhaustion and lay down on concrete floors directly outside of my apartment door. Hamiko puffed her cheeks out indignantly. Well, if that is the attitude you're going to have about it, then I guess you can spend the rest of the night outside. Ignoring the indignant face Naruto had put on at that point, she shut the door. What? This is my house. How in the blue hell are you going to lock me out? Naruto got over his shock after a second and inched his way closer to the door with his chin before slamming his head into it, forgetting completely about the security measures on it that rejected his forceful endeavor and sent him flying into the back railing, sounding a massive clang out as he smacked the metal with his body. Ugh. Like that obviously, because it may be my house but they aren't my seals. Hamiko-chan, let me in. Her muffled voice sounded out from inside. If I let you in, Naruto-sama, you wouldn't learn anything. I'll get you in the morning. Naruto blinked in confusion for a moment before yelling, what the hell am I supposed to be learning? What the hell was that? The door next to Naruto's apartment opened to reveal the confused red-haired neighbor of his that finally looked upon his form, upside down, heaped against the railing, eyebrow twitching. An amused grin crossed her face as she sauntered over to him casually and kneeled down to him. Having some trouble, Uzumaki? Naruto let a mildly amused smirk adorn his features. I've graduated to you using my surname, have I, Tuya-chan? I'm so happy. His smirk turned to a frown. I pissed off Hamiko-chan and I do not have the energy to open my door due to me blowing all of my chakra heedlessly. Open it for me, would you? Tuya raised an eyebrow. Hell no. I've tried opening your door before. The first time it shocked me, the second time I lost consciousness and woke up in the forest of death, and this time after seeing what happened to you I'm not touching that door. Naruto looked up, or down depending on your point of view, in thought. It sounds like Hamiko's rotating seal works. The first time you tried to open it during the morning, the second time you did it while I was training and it helpfully directed you to where I was at the time, and this time the seal just wanted to get rid of you. If I had punched the door instead of hitting it with my chin to get a knock it would have sent me flying all the way to the Hokage Tower. He rolled his shoulders and slid down the railing, ending up on his back on the ground. Just get the key from my pocket and you can just open the door. Tuya gave him a long hard look. Can't you just cancel the seal yourself? Naruto sighed. 2 reasons why I can't. I can't move my hands or generate the chakra to make the 21 hand seals to cancel the security, and Hamiko-chan changed the password. Right, Hamiko-chan? Yep. She chirped cheerfully from inside. Tuya shrugged and reached into both of his pockets. Let's see, gum, frog wallet? Never mind, piece of paper with an address on it. In women's handwriting. I'm keeping that. Naruto glared at her. Oi. Tuya ignored him and kept perusing his pockets. Receipt for 17 large bowls of beef ramen from Ichiraku, not particularly surprising at this point but still disturbing. Handwritten note for the usual order of Mount Myaboku firebrand sake along with the usual payment, and whistles nice size Uzumaki. Naruto blushed and growled at her, get the key damn it. Tuya freed her hands from his pockets. Yeah. Oop, bad news Uzumaki. She opened her hand to reveal that Naruto's house key had been broken. Sucks for you. Naruto sighed, for Kami's sake. He rolled his eyes and adjusted himself in a laying position on the floor. Well then I'll see you tomorrow Tuya-chan, that is unless someone gets lucky and actually takes me out tonight because I can't fight back against a damn civilian as I am right now. Tuya stood there looking down on him for a moment before grabbing his ankle and dragging him inside of her apartment, getting a look of surprise out of him. Don't give me that look, asshole. You're the entire reason I'm alive right now, so if I didn't help you out that would make me one miserable bitch, right? The redhead dropped his ankle outside of her bedroom door and pointed at him. I'll get you set in a moment. Can you even move? Naruto wiggled his fingers and toes. This is all I can do for at least the next few hours. Tuya grumbled to herself and lifted Naruto up before walking into her room and dropping him halfway onto the bed. There, now be a good idiot and stay there for a moment. Yes ma'am, Naruto said as he took the time to look around Tuya's room. As he thought, it was pretty par the course for a room. He didn't expect anything else from her, like a room full of stuffed animals or something. Because that would have been girly, and the only thing girly about Tuya was that she was a girl. Combat flute on the nightstand, yep he expected that. A few pictures of her and some of the people she had met in Konoha like Sakura, which surprised him, Shikamaru, surprising seeing as how he thought his attitude would cause her to strangle him, and Ino, polar opposites, enough said. It was good to see that she had some friends besides him, perhaps the fact that she was so close to him helped her get their trust. Tuya re-entered the room with her hat off and now wearing a long t-shirt, shirt off shithead. Upon seeing Naruto's questioning look she sighed, unless you would like to stay fully and perfectly dressed while sleeping. Naruto acquiesced to the request, removing his shirt and sword slowly because he could still barely move. Tuya grinned at him at how long it took to accomplish the action. You're a helpless bastard, aren't you? She said as she took his sandals off. Anyone could do anything that they wanted to you if they wanted, couldn't they? Naruto's thoughts kicked into gear with the way she said that. Okay, from personal experience, whenever someone comments on how helpless I am, bad things have happened. Like in my root training. I'm going to find that personality and physical conditioning bastard and kick him in the balls one of these days. What was I thinking about again? He asked himself right before Tuya planted kiss on him and forced him back onto the bed. After a moment she broke away and moved her hair from in front of her face, leaving Naruto looking up at her with a largely unchanged look on his face before he smirked. Oh, so that's why you said that. You're going to rape me now. Tuya's eye twitched. Well, if you don't want me to fuck you, just say so. Naruto looked at her amusedly. What in Kami's name gave you the idea that I didn't? After that, if I had the energy to I would have flipped us over and showed you who was boss. I'm going to ask what brought this on though. Tuya blushed slightly. Well, honestly I was going to do this a long time ago. Like when we had that clusterfuck mission to Kirigakure. Yeah, I was going to try this then, but you left the entire time and came back beat up and with Hamiko. Oh, Naruto said in understanding, so the whole me coming back with a girl thing threw you off from saying that you low. Tuya cut him off sharply by jabbing him in the chest. Do not fucking finish that sentence because I fucking don't. You will never ever hear me say that to you, understood? You're a decent looker, you're a nice guy, and you're a hell of a lot more reasonable to choose than any other guy in this place. I mean, who else my age is there to choose from that might actually be a decent lay? With that, Naruto grinned. Oh, so you have an itch that you need me to scratch, do you? Tuya stared at him. Why are you not flustered by this? You haven't had sex before, have you? That was the one part of the training that Danzo Gigi never had the time to get me to finish, damn seal. Naruto gave her a robotic look. Nope, but still. I have seen you naked before. He grinned when he saw her face. I snuck around Otto's original main base in Tano Kuni for 9 months and went everywhere and saw everything. Do you really think that the women's showers weren't one of the places I hit? Spies don't have dignity. Tuya mouthed at him silently before settling for glaring at him and sitting on his chest. I'm going to make you pay for that. She leaned down with a smirk on her face, and the best thing is, you aren't going anywhere, Whiskers. Author's note, there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. XXX. The next day, Naruto emerged from Tuya's apartment far more chipper than he had entered. So much so that he felt giving Tuya a morning wake-up was called for, a wake-up that was more along the lines of a repeat shower session. Heading directly next door, he found the security seal disabled, allowing him back in. Sitting on the couch in the living room was Hamiko, going over her sealing notes with a smile on her face. Good morning, master. Yes it is. Naruto smiled and walked past her towards his room. Good morning, Hamiko-chan. The house was in comfortable silence for a moment before Hamiko shut her notes and looked at Naruto, who had returned to the living room. I guess I need to teach you how to make privacy seals again, huh, master? She said with a sly smile. Naruto stopped in his tracks and stared at her like a startled deer. You heard us last night? Hamiko giggled. I really doubt that anyone in the entire complex didn't hear Tuya yelling at you last night. At least you had fun, right? Hamiko laughed out loud at the look on his face. If I were you, when you leave today I would take the window. Naruto silently nodded in agreement and pointed his thumb back towards his room. Right. Well, I'm going to shower and get some new clothes on. Okay, Hamiko said cheerfully. I will have breakfast ready when you get out. Naruto retreated out of the living room, and after a moment, Hamiko turned to an empty corner in the room. You got all of that, didn't you, Jiraiya-sama? The job is done. Jiraiya dropped his transparency jutsu and had a smile on his face as the shower turned on. Well, I told you to get him to take the edge to get his mind off of Akatsuki, and he ended up doing what I thought you would set up, but I thought more along the lines of you doing it yourself. Hamiko shrugged. If it were me, he could have simply told me no and I would have had to listen. He basically had to do what Tuya said to do, and since he was exhausted in the first place, he wouldn't have fought back if he wanted to at all. Besides, she has known him longer than me. It is only fair that she gets him first. First? Jiraiya said as his smile turned into a perverted grin. And that means? Hamiko showed no real reaction to being teased. It means what it sounds like, Jiraiya-sama. She then moved towards the kitchen without missing a beat. Sigh, if only it were that easy to get master to stop eating ramen for the bulk of his meals. Jiraiya opened the front door and left before pulling out a small notepad and writing down speedily. This brat is going to be my muse for the next decade. XXX. That afternoon, Jiraiya looked over at his blonde apprentice, who simply couldn't find it in him to put any kind of scowl on his face. You seem to be in an unusually good mood today, Gaki. Naruto looked over at Jiraiya as they walked and looked forward with a small grin in place. Many good things have happened. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. Yeah, I assumed you would end up doing the auto chick first. All of the factors were there. She knew you closely, you dominated her already outside of the bedroom, you live right next door, you might be a sucker for aggressive redheads like your old man due to genetics. Yep, all there. Naruto glared slightly at Jiraiya. And you are aware of this because? Jiraiya patted him on the head. Tsunade got a list of noise complaints from your complex this morning. Oddly enough, your apartment and hers were conspicuous from that list. He sniffed a fake tear. I am so proud. You make an old man happy to be your godfather. Naruto pushed his hand off. I'm not a sucker for anything. Don't be creepy, Uro Kyofu. And where are we going anyway? Tsunade Bakken didn't even want to make eye contact with me when I walked in today, and you already had a busted up mug before you shooed me out and we got going. Jiraiya's face turned serious. After your little episode in Suna, we're going to start reaching out to the other nations to see who would like to join forces to deal with Akatsuki. Right now they only have 2 of the Bijou, but this is going to become a much bigger problem very soon with the players we have in action. Naruto frowned at how he remembered that he was barely able to fend off the 2 body doubles of Hidan and Kakuzu until Gaara arrived. If he fought Hidan he was sure he could win, but Kakuzu he wasn't that sure. The next time he would be hitting harder, moving faster, and the fight would be going to a finish. He looked at his godfather. But why am I coming? Aren't you way more important in the grand scheme of things than I am? How would bringing me even help you? Because kid. You're the Jinchuriki that has had the most run-ins with the Akatsuki and has survived so far, you even took one of them out. Jiraiya explained, no matter what anyone wants to say to you about it, your input is important. So? Naruto started, where are we going? Jiraiya pulled out a map and pointed, to probably the only place with a Jinchuriki that is on good terms with you besides Suna. We're heading up to Kumo to start. At least we know that they'll listen to what we have to say before they kick us out of the country. Naruto nodded but had his mind elsewhere. What do I do from here, Uro Kyofu? I think I've hit the wall. I don't think I'm going to get much better than I am now. I can't seem to use any more of the Kyuubi's chakra, and from the way I was ragdolled in Suna that won't be enough for a guy like Kakuzu, and he's not even the leader. A questioning look came from the old sage. What about the other one? Naruto waved him off. I already know how I'm going to beat that team. But between Hidan, Kakuzu, Itachi, and Kisame this is looking like one steep mountain to climb. Then there's that Datara that got away. He knows how I fight so he'll be more dangerous if we meet again. Naruto sighed to himself. He had never asked this before. I need your help. You what now? Jiraiya asked, genuinely surprised. Naruto had never asked for his help, not once. Not to learn the Rasengan, not for training to improve his atrophied attributes, not to find out his lineage, not even on how to get a better rapport with his summons, not anything. To be honest, he had been wondering when this would come up, if it ever would. The kid seemed like a problem solver. You need my help? For what? Naruto looked at his hands and balled his fists. I'm supposed to be Konoha's ace in the hole, the village's ultimate tool to protect it. Well, what good is a tool if it gets stolen by someone else? Gaara's stronger than me now. He's a cage, and I'm just a chunin. I was losing that fight against those 2 in the desert. It wasn't even a matter of being powerful. I was pumping out 3 taels worth of the Kyuubi's chakra and they kept coming. Kakuzu just seemed to step his game up that much better to compete, and Hidan just would not stay down. Naruto shut his eyes and walked ahead. People like to refer to Jinchuriki like me as monsters, as inhuman. Well then what do you call guys like that? Definitely not normal. They're all freaks, and they just get freakier as you run down the list of them. They're all prepared on how to fight me. They can find me anywhere in the entire world, and they can attack anytime they want to. He stopped and looked back at Jiraiya. How am I supposed to win when fighting at my best wasn't good enough? Jiraiya stayed silent until Naruto was finished before walking up to Naruto and punching him square in the jaw. The shot sent Naruto flying off of the path down a hill into a field on the side of the road. Naruto pulled himself to his feet, wiping the blood from his lip and planning to retaliate when Jiraiya spoke. That's how. Jiraiya stood at the top of the hill looking down at Naruto, who finally stood up. You want me to magically show you what you need to do? Or do you want me to give you some miracle move that will kill all of your enemies in a split second, find the answer to world peace, and make it shower down gold coins all across the landscape? I can't give you the answer of how to stop these people, of what you need to do to beat them. If I had that, don't you think I would have told you, or better yet used it myself so that you don't have to put your neck on the line? He pointed down the steep slope at Naruto. You walk up here right now. I don't want to see you jump, and I don't want to even sense you channel any chakra or you're going back down there. Naruto did as told and walked up the slope. He was knocked down. Climb was more of an accurate description, as by the time he reached Jiraiya at the top he had to use his hands to keep from falling back down. Jiraiya jerked Naruto by his collar and set him back on the road. This isn't supposed to be easy, Naruto. If it was, then someone else would have already solved the problem for you. If it was easy, then there would be a bigger problem out there that you would have to face. The only way to do this is to claw your way to an answer. You need to lower your head, grit your teeth, and plow right on through. You move along. Stop worrying about what will happen if such and such shows up whenever and you're doing who knows what and you aren't good enough. You get good enough, you find your own way to handle things, and I promise you, you can do this. I believe in you, kid. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the head and walked on down the road. You take it one step at a time. Just keep climbing, do not stumble, and you're going to make it. That's how you're going to win. I'll be here to help you as much as I can, but if you ever give up like you were just about to again, I'll beat you back into your old brain-dead self, because at least he was stubborn enough to never quit. He had guts. Naruto followed Jiraiya in silence like a zombie from that point forward. XXX. Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. A knock on the office of Tsunade's door brought in Shizune with an uneasy look on her face. Tsunade-sama. Danzo is here to see you. Tsunade then understood the look that her assistant wore. Danzo was always a subject that she was sore on. She knew of his clashing of values against her sensei and predecessor Hiruzen Sarutobi, mostly over how Konoha handled its foreign affairs, but the thing with Naruto, she didn't know quite what to feel about it. Without Danzo training him and placing him en route, he would never have been as strong as he was when she first met him, but she was well aware that Danzo's detestable training methods were quite harsh. Ino Yamanaka's mental cleansing by her father after her match against Naruto years ago revealed what Naruto had to go through in training. There was also the fact that he had been very quiet, not bringing things to her or even being seen in public outside of council gatherings. It was odd, the old war hawk not stirring anything up the way Jiraiya warned her he would the entire time he briefed her when he first brought her back to Konoha. Tsunade dismissed Shizune and informed her to send Danzo in as she schooled her expression for her meeting with the bandaged man. Danzo. What can I do for you today? Danzo stood in front of her desk, steadying himself with his cane. Tsunade-hime, I've come here today to discuss one of Konoha's assets with you, one that you are very well aware of. One Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade planned on nipping this in the bud before anything could happen. She had been planning on this for years. I will not let you take him, Danzo. He is doing just fine, he's more than powerful enough without your training. Danzo actually let out a chuckle. Would you send your Anbu out so that we can discuss this properly? Tsunade gave him a hard look before making a vague hand gesture. The atmosphere of the room changed, signifying that her guards were gone. Danzo cleared his throat and took a seat, still with his hand on his cane. You and I both know that the reason he is so powerful in the first place is my training, but that is neither here nor there. There is not much more that I can teach Uzumaki other than a few jutsu, but they don't seem to be much along his avenue of usage. Danzo tapped his cane on the ground. I do not want the boy. I simply wish to ensure his safety. With all of the business of the Akatsuki that you and I both know will do whatever it takes to obtain him, it is of the utmost importance to keep his well-being as a priority of sorts. He hadn't overstepped any boundaries, laced his words with any subtle threats, and he had been speaking the truth the entire time. Tsunade could afford to continue to hear him out. Please continue. Danzo nodded and did just that. I would like to assign one of my personal best to work alongside Uzumaki. I can assure you that he is the brightest shinobi I have trained besides Uzumaki himself, but then again, being a Jinchuriki, that would make it hard for him to compare to. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Do not attempt to jerk me around, Danzo. I'm warning you, let that boy be. I don't need any treachery against him from within the village when we have more than enough against him from outside of it. Danzo kept his face steady. I agree, which is why I am putting this offer on the table. I do not want to cut back Uzumaki's growth or hold him back in any way. He is a Jinchuriki and is destined to be one of the most powerful men in existence with the Bijou imprisoned inside of him. Having him be captured by a group of rogues simply because he had insufficient backup would not keep our village safe or powerful in any way, especially when that power ends up turned on us and the rest of the world. Seeing that she had her eyes firmly on him, but not saying a word, the elderly man stood up and turned to leave. Well, I will leave the final decision up to you. Until the next time, Tsunade-hime. With that, the only sound in the room was the sound of Danzo's cane thudding off of the floor as he left. XXX. 2 days later, gates of Kumagakure no Sato. After Naruto and Jiraiya were confronted at the entrance to the village by posted sentries, Jiraiya flashed a message from Konoha that he was to deliver to the Raikage, important information necessary for Kumo's consideration, he called it. With that, both Konoha ninja were watched carefully as they made their way to the main building. Naruto simply peered around their surroundings and took in the village. Nothing that he could see had changed over the course of the time he had been away from Kumo, but being here for business, he passed that thought off to the side. Jiraiya was getting sick of walking in silence. You need to stop worrying about the Akatsuki Gaki. Calm down a bit. Naruto rolled his eyes. It's going to be kind of hard to pull that off when we're about to talk about it with the Raikage, isn't it? And they really don't care whether I'm in a hidden village or not. If they want me badly enough, they'll find a way in. Jiraiya sighed. I've got your back if anything goes down, you know that. Now focus, we need to convince the Raikage what a threat the Akatsuki are and how joining forces with Konoha and compiling our collective forces alongside Suna would be the best thing to handle this. Naruto shook his head, no way. No way in hell this is going to work. We have about a snowball's chance in hell of getting one village to work with us. Iwa already basically told us to go fuck ourselves, Kiri's just getting over the civil war, no way we're getting help there, and Kumo is basically the only shot we've got, but this isn't going to work either. And why not, you skeptical brat? Jiraiya asked as they neared the tower. Naruto rolled his shoulders, the same reason that the Tsuchikage told us off, because as of now it isn't his problem. Kirabai and Yugi-chan haven't been targeted yet, so the Raikage won't make a move, or else it might upset the status quo. Jiraiya shook his head, there has to be a leader out there with some foresight. If they come for you, what's to stop them from going after someone else? But you're right. The problem is going to be in explaining it to him. XXX. 3 hours later, Raikage's office. Standing in the background, Naruto listened as the conversation between the two elder shinobi droned on. Sat at his desk, decked out in the traditional Raikage garb of Kumo, listening to Jiraiya intently. The Sannin in question was seated in front of the desk with a look of seriousness on his face. The organization is beginning to make emboldened moves. They have made 3 attempts on Naruto since I've uncovered their existence, and may have the Nanabi of Takigakure and the Gobi of Iwagakure as I speak. Soon enough they will come for either your Nibi or Hachibi Jinchuriki. Some of the most notorious ninja in the world gathering together to capture demon vessels. You know that this can't possibly be for a good reason. The Raikage sat in thought for a moment before sighing. Jiraiya Dono, as grateful as I am that you have brought this concern to me instead of keeping the threat to yourself, I don't think I can put my support behind an alliance just for the sake of stopping a group of less than 9 shinobi, no matter how talented they may be. Kirabai and Yugito are powerful enough to defend themselves and their comrades in case they are attacked, and clearly Uzumaki-san is too, if his still being alive and in one piece right before me is any indication. Naruto frowned from his spot in the background by the door. This was going roughly the way that he expected it to, and from the look on Jiraiya's face he wasn't expecting things to go much better when they walked in himself. The 2 Konoha ninjas shared a glance before turning their attention back to the Raikage. I cannot commit Kumagakure to a coalition at this point in time for this reason. I'm afraid you have both come here for nothing. XXX. That night, Kumagakure Hotel. Jiraiya had turned in soon after they had bought a room for the night, as they had to get up early tomorrow and leave to return to Konoha to report on the results of their mission before Tsunade would decide whether or not reaching out to the remaining villages was a worthwhile endeavor. Naruto could not bring himself to sleep and rather decided to sit out on the roof until he grew tired or sunrise hit, whichever came first. Naruto simply sat against the ledge of the hotel, pulling the sword on his back out of its sheath and placing it back in just so he could hear the sound of the metal sliding. The monotonous sound and action brought Naruto into a state of lucidity, drifting between consciousness. You sure look like you're having fun. A voice broke Naruto from his trance. He turned and saw an older Yugito standing on the ledge he was sitting against, waving cheerfully. How have you been for the last few years, Naruto-kun? Yugito sat down beside Naruto against the ledge and pulled her knees to her chest as she looked him over. He didn't look that much different other than being naturally bigger that came with aging through puberty. Naruto looked over Yugito as well, coming to the same conclusion except that she was over 18 now, busy. Very busy. We came here to talk to your Raikage about something, but since you found me before I left I might as well tell you myself. You're aware of the Akatsuki, right? Yugito nodded. Not a whole lot is known about them, but I'm aware of the name. Naruto looked at her seriously. You need to look out for them. Black cloaks with red clouds. If you see people wearing that, then you had better either prepare for a fight to the death or get in gear to hightail it. They want the Nibi from you just like they want the Kyubi from me. They'll pull it from your body and leave you a lifeless husk. Don't let them take you alive, Yugi-chan, better yet don't let them take you at all. Yugito frowned at the way Naruto was talking about them. Something was different about him here. He didn't seem to be as confident as he had been back when they had first met. What's wrong, Naruto? Something's changed about you. Is it Akatsuki? Naruto rubbed one of his exposed arms. These aren't normal people, Yugi-chan. You need to expect the absolute worst, most twisted things that you would never think humans could do to themselves or others. These are the boogeymen of the ninja world. Yugito turned away from Naruto and looked up. So you're scared? Naruto sat in silence for a moment. Yeah, I am. But not for myself. If they can catch me, then it isn't my problem anymore, and there's no need to be afraid of what happens from that point because I'll be dead. I'm scared for all of the people close to me, I'm scared for Konoha itself. If anyone is looking to utilize the power of the Kyuubi for any reason whatsoever, it will be destructive, and it's going to kill a lot of people. I would be stupid to think that if I die and the Kyuubi is extracted that things are just going to be alright for everyone in Konoha. My friends, hell everyone, they'll all be doomed. Yugito took in his words in silence and looked up at the moon with him. You know, if B were here he would call you a punk ass and then cut you down in that terrible rhyming rapping he does, and I think I would have to agree. Naruto's head snapped over to her as she kept looking up. The moon is full tonight. It's giving off a very good light here on the mountain, Naruto-kun. She turned her slightly slitted eyes to her blonde companion. The light from the moon reflects in your eyes and I can see your fear as clear as day. Not on your face but in your eyes, the light reflects it as if you were saying it out loud to me. If one of them were to show up right now and fight us, your heart wouldn't be in it, you would be too afraid of the widespread consequences should you lose. Naruto clenched his fists. If I lose then my village, the entire elemental nations are screwed, Yugi-chan. Even one of the Bijou under their control would be catastrophic, not even mentioning that I have the most powerful one. To get all of them would mean Armageddon, pure and simple, no other way around it. So don't let them get you, she said simply. Sometimes it isn't one big maze to find the answer, Naruto-kun. Sometimes it's just as simple as saying this is what's going to happen, and this is why I'm not going to let it happen. Just don't give them the satisfaction of getting you. Fight them tooth and nail. Do everything in your power to ensure that they don't take you, and if you fail, so what? You handled the situation the only way you could, but the thing about it was that you weren't scared out of your wits to fight back. They're human too. They can be beaten just like you or I can. We have demons in us and we've been beaten, it's just a matter of going out and getting it done. Naruto laughed humorlessly. You say it like it's that easy. Because it is. She asserted firmly, when you fight, fear isn't necessary or even reasonable for us in that situation. No victory against an enemy of that magnitude can be born of fear. When you dodge, you won't let them hit you. If you protect something, you won't let it die. And if you attack, you will kill them. After all, she said, giving Naruto a faint smile, when you fight them you'll sure be seeing their resolve to kill you, and to harm everything you care about. Naruto stared at his fellow Jinchuriki as she stood up and stretched out widely before kneeling down to his level with a smirk. Think about it, Naruto-kun. Because when I fight them I'll be thinking the same thing. Yugito leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. I won't let them harm you. With that, the Kumo Jounin left Naruto alone on the roof to his thoughts. Naruto turned his eyes back up to the moon for the longest time after being left alone. He thumped the back of his head off of the ledge and sighed to himself, what the hell is wrong with me? One little lackluster fight and I can feel my nerves slipping. What kind of shinobi am I? What kind of protector am I? Naruto growled softly to himself. XXX. The late-night streets of Kumo were traditionally empty as a village-wide curfew was in effect on most days due to Kumo's constant militarization. Shinobi would patrol the streets, keeping watch over the citizens and ensuring their safety. This was what Yugito had been conditioned to know as a fact as she strolled through the streets alone on her way back home. The feeling of being followed is common for most people, but when you are a ninja you kind of have to give that feeling a little bit more attention instead of chalking it up to simple paranoia, because in that line of work your paranoia is based on a well-founded fact that you are never truly safe, not even surrounded by shinobi of your own home. Yugito stopped in place and bared her teeth in annoyance. Okay. I'm tired, it's been a long day, and I need to get up early tomorrow. Whoever it is that has a problem with me can come on out and either do something about it or go away. Two men in red cloaks and straw hats revealed themselves from the shadows, one with a three-bladed scythe on his back. You're Yugito ni, are you not? Yugito smirked as a nervous sweat worked its way to her face. Well then. It looks like I have some admirers. A friend of mine told me you would be coming, now let me show you what I do to stalkers. Chapter 32, The Undead Connection. Yugito ran through the tunnels of the sewer system of Kumagakure, breathing heavily as she shot a quick look behind her. This is such a bad idea, she said to herself, but thought otherwise, but I can't just fight in the middle of the village like that. I would destroy so much of it just trying to defend myself. She stopped in the middle of an open area where several tunnels lead to, making it something of an open-air central chamber. As she looked around her new setting, Yugito was forced to dodge a scythe attached to a cable that landed in the center of the water in the room. Are you going to stop running now, because this chasing shit is getting irksome? One of the cloaked men said as he took off his hat to reveal slicked back silver hair. You did good to dodge that though, but I am the slowest member of Akatsuki, so that isn't saying too much. She did us a favor, Hidan. the other said as he took off his hat to reveal a mask-covered face with only his strange eyes with green irises and red sclera visible. Down here there is less of a chance of the Kumo ninja interfering. Hidan let out a laugh. Yeah, too bad about that. I can't kill her, so slaughtering the droves of fools that came to stop us would have been the only thing I would have enjoyed about this whole thing. He shrugged carelessly as he picked his scythe back up. Oh well then. Shall we do this already, Kakuzu? Kakuzu growled at his partner. You should take her seriously, she is the Nibi Jinchuriki after all. She could kill you. Don't be stupid, Kakuzu, Hidan said, you know there's nothing that can kill me. And even if she could, good for her. He pulled a strange amulet on a necklace out, but let me start this out with a prayer to Jashin-sama. Kakuzu rolled his eyes. You really piss me off with all of that praying. Hey you asshole, Hidan snapped at Kakuzu, it's a part of my religion. Yugito smirked nervously, still trying to show her bravado. You both walked right into this? Do you really see me as that little of a threat to you? Fine then. Yugito made a hand seal that activated an explosive note above the tunnels they had taken to get to the chamber. I brought you down here for a reason. A fight between us would destroy a lot of the village, but this sewer is far below the peaks of the village. We won't be hurting anyone by fighting down here. Kakuzu chuckled. A patriot, huh? I remember when I used to be like you. One day you'll see what that gets you, more specifically when we're pulling your bijou from your body and no one comes to save you. Then you'll see how much your beloved village cherishes your life. Hey, Hidan said reasonably, I can't kill you, so there's not a whole lot of motivation for me to get into a fight. Why don't we just talk this out and you come quietly with us? You don't have a chance to win. Maybe, maybe not, Yugito said, but just talking about it isn't going to get us anywhere. I knew you were coming and I was ready for a fight. Yugito focused her power that actually blew her ponytail apart and began generating the Nibi's chakra, hunching over as it formed a spectral blue flame around her body in the form of a massive cat. Hidan simply looked at her with not much of any emotion on his face. So I guess that would be a no? Kakuzu palmed his face. For the love of. You are so stupid. Hidan licked his lips in anticipation of a fight. This is some Jinchuriki though. She's totally become the beast she holds. Yugito roared and swatted Kakuzu's body into a wall, sending rubble about from the impact of his frame. She then turned to Hidan and opened her mouth, generating a large fireball. Shit. The fireball forced Hidan to dodge as it hit the wall behind him, utterly obliterating it and causing a mini cave-in. Hidan sighed in somewhat relief as he hid behind some of the misplaced rubble. So this is the Nibi Noba Kaneko, and apparently I'm trapped like a rat. He smirked as he saw her charge up another fireball. How fun. XXX. The silence of the Kumo night left Naruto alone with his thoughts as he left the hotel to walk around the village to still his mind. Yugi-chan. How can she be unafraid to fail? She has to know what's going to happen to everyone else if they get her bijou. That thing would tear just this country apart by itself. Naruto punched the side of a nearby building before pulling his fist away and watching the torn skin on his knuckles heal before his eyes. Such a shame, Kit, Kyubi said suddenly, all of this power seemingly at your disposal and yet you find yourself locked in combat with those that do not flinch when face down with it. I would somewhat respect them if I didn't want to crush them so much for daring to stand against me. Naruto continued to walk. 3 tails. I was using 3 tails when I fought in the desert and they just kept coming forward. It was like the more power I was pumping out the better acclimated to the situation they seemed to be. Naruto kept walking as the Kyubi chimed in again. Well, if power doesn't work you're simply not using enough of it. Naruto rolled his eyes. And you did? Tell me how that worked out for you over the past 100 years, because without a Jinchuriki you were a raging monster incapable of any rational thought other than to destroy. A low chuckle sounded out in his head. You say that like it's a bad thing. It is a bad thing, you baka fox. Naruto roared inside of his mind. That's what the problem was the entire time. I'm a ninja first and a Jinchuriki second. I was trying to outmuscle them the entire time, and while it may have seemed like it was working, they had a tactic. For the love of Kami, these guys have been preparing to take down 8 others just like me. They had to have been prepared in the event of one of us going all out and releasing our demon on them. So what are you saying, boy? Kyubi questioned to him. Naruto clenched his fist. I need to fight them the way anyone else would fight them, not like a demonic juggernaut. I know I'm a good enough ninja to beat any of them that come my way. I have to believe that. I already beat one of them after all. How hard could the rest be? At that, Naruto felt the ground shake slightly. What the hell? An earthquake? Up here? Not an earthquake. That is the sign of a fight below the surface. Naruto frowned. It's 3 in the morning. Who would be fighting right now? The Kyuubi would have slapped Naruto if it could, I don't know. Maybe someone that didn't want to get caught fighting? Use your head, you fucking simpleton. Now get your ass to the site of the battle and find out what that was. Naruto grit his teeth. Kiss my ass, Kyuubi. Now help me remember the schematics to this place. How do I get underground from here? XXX. The chamber in the sewers that Yugito had led her enemies to was now open-aired after the battle that had taken place. Hidan lay down in a symbol of Jashin with black skin and white markings making him look like a skeleton. He lay still as if he were dead with a spike sticking out of his chest. Kakuzu sat on some nearby rubble from the fight against Yugito as he impatiently watched Hidan's unmoving form. Hidan, it's been 30 minutes. Aren't you done yet? Hidan seemingly sprang back to life as he looked over at his nuke nin partner. Oh, shut the hell up, damn it. Don't mess with me while I'm doing the ritual. He reached up and pulled the spike out of his chest. Ouch. Kakuzu sighed as Hidan stood up off of the ground. You do this Jashin ritual stuff every time. Can't you just skip it every once in a while? Hidan dusted himself off and wiped some of his blood off. It might be annoying to you, but it's a part of my religion. It's necessary since we didn't kill the Jinchuriki. He pointed at Yugito, who was pinned by both of her hands to a wall with a long pike. Kakuzu snorted. We're just lucky that she led us so far away from the village and the tunnels that you could get away with this. If no one came for her during that fight, no one will be coming at all. He stood up and began making his way over to Yugito, who was unconscious from her wounds. That cat set you on fire about 3 different times. Hey, that was actually entertaining to watch. Fuck you, Kakuzu, Hidan snapped. That shit actually hurt, you know. I had to jump into the fucking sewer water to put myself out. You could have jumped in any time you wanted, you know. Kakuzu laughed. Oh, I know, and I did if you remember correctly. Hidan grumbled, asshole. He walked up to Yugito and reached out to grab her from off of the wall when a kunai impaled itself deeply through the hand he reached out with. What the? Get over here. Ninja wire was tied around the ring of the kunai and stiffened out, pulling Hidan back violently up and out of the hole in the top of the open sewer. A blur jumped inside and launched at Kakuzu with a kunai drawn. However, this attack was blocked by Kakuzu's hand, which turned dark as his odd eyes turned down to his opponent. Didn't think we'd be seeing you again so soon, boy. Come to turn yourself in? Naruto grit his teeth and cocked his fist back to punch Kakuzu in the face, getting not even a movement of his head or neck for his trouble as the darkened skin carried over to his face as well. Didn't you learn what Doden, Domu, Earth Release, Earth Spear, could do from our last meeting? Naruto smirked. Yeah, I did. But can you take an explosion up close with your elephant skin? Let's find out. Naruto opened his shirt to reveal 3 quick burning explosive tags stuck to his torso. Kaboom! A massive explosion rocked the ruined battlefield as Kakuzu sighed from the smoke of the explosion, looking no worse for wear. That's not good enough to get through, boy, he said as he walked towards Naruto, who had taken Yugito off of the wall and was holding her unconscious form bridal style. And now it looks like we're going to get 2 Jinchuriki for the price of 1. My kind of deal. Naruto glared at him as he held Yugito protectively. You won't get either one of us. The last fight wasn't on my terms, it won't go the same this time. Kakuzu laughed loudly. The last fight wasn't on your terms? And what do you call this? Or is 110 pounds of extra dead weight going to give you an advantage here? I suppose you could use her as a battering ram or something. The last time the Ichibi had your back and we were fighting him in the desert at less than full power. What makes you think you have a chance? Who knows? Naruto said, you might walk right through me, take us both, and that would be the end of that. But you might lose something very important along the way. Then again, I might win. That seems like a good enough reason to fight, doesn't it? I might have the chance to save my own life, and even if I lose, you were going to capture me anyway, so it doesn't matter. Hey. Hidan landed back inside of the hole in the ground next to Kakuzu. Did you really think a few dozen of those stupid clones of yours would be able to actually stop me? Naruto shook his head. No, not really, but they weren't meant to, they were just meant to buy me some time. Naruto lowered Yugito to the ground, getting surprised looks out of Kakuzu and Hidan when she stood up, facing them with a smirk on her face before she turned into another copy of Naruto. At that moment, hundreds of Naruto clones surrounded the entrance to the hole, looking down at the 2 Akatsuki members with the swords on their backs drawn. Hidan smirked as he held the scythe in his hand, and here I thought I wasn't going to get a slaughter out of this mission. XXX. The real Naruto had Yugito over his shoulder as he escaped through an exit point under the water in the sewer room Yugito had been fighting in. Hey, the water had to go somewhere, and the grate under the surface of the water had been inconspicuous enough for him to slip away through while his cage bunshine had been running interference. How long they lasted would be up for debate, but the search for him after they had been taken out would take a little time even if he hadn't covered his tracks and left without a trace. Being a village situated atop a mountain, Kumo had a need to pump water from lower on the mountain and even from places on flat land, vice versa for getting waste and other things off of the mountain. The system setup was large, elaborate, and the most important part, well documented. At least by Danzo in the case of war with Kumo. Hey, ninja don't fight fair. If he needed root to poison their water supply in case of prolonged siege, then that was what was going to have to happen. However, in this case it was a swift way to exit the general area swiftly and under the nose of Hidan and Kakuzu. If he had simply attempted to run back to Kumo the way he had come, he would have been overtaken while carrying Yugito. This was taking him so far away from the village it was absurd, but right now, putting distance between them and the Akatsuki members was the most important thing. Naruto ran into another grate. He looked over his shoulder before he started kicking at it, the sound of his foot thudding off of the metal echoing throughout the tunnel. After a series of shots, Naruto finally kicked it off full force, sending it tumbling into the dark. Naruto adjusted Yugito on his shoulder and began running again. Come on Yugi-chan, you're alright. We're going to get you out of here. Naruto, in the dark of the tunnel, did not see that it dropped off steeply, and he fell down the channel with Yugito in his grasp. XXX. A series of threads simultaneously impaled the bodies of several of Naruto's clones, dispelling them immediately. What an annoying diversion. You have to finish them all off or they might get a lucky shot on you. I'm not losing one of my hearts to a damned bunshine. Hidan scoffed as he placed his scythe on his back after exterminating the last of Naruto's cage bunshine. That was a complete waste of my time. There wasn't any blood or anything. I'm going to cut that brat's legs off when we catch him. Calm down Hidan. Once we have him cornered, we'll have him right where we want him. Kakuzu assured him. He won't be able to get very far with the Nibi Jinchuriki as injured as she is. He's going to need to find somewhere to treat her wounds to keep her alive very soon. Hidan growled. He's probably halfway to Kumo by now. We'll never catch him before sunrise. Kakuzu shook his head. If he took the direct path I would be able to catch him, but he's not that stupid. Any other way he could possibly take would lead him far away from Kumo once he escaped here. Hidan let a smile slowly spread across his face. So you're saying that for all we know the little bastard could be miles away from Kumo instead of a hair's breadth away? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's hunt down our Jinchuriki. XXX. Naruto was on his hands and knees panting as he had just pulled himself and Yugito from a water source halfway down the mountain range and was now getting his breath back. Naruto reached over and felt for Yugito's pulse, sighing in relief as he felt a steady one. It was slower than expected, but it was steady. He also felt to make sure she was breathing. Luckily he didn't have her underwater for long enough to have it affect her. Naruto ran a hand through his soaked hair. Goddammit Yugi-chan. Wake up. I need you awake. What to do? He could begin the long trek back to Kumo, but any idiot would be able to ambush him on the way and he knew that his enemies were far from stupid. At least Kakuzu was. No one survived to be 91 and a still active ninja by being a damn fool. If he went back to Kumo by himself he was as good as handing Yugito over to them on a silver platter, himself as well. He could try and make it to Unraikyo, the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, but Kirabai obviously wasn't anywhere near Kumo or else he would have seen/heard him by then. And besides that it was on the other side of the mountain range, he would have to go around the mountain to circumvent a direct path to Kumo, which would have left him as much of a sitting duck as heading straight there would have. Naruto frowned as he looked over Yugito's wounded frame. Her hands had been impaled when she had been pinned to the wall. Her top had multiple slashes all over it, revealing wounds all about her body from Hidan's scythe he presumed, a few stab wounds as well. She had lost a lot of blood. He could feel torn muscles in her calves and biceps and could even feel a floating rib. They had worked her over to put her down. What a mess. What the hell am I going to do? He said as he moved the hair from Yugito's face. Naruto stood up and carefully picked Yugito up before setting out again. Where was there to take her? He needed to get her somewhere to help her. If he just kept going like this without stopping to treat her she might take a turn for the worse. QB, any ideas? I'm drawing a complete blank here. I'm not used to running away. You need a hiding place and a way to contact someone. You have the means for one of those things, but if you do that here you'll be a beacon for the masked one. He'll feel you generate the chakra from wherever he is, QB said. As loath as I am to watch you flee like a coward, it is the only option open to you at the moment. It would be 2-on-1 and you have the girl to protect. A fight while Yugito was unconscious and unable to even defend herself would be the worst case scenario. If she would wake up, he could have a better chance if a fight were to break out. Hell, he could pick her brain for somewhere to go that was safe right now if she were awake. You have a base, you know, Kyubi said suddenly, surprising Naruto. What are you talking about? What base, and how is it my base? Naruto thought to his inner demon. The Kyubi huffed audibly before responding. What I mean is that there is a root safe house not far from here, I would say 2 hours out. The same one you used years back as a child on your mission in this country. Go there. Naruto's eyes lit up and he looked at Yugito hopefully. Hold on, Yugi-chan. We'll get you some rest and help in just a moment, we just need to find it first. Time passed and the luck that Kyubi's memory was able to guide Naruto across the mountainside to a safe area held out as Naruto ran in the midst of the fading night with his fellow blonde demon container being carried in his arms. Why isn't she healing? If she were me, at least the wounds on her hands or some of those on her body would have come close to healing up by now if nothing else. Kyubi chuckled in Naruto's mind, all Jinchuriki do not share the same traits. Your rapid healing, massive chakra reserves, and immense natural strength and stamina are all results of your bond with me. The female has skills of her own from the Nibi, but you do not share the same attributes attributed to the demons you contain. Damn, Naruto said, I was banking on her being able to heal up without much treatment. I'm no medic, at best all I've got is battlefield medicine skill and all that will do is keep her alive. She won't be in any condition to fight in case we get attacked again. Naruto kicked a risen rock column, sliding it slightly and revealing a trapdoor hole in the ground that he dropped down in with Yugito before the hole shut, leaving them in the dark area that Naruto navigated by keeping his back against the wall and walking along, keeping his senses aware. As he came through an entryway, a small whooshing noise came before the room was illuminated by numerous candelabra along the rock walls of the room. Naruto laid Yugito down on the ground and slumped against a wall, sinking to the floor next to her. He pulled a scroll from his pocket and unsealed a bedroll as well as a series of prepared packs, reaching for the one with the medical symbol on it. Kit. Kyubi's voice cut through the silence. Fix the female in a moment, inform someone of the situation for the time being. I will not be captured due to your negligence. Naruto frowned but nodded as he bit his thumb and made the necessary hand seals. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu. XXX. Kumagakure no Sato, sunrise. Daybreak was beginning to show itself in the mountaintop village of Kumagakure no Sato, and one could find one of the most legendary ninja of his time, Jiraiya of the Sannin, the fierce toad Sennin, asleep with his entire body laying askew on his futon. As he slumbered through the sunrise, a faint pull in the back of his mind stirred him from his 40 winks. He sat up out of instinct and bit his thumb before making a small set of hand seals before mumbling out his technique, Kushios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, and falling backwards onto his futon once more to remain in the land of the quiescent. A human-sized orange toad with a blue vest appeared in the room, looking around only to see the source of his summoning out cold. Jiraiya, wake up, he shouted, not even getting a twitch of a toe from the man. Seriously, get up already. Naruto's in it deep right now and he needs some help. Jiraiya heard Naruto's name and sat up, still dazed and confused. Wa? Naruto, huh? What about the gaki, what's the matter? He rubbed his eyes and noticed the huge toad in his room. Gamakichi, what's going on? Did I summon you? His response was a stream of water from Gamakichi's mouth to his face. What the hell? Are you awake? The young toad asked impatiently. Good. Now listen up, Naruto Ni is trapped outside of Kumo with the Nibi Jinchuriki who is injured. 2 Akatsuki guys were here to take her and Ni-chan got her out of there before they could take her. Get up and I'll be able to lead you back to where he summoned me. Jiraiya's face turned serious throughout his explanation of the situation, and at the mention of Akatsuki, let me get dressed and we'll get out of here. XXX. With Naruto and Yugito. Naruto had done all that he was able to for Yugito. He had bandaged as much of her body as he could while allowing her to maintain her modesty, as well as her hands. She still needed a medic nin for those because from the damage she had taken he could swear that her hands would have had nerve damage. For the past hour after fixing Yugito up he had been going through his weapons and ninja tools for when Hidan and Kakuzu found them again. When they attacked he would be ready and he had a plan to even the playing field, but he would have to be fast and accurate for it to work. He would only have one shot to make his move and once they knew what he was going for they would never let him pull it off. A change in Yugito's breathing pattern alerted him to her regaining consciousness. Welcome back Yugi-chan, Naruto said with a smile, we almost lost you there for a moment. Yugito's eyes opened and slowly widened once she heard Naruto's voice. Naruto-kun? What about the 2 Akatsuki guys? Did you beat them? Naruto laughed humorlessly. I wish it was going to be that easy. All I could do was get you out of there and run away. They messed you up. It looked bad, there was blood everywhere. Yugito smirked. Would you believe me if I said that most of it wasn't mine? She painfully tried to sit up only for Naruto to gently push her back down. Naruto-kun. Naruto gave her a stern look as he took his hand off of her. You're staying down. You're not me, you don't get over injuries in a flash. You still need actual medical treatment. All I did was patch you together enough to keep you in one piece. Yugito pulled herself up and sat next to him against the wall. I'm a jounin and I'm older than you. You're not in any position to tell me to do anything. Naruto simply stared at her dryly before poking her in the side, smirking when he got a yelp of pain out of her. What were you saying? I could hold you down with a cage bunshine the way you are. You'd be next to useless in a battle. Yugito glared at him, getting him to roll his eyes. The entire point of me showing up in the first place was to keep you from being caught. If you get right back up and fight them again, then this was for nothing. Yugito's eyes softened. One of them can't die. All of the blood that you said you saw, most of it was his. You were right, they are monsters. The one guy couldn't die and the other. She rubbed her bruised cheek. I've never been hit so hard in my entire life. They took me on when I was using the Nibi's full power. And that was your mistake, Naruto said to her. I went 3 tails when I fought Hidan and Kakuzu the first time because it worked on somebody else I had fought. But you aren't going to brute force these guys, you have to stop fighting like the demon that you carry and start fighting like the ninja that you're supposed to be. When a group of people dedicate themselves to capturing demons, you have to believe that they're prepared to handle way more demonic power than you can pump through your body. Yugito raised an eyebrow at her blonde comrade in arms. So your plan is to? She questioned. Naruto grinned at her. Fight like an elite shinobi, with control, skill, and finesse. I'm not going to bully these guys, and I'm going to get hurt to win. A chuckle came from him. That's if I win at all. But who cares? You fought, you lost. If I lose, then it won't really matter because we'll both be dead, right? Yugito's sweat dropped. That's really dark, Naruto-kun. Naruto shrugged. Battlefield humor, Yugi-chan. All battlefield humor is dark by nature. She pouted and leaned against Naruto's shoulder. I'm still fighting though. You won't beat them alone. 2 Jinchuriki are better than 1, and I said I was going to protect you, didn't I? Naruto shook his head amusedly. And where's the chivalry there? Well, if you're dead set on fighting, get as much rest as you can, because they'll find us sooner rather than later, and I want you able to at least throw a kunai straight. Yugito shut her eyes and wrapped her arms around herself. Just don't hold me back, Naruto-kun. I don't want to have to save your ass during the fight. Like I saved yours? He quipped as he found his own eyes slowly closing. Kiss my ass, Yugito mumbled. Naruto smirked with his eyes closed. Maybe after we get out of this, Yugi-chan. Naruto never saw the blush fill Yugito's face from his comment. XXX. With Hidan and Kakuzu. Where is that fucking brat? Hidan yelled as he and Kakuzu made their way across the mountainous wilderness of the area around Kumo. We're in the middle of nowhere, one other guy and a billy goat have passed anywhere near us and that's it. Kakuzu thought to himself while his partner continued to gripe, he isn't running towards or away from Kumo. He's hiding now. Instead of running and eventually getting caught like he knew he was going to, he found somewhere to hide to wait us out. Kakuzu chuckled. Desperate, isn't he? Hidan looked at him strangely. Hiding? Where could he possibly be hiding? I'm certain that Kumo wouldn't allow places like that so close to their village. We're not even 40 miles away. Are you sure the kid isn't just on the run? Kakuzu nodded. I'm absolutely positive because it's the better option to hide right now. And every village has a few cracks in its security system. We got in after all, didn't we? Hidan laughed. Yeah, but all we did was just kill all of the guards. We basically walked right through the front gate. He continued to laugh even harder. And now there aren't even any pitiful guards to try and stop us. The 2 men continued their search across the mountain for Naruto and Yugito. Kakuzu grunted, we have to find and capture them soon. It won't take long until Kumo finds out that something is amiss and they find the ruins from our fight with their Jinchuriki. Then it would be too risky to stay any longer. XXX. Kumagakure no Sato, Reikage's office. What do you mean Yugito is gone? I roared, slamming his fists into his desk and pulverizing it. How could someone just get away with Yugito right under our noses and no one was the wiser about the whole situation? The Reikage's assistant didn't flinch in the face of her enraged commander. Daru and C found the signs of a major battle just outside of Kumo. However, there was no indication of exactly where she or her attacker had gone after the struggle ended. The Yondaime Reikage felt like punching a few new holes in his office. Who the hell could do something like this to Yugito? And this is terrible timing, Kirabai isn't in the village right now either. We need to scatter our forces and search for her immediately. How can she just vanish? Because my apprentice is with her, Jiraiya said as he cracked the door to the office. Naruto is with her. I turned a glare to Jiraiya, barely holding back his killing intent. And you would know this how? It's too much of a coincidence that the day after you send me a warning about a group that kidnaps Jinchuriki, our own gets taken. Jiraiya's eyes took on a hardened glance at the towering cage. Don't begin to insinuate what you're thinking. Naruto is keeping her away from the people that attempted to take her. He's stuck somewhere outside of Kumo by himself, keeping her hidden until someone can find him. However, if he finds himself in a fight, he will be at a decided disadvantage. There are two of them, and he's alone with your wounded Jounin. Then what are we waiting for? I said, lead my forces to your student and Yugito so that we can keep them safe. Jiraiya sighed and leaned against the doorway. I wish it were that simple, but my toads aren't much for tracking. And if you couldn't find any trail of them either, then that means Naruto did too good of a job of covering his tracks when he escaped. I can't really blame him given the circumstances though. I looked over at his assistant. Send out the order to scatter our forces out along the countryside to look for Yugito Ni and Naruto Uzumaki. Stop and question anyone in sight that is traveling in that area. His assistant nodded and exited the office in a hurry to relay his orders to Kumo's shinobi force. I turned his attention to Jiraiya, who still stood in the doorway, utterly serious. How legitimate a chance do you think the two of them have by themselves out there? It depends. Jiraiya simply stated, it depends on whether or not the Gaki is sick of playing the victim and switches over to playing executioner. A groan came from Jiraiya's mouth at that moment, and for my sake he'd better turn into the executioner quick, or else Tsunade's going to castrate me barehanded if he gets himself caught. XXX. With Naruto and Yugito, 2 hours later. Yugito was seated with a heated face as she had her shirt off and her back turned to Naruto. Are you done yet, Naruto-kun? This is embarrassing and the ink is cold. Naruto was drawing a major array on Yugito's back, one that matched the one that was currently drawn on his bare chest. A circular formation around his heart, a trail of kanji leading from his heart to the other side of his chest, and an overlapping straight trail resembling a DNA helix ending in a significantly larger kanji surrounded by another circular array. Just keep holding still. You're lucky I can do this on your back too, or else I'd be getting a primo view right now. Be lucky that I'm not Uro-Sennin, or I wouldn't have even given you the option. Naruto-kun. And I don't even know who that is, Yugito said indignantly. Besides, we're in the middle of something serious here. Naruto grinned as he continued to make his seal on Yugito's back. Oh come on, Yugi-chan. It's just you and me, we're all alone in this dark, hidden cavern. You're shirtless, I'm shirtless, we're about to die more or less. If there's anything you want from me, then now's the time to ask. He hinted, wagging his eyebrows. Fine, Yugito said, seething and blushing hard. What I want is for you shut the hell up and finish this seal so I'm not worthless when the fight starts. Now hurry up and stop flirting with me. Naruto held back his laughter so that he could focus on the task at hand. Sorry. But if you knew who my sensei was, and you knew what he was really like firsthand, you would know why I'm hitting on you. Naruto placed his brush next to his ink and looked over his handiwork, nodding as he cut his palm and placed a pre-made seal tag on her back. Alright, this was done with my ink, so it should be super effective. More so than usual. Why? Yugito questioned as she looked over her shoulder to see Naruto slowly making hand seals. Naruto continued to slowly work his way through his memorized hand seals. Because my blood is a very potent medium for sealing ink, and that's what I put in all of my ink. Now then, Fuuinjutsu, Chakura Taku Weru Kuriuru, sealing technique, stored chakra transfer. Naruto finished his seals and clapped his hands together before placing them on the seal he had placed on Yugito's back. The array faded from Naruto's heart to the circle array he had drawn on the other side as the seal on the tag started glowing. From that point the small circular array on Yugito's back glowed and faded all the way down to the point on her heart where that array began to glow. The light lasted for a few moments before dying out and allowing the seal to fade. Naruto pulled the blank seal tag from Yugito's back and moved away from her, and that should be that. You can go ahead and put your shirt back on, Yugi-chan. Or feel free not to. Either way is good with me. Yugito growled at him and put her shirt back on before whipping her still loose hair out of her face. Pervert. But, thanks. I feel like I have all of my chakra back. Naruto chuckled, you'd better have all of your chakra back, as much as I used to pump into those things for storage. I only brought one though, so try not to run out of chakra again. Will do, Yugito said. I'm as ready as I'm going to be for them the next time, Yugito said, gingerly feeling at her ribs with her wounded hands. She made hand seals and frowned at the speed her fingers were moving at. Fuck. I've got stupid hands. Naruto shook his head. It's probably nerve damage. We really need to get you to a medic. His face switched moods as he looked up. Never mind. I guess banking on someone to come and get us before they did was asking too much. Naruto resealed his supplies and placed the scrolls in his pockets before slinging his sword over his back as he started making his way to the exit. Yugito grabbed his arm and turned him around abruptly, pulling him towards her. Before he could even respond, Yugito's lips covered his for what seemed like an eternity but was in reality 30 seconds. Yugito released the kiss and grabbed Naruto by his collar. That was just because I wanted to, not a last act to release regret, understood? We're not going to lose this time. Naruto nodded and pulled her hands away from his collar, holding them in his and rubbing the backs of them softly with his thumbs. If it starts looking bad, you cut out and run towards Kumo as fast as you can, got it? If I go down, you leave immediately. You don't try to get me away from them, you don't even try to fight them. You run. Yugito opened her mouth to dispute when he cut her off. You run. Yugito's response died in her mouth and she simply sighed. Okay, Naruto-kun. I'll run. Naruto nodded once more. Good, now let's get this over with. XXX. Hidan kicked aside some loose rock while Kakuzu simply looked around calmly. Are you sure this is where they are? Kakuzu glared at his partner. I wouldn't have dragged us over here if I wasn't. He thinks his cage bunshine were so well hidden, the little bastards never saw it coming. They were his lookouts, his security measures, and that means he's around here somewhere. The area was a relatively flat rock field, lots of uprisen formations and no flora about, nothing but hard earth. Taking Kakuzu's word for it at face value, Hidan pulled his amulet from around his neck and closed his eyes as he began to pray for forgiveness, as he was not allowed to kill Naruto or Yugito in the forthcoming battle. Doten, Shinju Uzanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Inner Decapitation Skill. A pair of hands locked themselves around Hidan's ankles and pulled him under the solid rock, leaving him stuck up to his neck. Naruto came out of the ground directly in front of him. What the fuck is the big idea, you lowlife heathen? I was praying to Jashin-sama. Naruto drew his sword from his back. Sorry, I don't really fight fair. Before he could attempt anything on Hidan, a series of black threads tried to impale him where he stood, forcing him to begin dodging as he saw the threads drive through rock, and knew from his clone's experiences that they were very dangerous. Kakuzu's threads were chasing after Naruto from under the sleeves of his coat as he tried steering the young Chunin away from his partner. Even though there wasn't anything he could do to actually kill Hidan, putting him back together after Naruto did whatever he was going to try and do was still going to be a pain in the ass. As he attacked Naruto, a hole opened up in the ground behind him, revealing Yugito, who jumped out and threw a kick at his head that he dodged. Yugito followed up upon landing back on the ground and threw a set of shuriken at him that made him jump into the air in order to dodge. Fuuten, Repuashu, Wind Release, Violent Wind Palm. A wind from Naruto changed the trajectory of the shuriken that Yugito threw to rising above Kakuzu. Kakuzu saw this and sighed, not again. Yugito made a few hand seals before calling out her jutsu, Raiten, Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Release, Lightning Shuriken. From the shuriken flying overhead, bursts of electricity snapped down at Kakuzu, who was able to avoid every attack. He had already seen this jutsu in the desert against Naruto, and his was far deadlier in its usage. Hidan wriggled and squirmed as hard as he could to free himself, but the ground wasn't loosening up. It wasn't soil, it was solid rock, and he cursed Naruto for taking advantage of his rituals to get such a cheap shot on him. Kakuzu outlasted the lightning jutsu from Yugito and dashed towards her, who in her injured state was unable to stay out of Kakuzu's speedy clutches and wound up grasped by the throat by the tall missing nin. Yugito clutched at his outstretched arm as she felt him rob her of her oxygen. You were very aggravating to run down. Do you know that? His monologue was cut off from going any further by Naruto attempting to run him through with his sword. Kakuzu shifted out of the way and threw a kick at Naruto, who moved his sword to take the kick that still managed to push him back roughly 15 feet before he was able to ground his feet to a stop. Just how strong is this son of a bitch? He's just as strong as me, and he's got the size to bully me around if it comes to that. Yugito was still in Kakuzu's chokehold and tried fighting him off by trying to dislocate his outstretched elbow with punches, but he used his free hand to hit her in the body, robbing her of even more air and forcing her to cough up blood. After delivering the hit to her, she burst into smoke and Kakuzu found himself holding Naruto around the neck instead, and he was none too pleased. Naruto brought his blade down and cleaved the arm of Kakuzu off, freeing himself, only to find that Kakuzu's arm quickly reattached itself due to a thick bulk of black threads that reconnected the two segments of his arm. Yugito was gasping for breath over by herself behind the cover of rock, with protection from two of Naruto's cage bunshine. Cough cough, I think he was right about the whole boogeyman of the ninja world thing. Kami, what a monster. She held her neck gingerly, feeling the bruise that simply being in Kakuzu's grip left. So that's the Jeong, Earth Grudge Fear, Naruto said as he set himself back in a ready stance to face off with Kakuzu. At least now I know what to call those thread things of yours after our first encounter. Kakuzu shook his head. Listen kid. We've wasted enough time getting the Nibi. We're already late, so how about this, you simply let us take her and we'll let you go for now. We can't seal your bijou until last anyway, so we can just pretend we never encountered you. You don't even need to fight. Naruto kept his eyes locked on Kakuzu. I could do that, some would say that I should do that, but I'm not going to. You either take me and Yugi-chan, or you don't get either one of us. And either way you're in for one hell of a fight. I won't just let you have her. Fair enough, Kakuzu said before his skin turned dark and he launched a punch at Naruto extended with his threads. Naruto dodged the punch and ran in at Kakuzu, who blocked his follow-up slash with his bare hands. Naruto growled as his sword was caught in Kakuzu's grasp. That same damn move again. Why mess with what works, brat? Kakuzu said, obviously amused. That's lesson number 1 for punks like you that want to survive to be older than 30. Naruto tugged in vain to free his sword from Kakuzu's grip. Surviving older than 30? That doesn't sound very fun. Naruto channeled lightning chakra to his hand and attempted to place it on Kakuzu's arm to help him free the Senenki no Ken. However, when Kakuzu heard the crackling of electricity, he let go of Naruto and got away from him, landing next to Hidan, who was still trapped. Naruto moved over towards the rock formation where Yugito was with his clones, still recovering. Surviving until I'm as old as you without anyone knowing who I am with mere name association defeats the purpose of my goal, and as long as I achieve it I could care less how old I am when I die. Besides, it's better to burn out than to fade away like you, Kakuzu. When I kill you, only a handful of people will even get the reference. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at Naruto and sent his black thread into the ground around Hidan's head, loosening the rock around him. Ow. You stabbed me, damn it. That fucking hurt, you bastard. I don't stab you to free you, do I? Hidan bellowed. Kakuzu pulled him out abruptly. Shut up, Hidan. First of all, I never get captured in the first place. Second of all, if you stabbed me I would tear you apart and sew you back together backwards. And lastly of all, I'm sick of playing around with these brats. We take them down, now. Hidan licked his lips anxiously. Now you're talking my language, ragdoll. Get over here, brat. The silver-haired Nuke Nin rushed at Naruto, drawing his three-bladed scythe from his back and swinging it once he found Naruto within the long weapon's range. Naruto started parrying the strokes of the scythe with his sword only to realize that the scythe was obscenely dangerous. It didn't take much for that thing to cut him, but it wasn't as deadly as it could be. Like killing him wasn't really the point of using the weapon. After a duck swing of his weapon, Hidan lifted it to block an incoming set of shuriken from Yugito, who threw from behind cover. Naruto took advantage of this and stabbed his sword into Hidan's foot, pinning him in place before pulling out a kunai and driving it down into his other foot to immobilize him. Hidan swatted Naruto back with the pole end of his scythe but was unable to do anything else to follow up, as simply that movement caused him to lose his balance. Naruto growled and grabbed onto the arm holding Hidan's scythe, keeping his other hand free to pound the daylights out of the Akatsuki member. Naruto was stopped from pulverizing Hidan when Kakuzu kicked him in the side, sending him flying off of his partner. Kakuzu pulled both weapons from Hidan's feet and tossed them aside, and once again I step in to save you from certain doom. Start thinking before you put your attacks together. Hidan spit blood from his mouth and worked his jaw with his hand. Shut the hell up, Kakuzu. All that did was piss me off. That punk can't kill me and you know it, he's just wasting his own time. Naruto bounced off of the side of a rock and landed next to Yugito and his clones. He groaned and shook off the cobwebs as he looked over at Yugito. Do you feel any better, Yugi-chan? Yugito pulled him up into a seated position. My ribs are sore, but I'm okay. What about you? Naruto rubbed his side. Why the fuck does Kakuzu hit so hard? It's like getting nailed by a hammer. One of Naruto's clones peered over the rock and paled. Boss? You might want to move right now. It then dispelled so that he could relay what he saw without saying anything, and Naruto got the message instantly. The blonde male Jinchuriki picked up his older female counterpart and beat a hasty retreat from the formation just in time to see it pulverized by a small fireball that erupted into a torrent right where they were just sitting. Naruto cringed at the feeling of getting burned alive by the ninjutsu that had engulfed his clones. Naruto set Yugito down and looked over at Kakuzu, who had called out one of his thread creatures with the mask on its face. However, it looked very different from the one he had fought in the desert, but that was not the point. The point was that it was now effectively 3-on-2 and one of the two was hurt. Can you generate any of the Nibi's chakra safely? We need some more kick to our attacks. Naruto asked. Yugito nodded, yeah, but when using all of the Nibi's chakra I can't use any jutsu. Naruto rolled his eyes, then don't use all of the Nibi's chakra. Just pull out enough to make these guys sweat at your speed and power. You do get faster when you use the Nibi's chakra, don't you? Yugito hit him on the arm, done Naruto-kun. Well then turn up the heat already. We need an edge here, Naruto yelled as he dug deep and pulled out a tail of Kyuubi's chakra. I start overloading stuff at 2 tails, and at 3 tails there's only one normal jutsu I can really use. A blue aura wrapped around Yugito's body, however instead of looking like a tail the way Naruto's did, it took the appearance of a still burning flame. I only have 2 tails to work with in the first place. She looked over at Naruto, so do you have anything in your repertoire to let them know this is serious? Naruto grinned at her, do you? Both Jinchuriki grinned evilly and began generating massive amounts of their respective chakra while making hand seals. Kaden, Karyudan, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Missile. Fuuten, Kamikaze Hashira, Wind Release, God Wind Pillars.